bogs and forests and fields, and scarcely a decent inn north of the neck. I've never seen such vast emptiness. Where are all your people? Likely they were too shy to come out. Kings are a rare sight in the north. Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark. A Game of Thrones Chapter 4, Eddard 1. The North is a vast and frigid realm that was once the domain of the legendary Kings of the North, most of all the legendary Kings of Winter, House Stark of Winterfell, who had been in control of the North for thousands of years. Since Aegon's conquest near on 300 years ago, the Starks have been reduced to lords, but act as wardens of the North and lords paramount for the Iron Throne. Notable bannermen of House Stark include the likes of the Boltons, the Kerwins, the Dustins, the Flints, Glovers, Hornwoods, Karstarks, Manderleys, Mormonts, Reeds, Risewells, Tallhart, and Umbers. The North is the sole remaining kingdom of the First Men, and is generally thought of as not just the first, but the oldest of the seven kingdoms of Westeros, in the sense that it has endured unconquered for the longest period of time. The North is not just different from the Southern Kingdoms on a cultural level, but how changeable the weather is, and geography as well. While the North is the largest of the Seven Kingdoms, there is more to it than it seems, and is much less grand than those to the south. It is often claimed by the ill-informed that the North is the size of the other 6 kingdoms of Westeros together, but the domains of House Stark and Winterfell, in truth, make up a third of the landmass of Westeros south of the Wall. While yes, it is less than half of the realm, 1/3 still makes a huge kingdom. Beginning at the boggy marshes at the edge of the neck to the south, the realm of the Starks extends far north as the New Gift. The New Gift historically was part of the Kingdom of the North until the reign of King Jaehaerys I Targaryen, who convinced the reluctant Lord of Winterfell to cede that land of the New Gift to the Night's Watch, in theory to give them taxable and farmable land. Much of the north is covered in ancient great forests, wide windswept plains, steep hills and valleys, with craggy, rocky coastlines, in the shadow of high snow-topped mountains. The north is a cold land, much of it rising moorland, and high plains, giving way to mountains in its northern reaches. Thus this makes it far less fertile than the reaches of the south. Thus, despite so much open space, only a fraction of it is farmable. Snow has even been known to fall there in the summer, and is deadly in the winter, which compounds the farming issues even further. The population of the north is very sparse, with very few proper towns, with only one true city, White Harbour. The city was built by House Manderley after they relocated to the north after their exile from the Reach thousands of years ago. The then Stark kings gave them a small seat and land at the mouth of the White Knife River, where over time they have built the city of White Harbour. The city and its large port have become the economic heart of the North. While small towns do exist, the most prominent towns are what is known as winter towns. They exist beneath the walls of the seats of the Lords of the North, the largest of which the ones located at Winterfell and Barrowton. These winter towns are mostly empty during the spring and the summer, but are filled to capacity with small folk come autumn and winter, seeking refuge from the cold winds and snows. Not only do townsmen arrive from the outlying villages and crofts, but many sons and daughters of the mountain clans have been known to make their way to the winter towns when the snows begin to fall at their hardest. But the mountain clans only tend to abandon their homes in the most harsh of winters. Even then, many will stay behind. Barrowton too is somewhat of a curiosity when it comes to settlements of the north, a gathering place built at the foot of a reputed barrow of the first king, who once ruled supreme over all of the First Men, if legends can be believed. Rising from the midst of a wide and empty plain, it has prospered thanks to the shrewd stewardship of the Dustins, loyal bannermen to the Starks, who have ruled the Barrowlands in their name since the fall of the last Barrow King. The rusted crown upon the arms of House Dustin derives from their claim that they themselves are descended from that first king, and the Barrow Kings who ruled after him. The old tales, recorded in Kennet's Passage of the Dead, claims that a curse was placed upon the Great Barrow that would allow no living man to rival the first king. This curse made these pretenders to the title grow corpse-like in appearance, and sucked their life and virility away. This is no more than a legend, to be sure, but that the Dustins share blood and descent from the Barrow Kings of old seems likely. Bran could perch for hours amongst the shapeless, rain-worn gargoyles that border over the first keep, watching it all. The men drilling with wood and steel tools in the yard, the cooks tending their vegetables in the glass gardens, restless dogs running back and forth in the kennels, the silence at the godswood, the girls gossiping beside the wishing well. It made him feel like he was lord of the castle, in a way even Robb would never know. It taught him Winterfell's secrets too. The builders had not levelled the earth. There were hills and valleys behind the walls of Winterfell. There was a covered footbridge that went from the 4th floor to the 2nd floor of the rookery. Bran knew about that, and he knew that he could get inside the inner walls by the south gate, climb 3 floors and run all the way around Winterfell through a narrow tunnel in the stone, and then come out on the ground level at the north gate, with hundreds of feet of wall looming over you. Even Maester Luwin didn't know that. Bran was convinced. The Thoughts of Bran Stark, A Game of Thrones, Chapter 8. Bran 2. Winterfell, the ancestral stronghold of House Stark, stands at the heart of the north. It lies close to the vast Wolfswood, the largest forest in the Seven Kingdoms. To the west of the Wolfswood is Deepwood Motte, the seat of House Glover, while the Mormonts rule from Bear Island in the Bay of Ice. The northern mountain ranges stretch from the Wolfswood to the Wall and are home to the fierce mountain clans. South of the forest, the lands become hilly, dotted with several large lakes, the greatest of which lies behind Torrhen's Square, the seat of House Tallheart. Further west along the Sunset Sea lies the stony shore, lined with small fishing villages. Southeast and north of Blazewater Bay are the Rills, fertile plains ruled by House Risewell. To the east, south of Winterfell, stretches the Barrowlands, rolling plains marked by the ancient barrows of the First Men. House Dustin rules this region from the large town of Barrowton. A number of rivers flow southward from here, some from Barrowton and Torrhen Square into Saltspear, while another separates the stony shore from the Rills. Beyond the Barrowlands lie the Neck, a swampy bog that forms the border with the Riverlands. It is the source of the Green Fork of the Trident and home to the Crannog men, who are ruled by House Reed and the ever-moving fortress of Greywater Watch. At its heart stands the ruins of Moat Cailin, on the causeway by the Favor River, once the key to defending the north from southern invasion. West of the Neck, between the Saltspear and the Blazewater Bay, juts a large peninsula. On its northern shore lies Flint's Fingers, held by House Flint of Flint's Fingers, while Cape Kraken and the Flint Cliffs guard the western and southern shores. Southwards lies Iron Man's Bay and the Iron Islands, the dominion of the feared Ironborn. East of the Barrowlands flows the White Knife River, the greatest river of the north, fed by Long Lake northeast of Winterfell. Along its tributaries stands Castle Cerwyn, the seat of House Cerwyn, while the river itself runs into White Harbour, the only major city and port in the north, under the control of House Manderley. Southeast of the harbour sits the Old Castle, held by House Locke, while further east lies Ramsgate and the Broken Branch, a river springing from the Sheephead's Hills. Widow's Watch and the stronghold of House Flint of Widow's Watch raises on a lonely peninsula into the Shivering Sea. The bight separates the southeastern coast, largely under Manderley influence, from the Vale of Arryn. North of White Harbour is Hornwood Forest, where House Hornwood rules, and still further north stands the feared Dreadfort, the seat of House Bolton, near the Weeping Waters which drains into the Shivering Sea. Further beyond that lies Carhold, the seat of House Karstark, surrounded by deep forests and looking eastward towards the Grey Cliffs. Off the coast in the Bay of Seals are several islands, the uninhabited Skane and Skagos, the largest and notorious for tales of cannibals and unicorns, yet only loosely tied to the rule of House Stark. To the north, between Winterfell, the Dreadfort and Carhold, stretches the lands of House Umber. Their fortress, Last Hearth, stands amidst forests, and their dominion extends into the lonely hills and along the Bay of Seals. From near Last Hearth, the last river winds southeast, running between Carhold and the Dreadfort. At the far north rises the Wall, a colossal barrier shielding the realm from the wildlings and other dangers beyond. Its southern approaches are known as the Gift, the lands of the Night's Watch, set aside between the wall and the holdings of House Umber. Running through much of the region is the King's Road, linking Castle Black at the wall to the Riverlands and to the far south. Along it lies farms, villages, inns, holdfasts that bind the scattered land of the north together. In their mail shirts and shaggy fur cloaks, their features hidden behind thick tangles of beard, they swagger through the city like so many armoured bears, says Mushroom. The writings of Archmaester Galdane, Fire and Blood, Aftermath, The Hour of the Wolf. The people of the North are for the most part descendants of the First Men, their blood only slowly merging with that of the Andals who overwhelmed each of the kingdoms to the south in turn. So while there is Andal blood in the North, its people are still mostly that of the First Men. Given the Andals never conquered the North in theory remains the only First Men kingdom of Westeros to this day. The original language of the First Men, known as the Old Tongue, has come to only be spoken by the wildlings beyond the Wall, and many other aspects of the culture have slowly faded away, such as the more grislier aspects of their worship of the old gods, or when criminals and traitors were killed, and their bodies and entrails hung from the branches of weirwood trees. Some would go as far as saying the wildlings are the only true First Men left in the world. One notable custom the Northmen hold dear than any other is that of guest rights, the tradition of hospitality, by which a man may offer no harm to a guest beneath his roof, nor a guest to his host. The Andals held to something like this as well, but it looms less large in the southern minds. In his texts, Justice and Injustice in the North, Judgments of the Three Stark Lords, Maester Egbert notes that crimes in the North in which guest rights were violated were rare, but were treated as harshly as the direst of treasons. Only kinslaying is deemed as sinful as a violation of these lords of hospitality. One darker custom was the lord's right to the first night. The custom stated that when a small folk married, their lord or king had the privilege to bed the bride on the first night, often against the will of the bride and her new husband. It was deeply despised by many women in the North, and seen as an unfortunate way of life by many men. It was not until the reign of King Jaehaerys I Targaryen this practice was outlawed, at the urging of his wife, good Queen Alysanne. Not all lords of the North were pleased. Their lordly rights were being taken away, and this caused much anger among the nobility in the North, especially on the back of the granting of the new gift. 150 years later, it seems many people in the North no longer practice this custom, but there are rumours that some houses do still partake in the right to the first night. What do the trees remember? The secrets of the old gods. Truth the First Men knew. Forgotten now in Winterfell, but not in the wet wild. We live closer into the green in our bog and crannogs, and we remember earth and water, soil and stone, oak and elm and willows. They were here before us all, and still remain when we are gone. Bran Stark and Jojen Reed, A Dance with Dragons Chapter 34. Bran 3. Knighthood is rare in the North, being primarily an Andal custom. The knightly tourney and its pageantry and chivalries is rare beyond the neck. Northmen fight a horse with war lances, but seldom will tilt for sport, preferring melees that are only just this side of battles. There are accounts of contests having lasted half a day and left fields trampled and villages half torn down. Serious injuries are common in such melees, and deaths not unheard of. In the Great Melee at Last Hearth in 170 AC, it is said that no fewer than 18 men died, and half again that number was sorely maimed before the day was done. While the concept of knighthood is rare in the North, there are some exceptions to this. Firstly, House Manderley, coming originally from the Reach, still hold many of these Andal customs, such as knighthood. Some northern men, even lords, also have knighthoods, but it is still not common, with it only becoming common since the joining of the Seven Kingdoms after Aegon's conquest. Most Northmen remain devoted to the old gods and show little interest in adopting newer faiths. Their religion lacks priests, scriptures, hymns, or elaborate ceremonies, and their prayers are offered in silence. Worship takes place in a godswood, sacred groves found within many castles across the Seven Kingdoms, where heart trees, usually white-barked weirwoods, carved with solemn faces, stand at the centre. Believers hold that the old gods watch the world through these trees. Only a handful of northern houses follow the faith of the seven, the most notable being the Mandaleys of White Harbour. Because the old gods do not permit holy orders, is why Northmen rarely ever become knights. Those who do are often exceptions, riding as knights while still honouring the old gods. Most of these men are found in the southern parts of the north, particularly around White Harbour and the Barrowlands. Fittingly, northern heraldry tends to be simpler than that of the south, reflecting the lesser influences of heraldic traditions. To many southerners who kneel in septs and pray to the seven, the ways of the north seem strange. Some even dismiss the Northmen as godless, or as mere worshippers of trees. The kings of winter were hard men in hard times. The writings of Maester Yandel, the world of ice and fire, the north, the kings of winter. There are countless songs and stories passed down from generation to generation that tell us that the Starks of Winterfell have ruled large portions of the vast lands north beyond the bogs of the Neck for at least 8,000 years, styling themselves as the Kings of Winter and later the Kings in the North. There are some who use these terms interchangeably, but there is a slight difference between the two titles. The Starks styled themselves the Kings of Winter during a time when there were several other northern kingdoms. The title, King in the North, was not used until House Stark became kings of the entirety of the North. Now, depending on the time period being discussed, depends on what title should in theory be used. In the days of the Kings of Winter, the Starks' rule was not an uncontested one. In fact, far from it. There were many wars in which House Stark would expand their rule over the north, and just as many where they were forced to win back lands that had rebelled or had been carved away and taken by other kingdoms. If the northern winters were difficult enough to deal with, the era of the Kings of Winter were just as unstable and bloody. They were hard men in hard times. There are some ballads that survive to this day, amongst the oldest to be found in the archives at the Citadel of Old Town, that tell the story of how one King of Winter drove the last giants from the north, whilst another felled the feared skin changer Gavin Greywolf and his kin in the savage War of the Wolves. We have only the word of singers that such kings and such battles ever existed. It's wholly possible they are just tales and songs. There is far more historical proof that exists for wars between the Kings of Winter and the Barrow Kings of House Dustin to the south in the Barrowlands. The Barrow Kings were once as powerful as the Kings of Winter and styled themselves Kings of the First Men and claimed supremacy over all of the First Men, everywhere, even the Starks themselves. The argument is the Barrow Kings were descended from the legendary figure of the First King, who was the first king of the First Men. What few runic records still exist suggest the struggle between the Kings of Winter and the Barrow Kings, dubbed the 1,000-Year War by singers, was actually a series of many smaller wars that lasted closer to around 200 years rather than 1,000, ending when the last Barrow King bent his knee to the King of Winter and gave him the hand of his daughter in marriage, thus joining not only House Stark and House Dustin, but the two kingdoms as well, under the rule of the Kings of Winter. Even defeating the Barrow Kings did not yet give Winterfell dominion over all of the north. Many other petty kings remained, ruling over realms great and small, yet it would require thousands of years and many more wars before the last of them was conquered. Yet one by one the Starks subdued them all, and during these struggles, many proud houses and ancient lines were extinguished forever. The old Kings of Winter are down there, sitting on their thrones, with the stone wolves at their feet and iron swords across their lap. But it is not them I'm afraid of. Jon Snow to Samwell Tarly, A Game of Thrones Chapter 26, Jon 4. There are many kingdoms and houses that have sadly been lost to the passage of time due to a lack of written records, as the first men used runic symbols and not written words. But some of the houses we know were amongst those reduced from kings to vassals under House Stark include the Flints of Breakstone Hill, the Slates of Blackpool, the Umbers of Last Hearth, the Locks of Old Castle, the Glovers of Deepwood Motte, the Fishers of the Stony Shore, the Riders of the Rills. There are even those who believe that the Blackwoods of Raventree in the Riverlands should be counted on this list as well, with Blackwood family traditions insisting they once ruled most of the Wolfswood, being driven from their land by the Kings of Winter. There are even some runic records, translated by maesters at the Citadel, that if they can be trusted, suggest this could in fact be the case. There also exists chronicles found in the archives of the Night's Watch at the old Night Fort, dating back before it was abandoned, that speak of a war for Sea Dragon Point, wherein the Starks brought down the Warg King and his inhuman allies, the Children of the Forest. When the Warg King at last fell, his sons were put to the sword, along with all of his beasts and greenseers, while his daughters were taken as prizes by their conquerors. House Greenwood, House Towers, House Amber, House Frost, all met similar ends, together with a score of lesser houses and petty kings, whose very names have been lost to history. Yet, the bitterest of foes of Winterfell were undoubtedly the Red Kings of the Dreadfort, those grim lords of House Bolton, whose dominions of old stretch from the Last River to the White Knife, and as far south as the Sheephead's Hills. Some would say it's a poor king who crowns himself with bronze, your grace. Bronze and iron are together stronger than gold and silver. The old kings of Winter wore such a sword crown. Small good it did them when the dragons came, World of Frey and Robb Stark. A Storm of Swords Chapter 49, Catelyn 6. The enmity between the Starks and the Boltons went back to the Long Night itself, and can be argued exists still to a much lesser degree today. It is claimed that the wars between these two ancient families were long and bloody, as both the Kings of Winter and the Red Kings were by far the most powerful kingdoms of the North. Not every war ended in a victory for House Stark, and there was often a back and forth and stalemates. A King Royce II Bolton is said to have taken and burned Winterfell itself, but given how much of the current Winterfell has been built over the old, more ancient elements, means no physical evidence exists at Winterfell. Royce II's descendant, Royce IV Bolton, is remembered by history as Royce Redarm for his habit of plunging his arm into the bellies of captive foes to pull out their entrails with his bare hands. Other Red Kings were reputed to wear cloaks made from the skins of Stark princes they had captured and flayed. Yet in the end, even the Dreadfort fell before the might of Winterfell, and the last Red King, known to history as Rogar the Huntsman, swore fealty to the Kings of Winter, and sent his sons to Winterfell as hostages, even as the first Andals were crossing the Narrow Sea in their longships from Andalos. It's unclear what happened to the original crown of the Kings of Winter, but we do know it was an open circlet of hammered bronze incised with runes of the First Men, surmounted with 9 black iron spikes in the shape of long swords. The Kings of Winter are buried in the crypts of Winterfell, with older kings buried in the deep and darkest lowest levels. Each king's stone statue has an iron sword across its lap and is guarded by a stone direwolf. The servants of the kings are buried in the Lich Yard next to Winterfell's first keep, while the title the Stark kings would use after unifying the North would be the Kings in the North. The Kings of Winter would sometimes be added into the list of titles and accomplishments that would follow. The winters are hard, but the Starks will endure. We always have. Eddard Stark to Robert Baratheon. A Game of Thrones Chapter 4. Eddard 1. It took thousands of years and countless bloody wars for House Stark to become the undisputed power of the North. After the defeat of House Bolton once and for all, the last of their northern rivals, they were now the kings of the whole of the North, from Moat Cailin and the Bogs of the Neck to the Wall. While they were now the kings in the North, like any kingdom, there would still be those with one eye on their position. By far the greatest threat to the dominion of House Stark came by the sea. The northern boundary of the Stark's domains were protected by the Wall and the men of the Night's Watch, which meant unless a king beyond the Wall managed to gather enough wildling followers together under one banner, the Night's Watch would be adequate to protect the border to the wild lands beyond. The southern border had many natural defences. The only way via land is through the swamp of the Neck, passing below the ruined towers and sinking walls of the great fortress of Moat Cailin. And while half a ruin, it was still a formidable fortress, with command over the whole landscape, making it highly defendable and a choke point for those wishing to attack the north. Even during times when the old Marsh Kings held Moat Cailin, their Crannog men stood staunch against any invaders from the south, often even allying with the Burrow Kings, the Red Kings, the Kings of Winter, and eventually the kings in the north of House Stark, as need to be to turn back any southern lord who might attack the north. And once King Rickard Stark added the neck to his dominion, Moat Cailin proved an even more imposing bulwark against the powers of the south. Few sought to push past it, and the histories say none ever have succeeded. But the north did have one defensive weak point: its long, ragged coastline, both to the east and to the west. It remained vulnerable given the sheer size of it. It was almost impossible to properly set up patrols and defend. Thus, it was via sea the rule of Winterfell and the kings in the north would most often be threatened by Ironborn raiders in the west and the Andals from the east. The Andals were the first, a race of tall, fair-haired warriors who came with steel and fire and the seven-pointed star of the new god painted on their chests. The wars lasted hundreds of years, but in the end, the 6 southern kingdoms all fell before them. Only here, where the kings in the north threw back every army that tried to cross the neck, did the rule of the first men endure. The Andals burnt out the weirwood groves, hacked down the faces, slaughtered the children where they found them, and everywhere proclaimed the triumph of the 7 over the old gods. Maester Luwin to Bran Stark, A Game of Thrones Chapter 66, Bran 7. The Andals of Andalos in northern Essos came relentlessly across the narrow sea in their hundreds and thousands, in an unstoppable wave. The longships of the Andals made their landings in the north just as they did south of the Neck, but they would face a different set of challenges in the north. Wherever the Andals came ashore, the Stark king in the north and their bannermen fell upon them and drove them back into the sea. Some hardly made it off the beaches before being pushed back into the narrow sea. A King Theon Stark, known to history as the Hungry Wolf, turned back the greatest of these threats, making common cause with the Boltons to smash the Andal warlord Argos Sevenstar at the Battle of the Weeping Water. In the aftermath of this heroic victory, King Theon even raised his own fleet of longships and crossed the narrow sea itself to the very shores of Andalos, taking the fight to the Andal homeland itself. He did so with Argos's corpse lashed to the prow of his flagship, sending a message to the Andals of rejection of their gods. There, it is said he took a bloody vengeance, burning a score of villages, capturing 3 tower houses and a fortified sept, and putting hundreds to the sword. The heads of the slain, the Hungry Wolf claimed as his prizes, carrying them back to Westeros, planting them on spikes along his own coastline as a warning to the would-be conquerors from Andalos. The northern raids into Andalos were very much akin to the style of the Ironborn raids into the western coast of the north, with some sources claiming King Theon used these very same tactics when raiding Andalos, being inspired by the attacks on his own border. As far as we can tell, the Kingdom of the North was the only kingdom of Westeros to take the fight directly to the Andals themselves, but this success lit a fire within the Hungry Wolf, and later in his blood-drenched reign, he himself conquered the 3 sisters in the Bight, and even landed an army on the Fingers in the Vale. But these conquests did not endure. In response to the capture of the 3 sisters, the sistermen asked for help from Mathos II Arryn, the Andal king of the Mountain and the Vale. The conflict, the war across the water, lasted for 1,000 years, during which time the Starks landed 3 times on the Fingers. During King Edric Stark's 100-year-long reign, the Wolf's Den was already torched by House Arryn, and was captured by slavers from the Stepstones. Edric's great-grandson, King Brandon, took back the Wolf's Den. After thousands of years of war, the Arryns were ultimately victorious over the Starks, and the Valemen kept rule over the 3 sisters. Ever since, King Theon also fought the Ironborn in the west, driving them from Cape Kraken and Bear Island, put down a rebellion in the Rills, and joined the Night's Watch in an incursion beyond the wall that broke the power of the wildlings for generations. There is a reason why King Theon Stark, the Hungry Wolf, is one of the most famed Stark kings of the North. Maester Theomore, tell them. 1,000 years before the conquest, a promise was made, and oaths were sworn in the Wolf's Den before the old gods and the new. When we were sore, bested and friendless, hounded from our homes, in peril of our lives, the wolves took us in, and nourished us and protected us against our enemies. The city is built upon the land they gave us. In return, we swore we would always be their men, Stark men. Wyler Manderley to the Merman's Court. A Dance with Dragons Chapter 19. Davos 3. Even before the coming of the Andals, the small castle known as the Wolf's Den had been raised by King Jon Stark, built to defend the mouth of the White Knife River, which flows into the heart of the north against raiders and slavers from across the Narrow Sea. Some modern maesters, looking at a few historical accounts of the time, have come to suggest these raids may have in fact been early Andal incursions, especially given the proximity of the north and the mouth of the White Knife in particular to the Vale, and thus close to Andalos itself. Other scholars argue they were the forebearers of the men of Ib, or slavers out of Valyria and Volantis, but realistically this seems unlikely given slavers from these lands would have to pass several better, more richer targets for raids, with the north very much out of their way. It's not impossible, just unlikely when compared to the prospect of there being early Andal incursions. The Wolf's Den was held for centuries by a succession of smaller houses, such as the Flints, Slates, Longs, Holts, Locks and Ashwoods, and most prominent of all of these, House Greystark, a cadet branch of the main House Stark of Winterfell. It is believed the Greystarks joined House Bolton in a rebellion against the Starks. However, much of the detail surrounding this, and House Greystark in general, is unclear. During the wars between Winterfell and the Andal kings of the Mountain and the Vale, the Old Falcon, Osgood Arryn, laid siege to the Wolf's Den. His son, Oswin, the Talon, captured it and put it to the torch. Later it fell under attack from pirate lords of the Three Sisters and slavers out of the Stepstones. It was not until some 1,000 years before Aegon's conquest that the fugitive House Manderley came to the north and swore their oaths at the Wolf's Den, and in that the problem of the defence of the White Knife was resolved with the creation of White Harbour. Until King's Landing rose beside the Blackwater, White Harbour was the newest city in the Seven Kingdoms, built with the wealth the Manderleys had brought with them from the Fertile Reach, after they had been driven into exile by Lord Lomar Peake at the behest of King Pericon III Gardner, who feared their swelling power. White Harbour has more in common with the fine castles and towers in the Reach than the traditional castles of the north. It is said that a new keep was built to reflect the castle of Dunstanbury, which the Manderleys had lost in their exile. But with the addition of House Manderley, not only a very loyal house, but rich one, only made the defence of the north even stronger. The west coast of the north has also often been beset by reavers, and several of the Hungry Wolf's wars were here forced upon him when longships out of Great Wick, Old Wick and Orkmont in the Iron Islands descended upon the western coast beneath the banners of Harag Hor, the king of the Iron Islands. For a short time the stony shore was in control of Harag and his iron men. Swaths of the Wolfswood were nothing but ashes, and Bear Island was a base for the reaving, ruled by Harag's black-hearted son, Ravos Hor. Though Theon Stark slew Ravos with his own hand and expelled the Iron Men from his shores, they would return under Harag's grandson, Eric the Eagle, and again under the old Kraken, Loren Greyjoy, who retook both Bear Island and Cape Kraken. King Roderick Stark reclaimed the first of those after the old Kraken's death, whilst his sons and grandsons battled for the latter. The wars between the North and the Ironborn would continue thereafter, but much less decisively. These mountain lords will not hinder my passage, only with feasts. Each will try to outdo the other with his hospitality. My lord father said he never ate half so well as when visiting the clans. Stannis Baratheon to Jon Snow on the Northern Mountain Clans. A Dance with Dragons Chapter 17. Jon 4. Most assume that because the North is the sole remaining first main kingdom of Westeros, that it is the least culturally diverse. But this is far from the truth. The North, while descending from the First Men, still has several unique people groups with their own customs and culture. Maybe the largest of these groups is the clans of the Northern Mountains, who are especially famed for their adherence to the laws of hospitality, such as guest rights. These petty lords who rule these small clans often vie with one another to be the most open-handed of hosts, giving guests and each other warm welcomes, copious amounts of food and gifts. Most of these clans are located largely in the mountainous regions beyond the Wolfswood, in the high valleys and meadows, and along the Bay of Ice and certain rivers of the north. They owe their allegiance to the Starks, but their interclan disputes have often created difficulties for the Lord of Winterfell and the Kings of Winter before them, forcing them to send men into the mountains to quell the bloodshed, or to summon the chiefs to Winterfell to argue their cases, where the Lord or King of House Stark would pass their judgment. From what we can tell, for the most part, these clans abide by these judgments. The most powerful of the northern clans are the Wolves, the fisherfolk who dwell along the shores of the Bay of Ice. The hatred of the wildlings is matched only by the hatred of the men of the Iron Islands, who have often raided along their shores, burning their halls, carrying off their crops, and taking their wives and daughters as thralls and salt wives for thousands of years. Large tracts of the stony shore, Bear Island, Sea Dragon Point and Cape Kraken have all been held by Ironmen at various times. Indeed, Cape Kraken, being the closest to the Iron Islands, has changed hands so often that many maesters believe it's possible the population closer in blood to the Ironborn than the Northmen. Other large clans include the Norries near the Gift, the Hardclays in the Southern Hills, the Burleys, the First Flints, the Knots and the Littles in the high places. Some clans also live along the rivers and lakes, surviving mostly from the freshwater fish. The Norries, Flints and the Wolves have a deep hatred for the wildlings, north beyond the wall, because they would often raid their lands. In fact, the Norries, who inhabit parts of the Gift, the land granted to the Night's Watch to farm and tax, are noted close friends and allies of the Night's Watch. In battle, clan champions fight with huge two-handed greatswords or axes, and sometimes armour themselves in mail. The common men sling stones or wield staffs of mountain ash. Clansmen wear ragged skins and studded leather, and some disguise themselves with leaves and brush with the more ambush fighting style. They breed hardy horses in the high valleys and mountain meadows, with these horses famed as war horses given their size and strength. The chiefs of these clans are given the treatment of a lord by the Lords of Winterfell, House Stark, but in many ways this title is honorary given the way leadership in the clan system tends to work. Among themselves, the clansmen style their clan leader as the name of the clan. For example, the chieftain of Clan Norrie would be known as the Norrie. The practice extends to other usages. For example, Lord Eddard Stark is called the Ned by the clans. This tradition seems to stem directly from the First Men, and is also practiced sometimes by House Stark and some other noble houses, in particular among the Ironborn, and by some tribes of the Free Folk, who often refer to Mance Rayder as the Mance. Given their high latitude and sparse resources, the clans suffer population strain during winter years. The young are often sent to the Stark's winter town, and old men are often announced they are simply going hunting. Some will be found next spring. More are never seen again. There are some unsavoury aspects to the mountain clans. According to Lord Roose Bolton, some of the mountain clans still continue the traditions of the First Night, which was outlawed during the reign of King Jaehaerys Targaryen at the urging of his wife, Queen Alysanne, whom upon meeting the small folk of the north during a royal progress was horrified at the custom. The outlawing was so deeply unpopular with some of the noble houses of the north, such as the Umbers and the Boltons, so it's not surprising that the mountain clans, who have held on to their traditions for millennia, would be resentful towards this change. If the gods are good, we may catch a glimpse of a unicorn. If the captain is good, we won't come that close. The currents are treacherous around Skagos, and there are rocks that can crack a ship's hull like an egg. Thereon, to Samwell Tarly, A Feast for Crows Chapter 15, Samwell 2. Despite centuries of inter-clan feuds and power dynamics often in flux, the mountain clans of the north have traditionally remained loyal to the Starks through war and peace. The same cannot be said by all of the peoples of the north, however, with some proving more volatile than others. Most of all, this can certainly be said about the savage population of the mountainous island of Skagos, east of the Bay of Seals. The Skagosi, who reside there, are little regarded by the other Northmen, who consider them no better than wildlings, and name them Skags. The Skagosi call themselves the Stoneborn, referring to the fact that Skagos means stone in the old tongue, a huge, hairy, foul-smelling folk which some maesters believe may have some kind of strong mix of Ibonese blood, with others even suggesting descent from giants. They clad themselves in furs and skins and untanned hides, and are often said to ride unicorns. The Scagosi are the subject of many dark rumours. It is claimed they still offer human sacrifice to the weirwood trees, lure passing ships to destruction with false lights, and feed upon the flesh of men during winter. How much of this is true we cannot really say. We can agree that the Scagosi surely did once practice cannibalism, given countless first-hand sources. The Edge of the World, a collection of tales and legends compiled by Maester Balder, who served the commander of Eastwatch by the Sea during a 6-year rule of Lord Commander Osric Stark, who is the chief source for much of what we know about the Scagosi, including the infamous Feast of Skane, where a Scagosi war fleet descended upon a smaller nearby island of Skane, pillaging and carrying off the island's women, while slaying the men and consuming their flesh in a feast that is said to have lasted a fortnight. Skane remains uninhabited to this day. Tumbled stones and overgrown foundations testify that men did once dwell amongst the windswept hills and the stony shores. The so-called unicorns of Skagos were once scoffed at by maesters at the Citadel. The occasional unicorn horn, offered by shady merchants, has never been more than a horn of a kind of whale hunted by the whalers of Ib. However, horns of quite a different kind, reputed to be from Skagos, have been seen by the maesters at Eastwatch by the Sea upon occasion. It is also said that those seafarers brave enough to try and trade on Skagos have glimpsed the stone-born lord riding great shaggy horned beasts, monstrous mounts so sure-footed they have been known to climb the side of mountains. A living example of such a creature, or even just a skeleton, has long been sought for study, but none have ever been brought to Old Town, and many at the Citadel still regard these unicorns of Skagos as a myth. Though rarely seen off their island, the Stoneborn once were accustomed to crossing the Bay of Seals to trade, or more often, raid, until King Brandon Stark, the 9th of his name, broke their power once and for all, and destroyed all their ships, and forbade them from the sea. For most of recorded history, they have remained an isolated, backwards, savage people, as like to murder those who land upon the isles to trade with them. As to trade, when they do consent to trade, the Scagosi offer pelt, obsidian blades and arrowheads, and unicorn horns for the goods they need. Some Scagosi have served within the Night's Watch as well. More than 1,000 years ago, a Crow, a member of a clan that passed for nobility on Skagos, was even the Lord Commander for a time, and the annals of the Black Centaur speak of Stain, a member of another Scagosi family, who rose to become a First Ranger, but died shortly thereafter. Skagos has often been the source of troubles for House Stark, both as kings when they sought to conquer it, and as lords when they fought to keep its fealty. Indeed, as recently as the reign of King Daeron II Targaryen, the Isle rose up against the Lord of Winterfell in a rebellion that lasted years, and claimed the lives of thousands of others, including that of Barthagen Stark, Lord of Winterfell, before finally being put down. We live closer to the green in our bogs and crannogs, and we remember earth and water, soil and stone, oak and elms and willows. They were here before us all, and will still remain when we are gone. Jojen Reed to Bran Stark, A Dance of Dragons Chapter 34, Bran 3. Last of the peoples of the north are the swamp dwellers of the Neck, known as the Crannogmen, for their floating islands on which they raise their halls and hovels. A small, sly people. Some say they are small in stature because they intermarried with the legendary Children of the Forest. But more likely, it is a result from inadequate nourishment, for grains and other vegetables and cattle do not flourish amidst the ferns and swamps of the salt marshes of the Neck, and the Crannogmen largely sustain themselves upon a diet of fish, frogs and lizards. They are quite a secretive people, preferring to keep themselves to themselves. South of the Neck, the men of the Riverlands, whose lands adjoin that of the Crannogmen, say the Crannogmen breathe water, have webbed hands and feet like a frog, and use poisons on their frog spears and their arrows. At the very least, the last of these tales is most certainly true. Many a merchant has brought rare herbs and plants from the neck with many queer properties to the citadel, for the maesters seek out such things to better understand the properties and their values. But the rest of these tales, there is likely no truth to it. Cranogmen are men, albeit smaller than most, even if they live in a fashion unique in the Seven Kingdoms. Long ago, the histories claim the Cranogmen were ruled by the Marsh Kings. Singers tell of them riding on lizard lions and using great frog spears like lances. Were these Marsh Kings ever truly kings as we understand it? Archmaester Eron writes the Cranogmen saw their kings as the first among equals, who were often thought to be touched by the old gods. A fact that was said to show itself in the eyes of strange hues, or even with the ability of speaking with animals, as the children of the forest are said to have once done. Whatever the truth may be, the last of these so-called Marsh Kings was killed by Rickard Stark, who took the man's daughter to wife, whereupon the Cranogmen bent their knee and accepted the dominion of Winterfell. In centuries since, the Cranogmen have become stout and fierce allies of the Starks, under the leadership of the Reeds of Greywater Watch. The winters are hard, but the Starks will endure. We always have. Eddard Stark to Robert Baratheon, A Game of Thrones Chapter 4, Eddard 1. The last king of House Stark was Torrhen Stark, who will forever be remembered as the king who knelt. Torrhen bent the knee to Aegon the Conqueror on the banks of the River Trident after learning the sheer power of the Targaryen dragons. Thanks to events such as the burning of Harrenhal and the Field of Fire, Torrhen knew he had no way of stopping such power. But more than that, the Northerners greatly outnumbered by the huge army Aegon had at his back, one that had grown larger and larger as more lords fell or bent the knee. Even without the dragons, Torrhen and the Northmen would have had a very difficult time and little hope of victory. While many still deride Torrhen Stark for this to this very day, by bending his knee to Aegon and giving up his crown, he saved countless northern lives, rising as Aegon the Conqueror's new Warden of the North and Lord of Winterfell. While no longer an independent kingdom, House Stark remained supreme within their own borders, in all but name. But this transition was not as clean-cut as history would make it seem. Though Torrhen Stark had given up the ancient crown of the Kings of Winter very willingly, his sons were less glad of Targaryen rule, and some among them entertained talks of rebelling and the rising of the Stark banner, whether their father consented or not. There is some suggestion this anti-Targaryen view from the younger Starks was exacerbated somewhat by the actions of Queen Rhaenys Targaryen, the younger sister-wife of King Aegon. Rhaenys' goal in the early years after the conquest was to knit this new kingdom together as one single realm, through the use of marriages between the great houses, a view some within House Stark did not agree with. Torrhen Stark's daughter was to be wed to the young and ill-fated Lord of the Vale, Ronald Arryn, being one of the many peace-binding marriages forged by Rhaenys. But there are letters that have been preserved in the Citadel suggesting House Stark accepted these arrangements only after much resistance and protest, and that the bride's brothers, Torrhen's sons in particular, refused to attend the wedding entirely. How much impact this really had on the view of the younger Starks is hard to say, but it is clear there was a strong anti-Targaryen sentiment during this time. Walton lies down here, in darkness, in no small part thanks to you. Stars and swords, the leavings of your 7 gods. What are they to us? And yet you sent them to the wall in their hundreds and their thousands, so many that the Night's Watch was hard-pressed to feed them, and when the worst of them rose up, the Oathbreakers, you had sent us. It cost my brother's life to put it down. Lord Alaric Stark to King Jaehaerys Targaryen. Fire and blood, Jaehaerys and Alysanne, their triumphs and tragedies. A Lord Brandon Stark and a Lord Roderick Stark were lords of Winterfell during the latter reign of King Aegon, and the reigns of his sons, King Aenys and Maegor. During the early reign of Jaehaerys I, another Lord Brandon Stark ruled Winterfell, and would attend the famed Golden Wedding of Lord Rhaegar Baratheon, the Hand of the King, and Dowager Queen Alyssa Velaryon in 49 AC, who were both acting as regents for the boy king Jaehaerys. Lord Brandon would die that same year, with his son Walton becoming Lord. In 50 AC, King Jaehaerys, exiled many of King Maegor the Cruel's former supporters to the wall, as well as the surviving members of his old Kingsguard. Neither of these groups had love for Jaehaerys, so in 50 AC, the two groups made common cause to rebel against the leadership of the Night's Watch. Lord Walton Stark called his banners to intervene and crushed the deserters, but the few survivors fled beyond the wall. Walton pursued them, but was ambushed by wildlings and killed by giants. Walton was succeeded by his younger brother Alaric as Lord of Winterfell. This event would again cause resentment towards the crown by House Stark. In 58 AC, Queen Alysanne Targaryen, Jaehaerys' sister wife, visited Winterfell on a royal progress of the north, where she was received by Lord Alaric Stark. At first Alaric was distant towards her and King Jaehaerys, still bitter over his brother's fate. But over time, however, Alysanne's warmth won him over, and his daughter Alara formed a particularly close bond with the Queen during their visit. Later, two of Alaric's sons attended the grand tourney in King's Landing that celebrated the 10th anniversary of Jaehaerys' coronation. In preparations for a particularly harsh winter of 59 to 60 AC, Lord Alaric ordered his bannermen to set aside half of their harvest. Not all complied, and famine spread throughout the north. That same winter the Shivers struck, though no northern casualties are recorded in the records of the Citadel, and Lord Alaric himself is known to have survived. He did eventually die in 72 AC, succeeded by his grandson Edric Stark. Both of Alaric's sons had died before him. Alaric's ties to the Targaryens remained uneasy throughout his rule. Archmaester Galdane claims that Alysanne persuaded a reluctant Lord Alaric to grant the Night's Watch the new gift, despite his loyalty to the Watch, because Alaric was well aware his bannermen would resent losing parts of their land, and questioned the Watch's need for it. Maester Yandel, however, offers a different view, that Alaric opposed the grant not out of stubbornness, but that he foresaw the Night's Watch, too focused on threats beyond the wall, would neglect the new gift as they had neglected the original gift, and fail its tenets. Time would prove this fear justified, as the land eventually fell into disuse. Yandel also notes the letters preserved in the Citadel from Alaric's sons sought legal precedents against forced land donations. Whatever the truth, King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne ultimately earned favour in the north through their other acts of generosity, most notably their continued support of the Night's Watch and the construction of the King's Road, which stretched from the Neck to Winterfell and to the wall beyond. But some will argue that these events would play a role in the politics of the realm later into the reign of Jaehaerys, with old resentments still lingering. Half your men will die, Lord Stark. They died the day we marched, boy. Ben Jacob Blackwood and Cregan Stark. Fire and blood. Aftermath. The hour of the wolf. By the end of the reign of King Jaehaerys Targaryen, Lord Eddard Stark had become the Lord of Winterfell, and he represented the North at the Great Council of 101 AC, convened to choose an heir for the aging King Jaehaerys. The council's decision narrowed to two claimants, Viserys Targaryen, the son of Prince Balon, and Laenor Velaryon, grandson of Jaehaerys through Princess Rhaenys, the daughter of Jaehaerys' elder son, Prince Aemon. Jaehaerys favoured Viserys, and the council overwhelmingly voted in his favour. Yet House Stark were among the minority who supported Laenor, one of only two great houses to do so alongside House Baratheon. According to Maester Yandel, Eddard cast his vote against Viserys as an act of defiance, still resentful of Jaehaerys' earlier decision to force the Starks to cede the new gift to the Night's Watch, where it thus fell into neglect. This opposition aligned the Starks more closely with the Velaryon faction in King Viserys' court, which in turn could potentially have drawn them to support Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen during the Dance of the Dragons. Sometime after 101 AC, Eddard was succeeded by a Benjen Stark, who was later followed by his son, Rickon. Rickon died in 121 AC, leaving his 13-year-old son, Cregan, as heir. During Cregan's minority, his uncle, Bernard Stark, served as regent, but when Cregan came of age in 126 AC, Bernard was reluctant to relinquish authority. Tensions grew between the two, as Cregan resented the restrictions imposed on him. Eventually, Cregan rebelled against his uncle, imprisoned him and his cousins, and seized full control of Winterfell and the north. In 129 AC, at the outbreak of the Dance of the Dragons, Prince Jacaerys Velaryon, the heir to Rhaenyra Targaryen, secured Lord Cregan's support for his mother. Their alliance, would later be known as the Pact of Ice and Fire, was significant, despite the North's distance from the initial conflict. Cregan first sent forces south, the Winter Wolves, commanded by Lord Roderick Dustin of Barraton, and knights from White Harbour under Sir Medric and Sir Torren Manderley. After overseeing the gathering of one last harvest before winter, Cregan himself would march south with a great host, his army consisting mostly of childless, landless, unwed or aging men, as well as younger sons and warriors with little to lose. By the time he reached King's Landing, however, Rhaenyra was long dead, and King Aegon II had already been poisoned. Cregan, intent on punishing Aegon's supporters for their role in their king's death, found his plans thwarted when Lord Corlys Velaryon had already sued for peace. While the court awaited answers to his ravens, Cregan assumed authority of the city. Outraged by the regicide, he arrested all suspected to have played a role in King Aegon II's death. The city was his, to do with as he wished. The Northmen had taken it without drawing a sword or loosing an arrow, be they king's men or queen's men, Stormlanders or seahorses, riverlords or gutter knights, highborn or low, common soldiers deferred to him, as if they had been born to his service. The writings of Eustace on Cregan's Star, Fire and Blood, Aftermath, The Hour of the Wolf. The young, uncrowned King Aegon III was compelled to name Cregan his hand of the king, yet Cregan served only a single day in that office, a period remembered in history as the Hour of the Wolf. During that time, he put 21 prisoners on trial, sparing only Corlys Velaryon. After Aegon III pardoned Lord Velaryon and restored his titles, Cregan allowed it, agreeing only when Alysanne Blackwood offered him a hand in marriage. The next day, Cregan returned to the north with his new bride. During the regency period of King Aegon III, Cregan fought to hold the north together against hardship and invasion. A brutal winter, beginning late in the dance, lasted 6 years. In 132 AC, the north was among the first regions devastated by the winter fever, which raged into 133 AC, with famine and plague crippling the land. The wildling chieftain, Silas the Grim, led 3,000 wildling raiders south of the wall. His forces overran the Night's Watch at Queensgate and pillaged the surrounding countryside. Cregan rallied what able-bodied men remained among his bannermen, rode forth and crushed Salas's host. Many years later, Cregan's eldest son and heir, Rickon, named for his grandfather, died during one of the final battles of King Daeron I, the Young Dragon's conquest of Dorne. The North would grieve for Rickon's loss, for the rule of Cregan's younger sons that followed proved to be far more troubled. Lord Cregan had 5 sons: Rickon, Jonel, Edric, Barthagon and Brandon. Rickon had died before his father, but left behind 2 daughters, Sansa and Serena. By the usual law of succession, Rickon's daughters, in theory, should have inherited before his younger brothers. Yet the North may yet have followed different customs, as no ruling Lady of Winterfell or Queen in the North has ever been recorded, and primogeniture was not strictly applied everywhere in the Seven Kingdoms. Upon Cregan's death, his second son Jonel succeeded him and married his half-niece Sansa. His brother Edric, the third son, wed Serena. Jonel's marriage was childless, and when he died, the title did not pass to Edric, but to their younger brother Barthagon. Though Edric may have died before Jonel, he had 2 sons and 2 daughters with Serena, and those descendants would normally have been ahead of Barthagon in line. The exact circumstances that placed Barthagon in power is a great mystery and remains uncertain. Barthagon later died childless, slain during a Scagosi rebellion during the reign of King Daeron II. He was succeeded by Cregan's 5th son, Brandon, whom later generations of House Stark descend. Succession disputes persisted for a decade, complicated by the claims of Serena and Edric's children and rival factions within Brandon's own line. Brandon's eldest son, Rodwell, succeeded him, but died without children, leaving rule to his younger brother, Beron. Beron was mortally wounded defending the north from raids by Dagon Greyjoy's Ironborn. As he lay dying at Winterfell, the widows of House Stark pressed rival claims from their children, further muddying the succession. Ultimately, Beron's eldest son, Donnar Stark, inherited, but his death without heirs saw the title pass to his brother, Willem Stark. In 226 AC, Willem faced a major wildling invasion led by Raymond Redbeard, king beyond the wall. Alongside Lord Harman Umber, he met the wildling host in battle at Longley. Willem was slain by Raymond, but his brother Artos avenged him by killing the king beyond the wall. After Willem's death, his son Edwell Stark inherited Winterfell. Edwell was the father of Lord Rickard Stark and the grandfather of Lord Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, during the events of Robert's Rebellion and at the start of the main A Song of Ice and Fire book series. He remembered Winterfell as he'd last seen it, not as grotesquely huge as Harrenhal, nor as solid and impregnable to look at Storm's End, yet there had been a great strength in those stones, a sense that within those walls a man might feel safe. Tyrion Lannister's thoughts on Winterfell, A Clash of Kings Chapter 54, Tyrion 12. Winterfell is the ancient seat of House Stark, the very heart of the North itself and the region's de facto capital. Rising from the centre of the northern lands, the great castle stands astride the King's Road, the vital route that winds all the way from Storm's End in the south to the Wall in the far north. The stronghold lies on the eastern fringes of the vast and deep Wolfswood, just north of the western fork of the White Knife River, with Castle Cerwyn nearby. To the north of Winterfell, the rugged mountain ranges loom. To the east lies the wide expanse of Long Lake. Winterfell itself rests roughly 100 leagues, that's about 300 miles, southeast of Deepwood Motte, anchoring the Starks at the very heart of their domain. Legend holds that Winterfell was built 8,000 years ago by the legendary figure Brandon the Builder, with the aid of the giants after the Long Night. Maesters, however, argue that the castle was not constructed all at once, but expanded gradually over different eras, since the ancient Starks never levelled the ground to plan a single unified structure. Some scholars even suggest that a chain of ring forts once stood on the site where Winterfell now resides. For nearly all of recorded history, Winterfell has served as the seat of House Stark, first as the Kings in the North and Kings of Winter, and now the Wardens of the North, after King Torrhen Stark bent the knee to Aegon the Conqueror and his dragons almost 3 centuries ago. In the earlier centuries before Aegon's conquest, during the wars between the Kings of Winter of House Stark and the Red Kings of House Bolton, Winterfell was twice burned by King Royce II and then Royce IV Bolton of the Dreadfort, long before the arrival of the Andals. The castle's inner walls were erected roughly 2,000 years ago, while the outer walls were added during the reign of King Edric Snowbeard. Legend holds that the heads of some giants were once displayed upon the walls, a grim testament to the deeds of the North as the elder races were pushed further beyond the wall and passed into legend. According to the Free Folk, Bale the Bard once gained entrance to Winterfell, posing as a singer. Leaving behind a winter rose, he is said to have spirited away the daughter of a Lord Brandon Stark. The story recounts that she later returned with an infant, a future Lord Stark, claiming that he'd spent the time hiding within the crypts of Winterfell. This tale, however, is not recorded in the official chronicles of the castle, and it's unclear how true it really is. Bran could perch for hours among the shapeless, rain-worn gargoyles that brooded over the first keep, watching it all. The men drilling with wooden steel in the yard, the cooks tending their vegetables in the glass gardens, restless dogs running back and forth in the kennels, the very silence of the Godswood, the girls gossiping beside the washing well. It made him feel like he was lord of the castle, in a way even Robb would never know. It taught him Winterfell's secrets too. The builders had not even levelled the earth. There were hills and valleys behind the walls of Winterfell. There was a covered bridge from the 4th floor of the bell tower across to the 2nd floor of the rookery. Bran knew about that, and he knew how you could get inside the inner wall by the south gate, climb 3 floors, and run along all the way around Winterfell through a narrow tunnel in the stone, and then come out on ground level at the northern gate, with hundreds of feet of wall looming over you. Even Maester Luwin didn't know that. Bran was convinced. The Thoughts of Bran Stark on Winterfell, A Game of Thrones Chapter 8, Bran 2. Winterfell itself is an immense castle complex, covering several acres and surrounded by 2 formidable granite walls. Beyond the outer wall lies a village known as the Winter Town. The castle itself was built around an ancient godswood atop a natural hot spring, the waters of which are channeled through the very walls of the castle and its chambers to provide warmth, making Winterfell more comfortable than most castles during the harsh northern winters. But even then, it's said that the northern winds are still bite. Within its walls, the complex contains numerous courtyards and open spaces where weapons training and drills are conducted. The inner ward, a much older courtyard, lies adjacent to the Broken Tower and serves as the primary ground for archery practice. At the heart of Winterfell stands the inner castle, encompassing the Great Keep and the Great Hall. The castle's towers and halls are distinguished by diamond-shaped window panes, a feature characteristic of the northern designs. The Winter Town, so named because it lies mostly deserted during the summer, is where the small folk gather during the harsh northern winters. It lies just outside the walls of Winterfell. Its market square is filled with wooden stalls for merchants, and its streets are often muddy, flanked by rows of houses constructed from logs and undressed stone. Fewer than 1 in 5 of these homes are occupied during the summer, but they fill very quickly when winter arrives. Beyond the Winter Town runs the King's Road, to the east of Winterfell. Among its establishments is an inn known as the Smoking Log, which serves travellers and villagers alike. At the start of the main book series in 298 AC, the current Lord of Winterfell is Lord Eddard Stark, whom suddenly became Lord in 283 AC at the onset of Robert's Rebellion. His father, Rickard, and elder brother, Brandon, were murdered by the Mad King Aerys II Targaryen at the very start of the war. In 298 AC, his household consists of Varon Paul, who serves as Winterfell's steward, overseeing the management of the castle, Maester Lewin, who provides counsel to Lord Eddard Stark and teaches his children, Sir Roderick Cassel, who holds the position of Master-at-Arms, while his nephew, Jory Cassel, commands the Stark household guard. The castle's sept is maintained by Septon Chael, and Septa Mordain instructs Stark children in the ways of the faith. Septs, Septons and Septors are a rare sight in the north. Other key servants include the likes of Hullen, the master of the horse, Farlan, the kennel master, Micken, the blacksmith, Gage the cook, and Barth the brewer. The inner castle is the modern-day heart of the complex that makes up Winterfell. The Great Keep is the innermost stronghold of it, built atop a natural hot spring to provide warmth during the harsh winters, with the Lord's bedchamber said to be the hottest room in the keep. Within its walls are the bedchambers of House Stark and the Solar of Eddard Stark. A covered bridge connects the Great Keep to the armory, which one can view the entire castle yard. Beneath the keep lie cellars, pierced by narrow windows. Theon Greyjoy recalls a thrashing he received when he accidentally knocked Old Nan to the ground while carelessly leaping down the Great Keep's spiral stairs. He also remembers a time he and Robb Stark often sparred on the stairs with wooden swords. The Great Hall serves as the principal space for receiving guests and for the household to dine together, including the Lord of Winterfell. Constructed of grey stone, it features a wide oak and iron door opening to the castle yard, while a rear exit leads to a dimly lit gallery. Inside, the hall accommodates 8 long rows of trestle tables, 4 to each side of a central aisle, and can be set up for up to 500 people. A raised platform provides seating for noble guests, and the walls are adorned with banners. The hall also contains the high seat of the old kings of the north, whose cold stone has been polished by countless lords over the centuries. Its massive arms are carved with snarling direwolf heads, emblematic of House Stark. A small sept constructed for Lady Catelyn Tully, a southerner by birth, was added nearby by her husband, Lord Eddard Stark. The Lord of Winterfell would always be a Stark. The Thoughts of Tyrion Lannister, A Clash of Kings Chapter 54, Tyrion 12. Around the inner castle is a series of outer buildings and towers from various eras of Winterfell's long history. The first keep is a squat, round drum tower and the oldest surviving structure within Winterfell, though it is no longer used and is in a state of bad disrepair. Surrounding it lies a graveyard where the kings of winter traditionally buried their most loyal servants. Gargoyles perch atop, lending to its grim, watchful appearance. A maester of the citadel named Kennet is determined that the first keep was constructed after the arrival of the Andals, but states it is impossible to truly know how old it is, and there are some tales that suggest it could date back to the first men. The Broken Tower, also known as the Burn Tower, was once Winterfell's tallest watchtower. Over 140 years ago, it was struck by lightning, igniting a fire that caused the upper third of the tower to collapse inward. It was never rebuilt. The tower stands behind the old inner ward, and crows now make their nest atop its ruined heights. The glass gardens are a greenhouse within Winterfell, warmed by the castle's natural hot springs, creating a humid and temperate environment. The gardens are used for cultivating fruits and vegetables, and flowers throughout the year. Its walls and roof are constructed of green and yellow panes of glass, securely set in sturdy frames. It makes Winterfell semi-sustainable, and some factor this into the discussion as to why Winterfell is such a hard castle to siege, given food can be grown within the walls of the castle itself. It also proves vital during winter, with fresh food still being grown. The bell tower that connects to Winterfell's rookery via a covered bridge, which runs from the 4th floor of the tower to the 2nd floor of the rookery. Beneath the rookery lies the maester's turret, where the castle's maester carries out his duties. The library tower contains Winterfell's vast library, with a stone staircase winding around its exterior for access. The tower contains shelves, benches, and a table. Winterfell's library contains more than 100 books and includes rare volumes, including copies of Engines of War. The library of Winterfell has been collected by House Stark for centuries. When Queen Alysanne Targaryen visited the castle in 58 AC, Lord Stark allowed her to browse the modest castle library. Curling around the tower's exterior are steep stone steps aligned with the bell tower and the guards' hall. Beneath the castle, Winterfell contains deep and extensive undercrofts and cellars. The fortress also has dungeons, including several tower cells used to confine prisoners. It was a dark, primal place, 3 acres of old forest untouched for 10,000 years as the gloomy castle rose around it. It smelled of moist earth and decay. The thoughts of Catelyn Stark, A Game of Thrones Chapter 2, Catelyn 1. The Godswood of Winterfell encompasses roughly 3 acres of the forest within the castle walls, and perhaps dates back 10,000 years. Legend holds that the face carved into the central weirwood was the work of the Children of the Forest. Brandon the Builder is said to have constructed Winterfell around the grove and prayed within the sacred confines. The dense canopy of trees cast shade over the old packed earth. Among the trees are ash, chestnut, elm, hawthorn, ironwood, oak, sentinel and soldier pine, and blackberry bushes grow throughout the grove. A meandering footpath of cracked stones winds its way through the woods. At the heart of the woods itself stands an ancient weirwood tree, its melancholy face carved into the bark, rising above a pool of cold, black water. During winter, snow shrikes may be seen among the branches, and squirrels dwell in the oak trees. Across the grove from the heart tree, beneath the windows of the guest house, are underground hot springs fed by 3 small pools, their edges framed by a moss-covered wall. The crypts of Winterfell, situated near the first keep, serve as the burial place for members of House Stark. These underground chambers are long and narrow, with pillars arranged in pairs along their length. Between the pillars stands the sculptures of the Starks, each likeness seated upon a throne, and an iron sword laid upon them to restrain restless spirits, and snarling direwolves carved at their feet. The crypts extend deep beneath the earth, larger and more cavernous than the castle above. They are reached by a twisting stone staircase and a massive ironwood door. The stairs descend further still, leading to the oldest levels, where the most ancient kings of winter are entombed. The most recent tombs within the Winterfell's crypts belong to Lord Rickard Stark and his children, Brandon and Lyanna. Deeper within the crypt, empty and unsealed tombs have been reserved for the current and future members of House Stark. Departing from tradition of reserving statues for lords alone, Lord Eddard Stark, Rickard's successor, commissioned statues of his deceased siblings, Brandon and Lyanna, following Robert's rebellion. Their tombs and statues are positioned on either side of their father's resting place. A statue also stands for Artos the Impeccable, the younger brother of Lord Willem Stark. Unlike most castles in Westeros, Winterfell is defended by 2 formidable walls of grey granite with a wide moat that separates them. The outer wall rises 80 feet, while the inner wall reaches 100 feet. Guard towers crown the outer walls, and the crenulated inner walls are punctured by more than 30 watchtowers. The main gate features a gatehouse flanked by two massive crenulated bulwarks, with an arched entrance and a drawbridge leading directly into the market square of the Winter Town. Within the inner walls runs a narrow tunnel that stretches halfway around the castle, allowing uninterrupted passage from the south gate to the north gate. The Hunter's Gate lies near the kennels and the kitchens and opens directly into the surrounding fields of the Wolfswood, allowing hunters and others to enter the castle without passing through the Winter Town. The East Gate, sometimes called the Kingsroad Gate, leads to the Kingsroad itself. The Battlements Gate is also a small arched postern in the inner wall, crossing the moat between the walls, but providing no passage through the outer walls. You could see it from miles off, a pale blue line across the northern horizon, stretching away to the east and the west and vanishing in the far distance, immense and unbroken. This is the end of the world, it seemed to say. The thoughts of Jon Snow on the Wall. A Game of Thrones Chapter 19, Jon 3. The Wall is a colossal barrier of ice stretching across the northern border of the Seven Kingdoms, dividing the realm of men with the lands beyond. It extends for 100 leagues, which is approximately 300 miles, and rises over 700 feet at its tallest point. In certain hilly regions, such as near the castle Greyguard, the wall's massive foundations lift it to heights approaching 900 feet. The wall is counted among the famed explorer Lomas Longstrider's famous 9 wonders made by man, and is legend all over the known world, even in the furthest reaches of Essos. The wall is defended and maintained by the sworn brothers of the Night's Watch, and has been since it was raised. These men patrol and guard 19 castles, spanning from the Frostfang Mountains in the west to the Bay of Seals in the east. At the start of the main book series, only 3 of these 19 castles, Castle Black, the Shadow Tower, and Eastwatch by the Sea, remain garrisoned, given the decline of the Night's Watch over the centuries. Those who take the Black to avoid execution or other punishments are said to have been sent to the Wall, and this has become primarily the method in which the Night's Watch gains its new recruits in modern times, as serving in the Watch has lost its wider appeal. The Wall was originally raised to defend the realms of the First Men from the threats in the land beyond, and for 8,000 years the sworn brothers of the Night's Watch have stood vigil upon it, guarding against the others and the dark creatures said to dwell beyond. According to legend, Brandon the Builder, the founder of House Stark, constructed the wall with the aid of the children of the forest and the giants in the wake of the long night. Ancient spells and wards are said to have been woven into the very foundations of the wall to strengthen it and keep the powers of the others at bay. Tradition holds that Brandon laid the foundations upon high ground wherever possible, ensuring both strength and visibility. Some tales claim the wall's destruction could be brought about by the sounding of the fabled and mythical horn of Joramun. Maesters, however, debate the true nature of the wall's construction, particularly whether its base was first laid in stone rather than ice. The prevailing belief is that the early builders of the Watch hauled vast blocks of ice on sledges from frozen lakes in the haunted forest. In the present age, with the Watch now greatly diminished, the brothers are occupied not with great feats of building, but merely with maintaining what remains of the ancient works. He looked off to the east and west at the wall stretching before him, a vast white road with no beginning and no end, and a dark abyss on either side. The thoughts of Tyrion Lannister on the Wall. A Game of Thrones Chapter 21, Tyrion 3. Composed of solid ice reinforced with stone and earth, the wall dominates the northern landscape and can be seen for miles in every direction. Its colours shift with the weather and light, sometimes a deep, cold blue, at other times a pale, glacial grey. The top of the wall is just about broad enough for a dozen mounted knights to ride abreast, and it grows thicker towards its base. In many places, its crest is wider than the King's Road, with crushed stones laid across the surface to provide secure footing. The maintenance of the wall falls to the builders of the Night's Watch, led by Othel Yarwick, the first builder by the time of the main book series. According to ancient legend, powerful spells were woven into the foundations of the wall to strengthen and secure it and prevent magical creatures such as the others from crossing. There is even some evidence to suggest creatures such as dragons are too unable to cross the wall, presumably due to this magic. From Castle Black eastwards to Eastwatch by the Sea, the wall runs straight as a sword's edge. To the west, however, it twists and bends through foothills of the Frostfang Mountains, between Castle Black and the Shadow Tower. These elevated sections that can reach up to 900 feet above sea level are roughly the same elevation as the High Tower in Old Town, though the actual height of the wall itself remains consistent. The serpentine stretch is especially evident on the maps between Greyguard and the Shadow Tower, where the wall forms a great southern arc near Greyguard itself. In sunlight, the wall shines a deep crystalline blue, beneath the moon glimmering faintly silver, and at dawn it takes on shades of pink and violet. On bright days, the melting ice causes it to sparkle as droplets of water run down its face, giving the impression the wall itself is weeping. Tunnels have been carved through the wall at each of the 19 Night's Watch castles, allowing passage to lands beyond. When a castle is abandoned or in times of peril, these tunnels are sealed with ice and stone to prevent intrusion. At the base of the wall, cells hollowed from the ice serve as storerooms, or at times prisons. The Night's Watch constructed 19 castles along the length of the wall, spaced to guard its 100 leagues. Even in its prime, however, no more than 17 of these strongholds were ever occupied at once. Over the past 3 centuries, as the watch numbers dwindled, most of these fortresses have fallen into ruin. The first of these to be forsaken was the Night Fort, during the reign of King Jaehaerys Targaryen. When Jaehaerys' wife, Queen Alysanne, visited the watch, she saw the poor state of the Black Brothers. More so, when she visited the Night Fort, which was the largest of the castles, she saw how it was, unmanageable and a ruin. She encouraged the watch to abandon the castle, personally financing the building of a new, smaller one, much more manageable, nearby. Thus was the newest of the castles on the wall built, Deep Lake. A statue was erected of Queen Alysanne at the castle in thanks of the role she played in the reforming of the watch. In the present days, only 3 castles now remain manned. The largest and best maintained is Castle Black, situated at the northern terminus of the King's Road and home to nearly 600 Black Brothers. To the west lies the Shadow Tower, garrisoned by roughly 200 men, and the far eastern end stands Eastwatch by the Sea, the smallest of the occupied castles, and the Order's port upon the Shivering Sea, important for trade and defence. On occasion, a large force may be dispatched to one of the abandoned strongholds for a fortnight or a moon's turn, though such efforts are very rare. There are no inns or towns in the shadow of the wall, but a narrow track, always visible from the wall, runs from one castle to the next. There are also rangers' roads found north of the wall. The closest thing the wall has to a town would be Molestown, located near Castle Black, but even then, it's a very modest place. Winter is coming, and with it the White Walkers. The wall is where we stop them. The wall was made to stop them, but the wall must be manned. Jon Snow to Bowen Marsh, A Dance with Dragons, Chapter 53, Jon 11. The builders ensure the haunted forest does not encroach within a half-mile of the wall. Yet over the centuries, as many of the castles have been abandoned and the number of brothers have fallen, the woods have slowly crept back towards the frozen barrier in many places. Beyond the wall, the rangers of the watch patrol these wild lands, being vigilant of the dangers that stir in the far north. Atop the wall stands the remnants of its ancient defensive catapults, cranes and trebuchets, and some scorpions, though many of these are now fixed in place, their mechanisms frozen and immovable. It is in fact questionable how many of these defences even still work. Some of the engines of war have been dismantled for repair and never restored, locked in ice or decay. Access to the wall summit is granted from the southern side by the earthen and gravel ramps, winch-drawn cages, or steps hewn from the ice, stone or wood. The twisting tunnels that run through the wall at Castle Black is heavily fortified. It is sealed by a massive oaken door, 3 iron-barred gates, thick chains, and murder holes for defence. The Night Fort's gate is now long closed, with one protected by an iron portcullis. Today, only the passage at Castle Black, Eastwatch by the Sea, and the Shadow Tower remains open and accessible. All others have been sealed against intrusion. The galleys of Eastwatch patrol the Bay of Seals, intercepting smugglers who would evade the wall by sea to trade weapons with the wildlings. In the west, the southern slopes of the Frostfangs, filled with treacherous gorges, forming a natural barrier, impassable all but to small bands of raiders. The wall offers a formidable tactical advantage to its defenders, allowing a small force to withstand and repel armies many times its size. Those stationed atop the wall stand far beyond the reach of any ordinary bow or catapult, and rely instead upon their own engines of war, volleys of arrows, and the simple and deadly art of dropping heavy objects upon attackers below. Barrels filled with stones, frozen in ice, have proven particularly effective in scattering large assaults. For those who would breach the wall, only two approaches exist: a direct assault upon one of its few heavy fortified gates, or an attempt to scale its frozen heights and strike from the rear. The gates themselves are ingeniously constructed and almost impossible to attack. In times of great peril, these gates and tunnels are sealed, but only as a last resort. Scaling the wall is no less perilous. Wildlings who attempt this climb from the northern face employ ropes of hemp, stone hammers and ice axes, as well as spiked boots. Though a determined party may reach the summit, their success depends entirely upon stealth, for defenders above can easily dislodge them with missiles or falling debris. Some claim the wall possesses its own form of sentience, that it defends itself, casting down great sheets of ice upon those who dare climb it. The wall is an immense fortification of ice that spans the northern boundary of the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros, dividing it from the untamed lands beyond, the home of the free folk and the others in the distant cold wastes. Stretching 100 leagues in length, approximately 300 miles, it towers more than 700 feet at its highest point. The wall is manned and defended by the sworn brothers of the Night's Watch, who patrol its length and guard its 19 castles built along its base, stretching from the Frostfang mountain range in the west to the icy Bay of Seals in the east. By the beginning of the events chronicled in the Song of Ice and Fire, only 3 of these strongholds remained garrisoned: the Shadow Tower, Castle Black, and Eastwatch by the Sea. Some of these castles were very small and minor, others huge strongholds that would rival the seats of some lords to the south. Each has its own history, and each has its own reason for its abandonment. However, the current Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jon Snow, has begun to garrison these abandoned castles, using members of the Free Folk, allowed through the wall, to defend against the coming of the White Walkers and the long night. It was not long until the first of the brothers from the Shadow Tower began wending their way up the slope. All in leather and fur they were, with here and there a bit of steel or bronze. Heavy beards covered hard, lean faces, and made them look as shaggy as the Garrons. The thoughts of Jon Snow. A Clash of Kings, chapter 43. Jon 5. The westernmost castle is Westwatch by the Bridge, located near the Gorge and the Bridge of Skulls. Located east of this now abandoned castle is the much larger Shadow Tower, the westernmost of the inhabited castles of the Night's Watch. The close-by Shadow Tower stands near the northern mountains at the wall's western end, and during the events of the main book series is commanded by Sir Dennis Mallister, with Maester Mullin serving alongside him. Approximately 200 brothers of the Night's Watch are stationed here. On occasion, free folk have attempted to evade the castle's patrols by descending into the gorge itself to bypass the Shadow Tower. Prior to Aegon's conquest, a ranger known as Redwyn, during the reign of King Doran Stark, wrote an account of ranging from the Shadow Tower to Lorne's Point on the frozen shore. During that ranging, they fought giants and traded with the children of the forest. Sir Dennis Mallister has been in command of the Shadow Tower since 267 AC. Mance Rayder, the current King Beyond the Wall, once served at the Shadow Tower before he abandoned the Night's Watch. The story goes that Mance's black cloak was torn when he was attacked by a shadow cat during a ranging beyond the wall, so a free folk woman mended it with red silk. When Dennis ordered Mance to wear an all-black cloak once more when the ranger returned to the Shadow Tower, Mance deserted the next morning. East from the Shadow Tower sits Sentinel Stand. However, we have no recorded information about this castle. East of Sentinel Stand, you will find Greyguard. It's largely collapsed into ruin, with all that remains being the huge stone steps to the top of the wall and the gate the Night's Watch once used to pass beyond the wall. Greyguard had been abandoned for at least 200 years, and a section of the steps up the wall collapsed a century ago, but you can still navigate them. East of Greyguard is Stone Door. Lord Commander George Mormont once contemplated reinstating this castle, but never did so. However, it was chosen as one of the castles to garrison the Free Folk by Lord Commander Jon Snow, along with its neighbour to the east, Hoarfrost Hills. Icemark lays east of Hoarfrost Hills, and was once proposed by Corin Halfhand as a candidate to be regarrisoned, with a small force to deal with wildling incursions that frequently happened in the area, but it would not be regarrisoned until Jon Snow's plan with the wildlings, where Icemark became the home of 20 wildlings alongside 10 men from the forces of Stannis Baratheon, with a Night's Watch ranger known as Bedwick put in command of the castle. It's so huge that men seemed dwarfed by it, like mice in a ruined hall, and there is a darkness there, a taste in the air. I was so glad to leave that place. Alysanne Targaryen to Jaehaerys Targaryen, Fire and Blood, Jaehaerys to Alysanne. The Night Fort was the largest and oldest of the castles along the wall, twice as ancient as Castle Black, if tales are to be believed. Its chronicles tell of an ancient war at Sea Dragon Point, where the Kings of Winter, the Starks of Winterfell, fought against the Warg King and the Children of the Forest, which is a testament to the Night Fort's age. For thousands of years, the Night Fort has loomed large in northern folklore, remembered as a place of darkness and dread. It was said to be the seat of the Night King before his name was erased from all records, and the setting of the infamous tale of the Rat Cook, who served an Andal king a pie filled with the flesh of his own sons. It was also the site of countless other grim legends. The 79 Sentinels who stood on an eternal watch, the tragic fate of young Dany Flint, the curse of King Sherrit upon the Andals, the nameless thing that came at night, blind Simon Stareyes and his hellhounds, and the bloody rampage of Mad Axe through the castle's darkened halls. Many of these stories are recorded in Archmaester Harmon's Watchers on the Wall. Roughly 300 years before Aegon's conquest, the commanders of the Night Fort and Snowgate went to war with one another, a conflict that ended with both men losing their heads to a king of House Stark. As the Night's Watch declined in strength, the vast fortress became largely empty and ruinous, far too large and costly to maintain. During Queen Alysanne's visit to the wall in 58 AC, First Ranger Benton Glover escorted her from Castle Black to the Night Fort. Finding it gloomy and inhospitable, Alysanne persuaded Lord Commander Lothar Burleigh to abandon it in favour of a smaller, more manageable stronghold. Using her own jewels to fund its construction, she commissioned the building of Deep Lake, 7 miles to the east. Once Deep Lake was completed, the Night Fort officially became abandoned, and its remaining brothers were reassigned to Deep Lake. According to maesters who once served at the Night Fort, the castle was rebuilt numerous times over the course of 1,000 years, leaving only the deepest stone vaults as remnants of the original structure. Now long abandoned, the Night Fort lies in utter ruin. Its towers are broken. It still has a network of vast tunnels that wind through the vaults and lower levels. Among the surviving structures are a bell tower, a rookery, a brew house, and an empty library, a large dungeon capable of holding 500 prisoners, a bathhouse, an armory, and a forge. The Great Hall, overrun with rats, still stands, but only one of its walls remains completely intact. The castle's kitchen, an 8-sided stone building crowned by a domed roof, contains a stepped well at the centre. Nature has reclaimed much of the castle. The once open yard has grown into a small forest, and weirwoods have pierced the kitchen roof, and trees now reside within the stables. The ground-level tunnel through the wall has long been sealed with ice and rubble. Hidden deep within the kitchen well lies the Black Gate, an ancient and magical doorway that grants passage beneath the wall. It's said to be as old as the wall itself. It remains one of the fortress's most mysterious and enduring secrets. The Black Gate is used by Bran Stark, Meera Reed, and Jojen Reed to get beyond the wall during the events of the main books. The gate is also used by Samwell Tarly and Gilly to come back the other way. Deep Lake lies east of the Night Fort, and as we know was built during the reign of King Jaehaerys, making it the newest castle on the wall. The idea was it was supposed to be a smaller, cheaper replacement for the Night Fort, with Queen Alysanne Targaryen convincing Lothar Burleigh, Lord Commander of the Watch, to replace the older castle. Deep Lake was paid with for jewels donated by Alysanne, and built over 8 years by men the king sent north. A statue of Alisan is outside of the main hall, in honour of her support. The castle is located 7 miles east of the Night Fort, where the wall curves around the southern shore of a beautiful Green Lake, a tributary that flows west to the Milkwater River. It was once again re-garrisoned by Lord Commander Jon Snow during the events in the main books. To the east you will find the castle of Queensgate. For centuries it was known as Snowgate, but in thanks to Queen Alisanne's funding the construction of Deep Lake and her role in securing the new gift for the Watch, Lord Commander Burleigh renamed the castle in Queen Alisanne's honour. Queensgate was once overwhelmed by 3,000 wildlings led by Silas the Grim in 133 AC. Lord Cregan Stark hunted down the wildlings with the aid of the Flints, Glovers, Norries and Rangers from the Watch. Lord Commander Jon Snow later gives Queensgate to Morna Whitemask to garrison with her people, adding another castle to the defences against the White Walkers. Castle Black lay below him, etched in moonlight. You can see how stark and empty it was from up here. Windowless keeps, crumbling walls, courtyards choked with broken stone. Farther off, he could see the lights of Molestown, the little village half a league south along the King's Road, and here and there, the bright glitter of moonlight on water where icy streams descended from the mountain heights to cut across the plains. The thoughts of Tyrion Lannister, A Game of Thrones Chapter 21, Tyrion 3. Castle Black is the main stronghold of the Night's Watch and the seat of their Lord Commander, located at almost the midpoint of the wall, at the northern end of the King's Road. The village of Molestown is located half a league to the south along the King's Road. Castle Black is an ancient fortress, though is still younger than the Night Fort, the Watch's first and oldest castle, with the Night Fort at least twice the age of Castle Black. In time, Castle Black replaced the Night Fort as the seat of the Lord Commander, a transition that occurred at least 6 centuries ago. In 58 AC, Lord Commander Lothar Burleigh welcomed Queen Alysanne Targaryen and her dragon, Silverwing, to Castle Black during her royal visit to the north. Despite the Queen's encouragement, Silverwing refused to fly beyond the wall, an event that has now since passed into legend. In its prime, Castle Black housed more than 5,000 fighting men, along with their servants and support staff. That number has greatly diminished over the centuries, and by the time of Lord Commander Jeor Mormont at the start of the main books, only around 600 sworn brothers remain to man its halls and defend the wall. Castle Black is not a true castle in a traditional sense, for it lacks a defensive wall on the west, eastern and southern sides. Only the wall itself stands as a northern bulwark. The stronghold consists of a cluster of stone towers and timber keeps, simple and functional rather than grand. Beneath these structures lies a network of subterranean passages connecting the various buildings. These tunnels are used little in the warmer seasons, but in the depths of winter when snow and wind render the courtyard impassable, they become the only means of moving safely through the fortress. Castle Black contains a modest sept, tended by Septon Celador, though it has no godsword. Those who want to keep the old gods may travel half a league beyond the wall to the haunted forest, where a small grove of 9 weirwoods in a rough circle serves as a sacred place of prayer. The common hall is a great timbered keep where the brothers of the Night's Watch gather to take their meals. Its high rafters serve as a roost for crows, whose cawing echoes through the hall as fires burn low in the hearths. The rookery crowns a stout wooden keep, where the ravens of Castle Black are kept and tended. Beneath it lie the quarters of the castle's maester, allowing him to care for the birds and swiftly send messages when needed. The armoury houses the weapons and armour of the Watch, as well as the tools of the forge. It is here that Donald Noy, the blacksmith of the Watch, crafts and repairs arms for the brothers. The old flint barracks serves as the living quarters for most of the watchmen. Once built to accommodate many hundreds, its long halls now stand only partly filled. Below ground lies the vaults, where the Watch stores its food and preserves its most precious records. Castle Black Library is said to contain works not even found in the Citadel, holds drawings of the faces of the weirwoods, texts on languages of the children of the forest, and scrolls from even ancient Old Valyria. The Shield Hill, built of dark stone, once served as a grand feast hall. In the days when the Night's Watch was a far greater institution in number, its walls were adorned with brightly painted shields of knights who had taken the black. Upon swearing their vows, each man set aside his personal arms to hang upon the walls, taking up instead the plain black shield of the Brotherhood. We have Brock, Gavin the Trader, the Great Walrus. Howd Wanderer walks alone, Tormund says, but there is still Hartel the Huntsman, Hartel the Handsome, Blindos. Your old father commands a following, but most are his own sons and grandsons. He has 18 wives, half of them stolen on raids. Which of these? None. I know these men by their deeds. We should be fitting for nooses, not giving them our castles. Jon Snow and Bowen Marsh on the potential garrison for Rhymegate and Sable Hall. A Dance with Dragons chapter 69. Jon 13. East of Castle Black, you will find the small castle of Oakenshield. During Lord Commander Jon Snow's regarrisoning of the abandoned castles, he put Tormund Giantsbane, a wildling leader, in command of it. Wood's Witch by the Pool is east of Oakenshield, and some say it got its name due to a witch that lived in a nearby wood. However, there is little evidence for this. Farther east still is Sable Hall. In 50 AC, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch appointed Sir Oliver Bracken and Sir Ryman Mallory, both former members of King Maegor the Cruel's Kingsguard, sent to the war by King Jaehaerys, to garrison these castles. They were tasked with restoring the long-neglected castles of Rhymegate and Sable Hall. However, ambition overcame their duty, and the two knights rebelled, seeking to claim the castles as seats of their own. Loyal brothers of the Night's Watch, aided by men from Winterfell, swiftly retook Rhymegate. Sir Ryman Mallory and his followers abandoned Sable Hall, fleeing north beyond the wall, into the haunted forest. Lord Walton Stark took a host in pursuit, but was overcome by giants in the frozen wilds. In time, a wildling chieftain brought Ryman's head to Eastwatch by the sea, declaring that his people had slain and devoured the knight's company. Thus ended the brief and ill-fated rebellion of the False Brothers. The castle of Rhymegate, the other castle that was commanded by Bracken and Mallory, is located east of Sable Hall. Both these castles were garrisoned by Lord Commander Jon Snow. We know that at least Sable Hall was put in command of Halleck, a notable wildling raider. East of Rhymegate is Longbarrow, which Jon Snow re-garrisons with spearwives under the command of Iron Emmett, a young ranger of the Watch, with Jon's friend Dolorous Edd as his chief steward. The castle to the east, Torches and Greengard, are both also re-garrisoned, with Greengard put in command of Devin Sealskinner, a wildling leader. Davos had traded at Eastwatch in his smuggling days. The Black Brothers made hard enemies but good customers for a ship with the right cargo. The Thoughts of Davos Seaworth. A Storm of Swords chapter 54. Davos 5. Eastwatch by the Sea is the final and most eastern castle of the Night's Watch, perched on a grey, windswept shore along the Bay of Seals. A number of fisherfolk dwell near the fortress, eking out a meagre existence along the harsh coastline. The castle is commanded by Cotter Pike, with Maester Harmond attending to its scholarly and medical needs. Eastwatch maintains a small fleet of galleys, including larger ships capable of crossing the narrow sea, and lean, fast vessels for combat patrols. These ships include the Talon, Blackbird, and Stormcrow, which patrol the Bay of Seals, intercepting smugglers who attempt to trade weapons with the Free Folk. Some wildlings prefer to trade directly at Eastwatch rather than Castle Black, as visiting ships make trade easier and more accessible. The Night's Watch also breeds sure-footed mules at Eastwatch, capable of traversing the icy slopes of the wall, aiding in the transportation and patrols along the northern frontier. While serving at Eastwatch by the Sea, a Maester Balder authored The Edge of the World. A Maester Willis, who studied the customs of the Free Folk and lived among them. Corlys Velaryon once visited Eastwatch aboard the Ice Wolf as part of his famed 9 voyages. In 219 AC, following the Third Blackfire Rebellion, Aegor Rivers, better known as Bittersteel, was captured and sentenced to join the Watch by King Aerys I. However, the ship transporting him north to Eastwatch was intercepted, and Aegor returned to the Golden Company to support House Blackfire in exile. When Maester Aemon Targaryen took the Black, Sir Duncan the Tall escorted him aboard the Golden Dragon to ensure his safe arrival at Eastwatch. Also on the voyage was Brendan Rivers, better known as Bloodraven, and many members of the Raven's Teeth, all sent by King Aegon V to join the Watch, alongside Aemon. Prior to Robert's Rebellion, the smuggler Davos Seaworth traded frequently at Eastwatch. As a youth, he served aboard the Cobblecat. The ship was seized by Eastwatch galleys for illegally trading weapons with the Free Folk, and the captain was executed at the castle. There are fewer than 200 men stationed at Eastwatch under the command of Cotter Pike. Tyrion Lannister and the officers of Castle Black enjoyed succulent crabs shipped from Eastwatch in barrels of snow. John Mormont, the Lord Commander of the Watch at the time, tells Tyrion there are reports that the fisherfolk near Eastwatch have seen White Walkers. Stannis Baratheon and his forces sail to Eastwatch, then ride west with Cotter Pyke's scouts to defeat Mance Rayder's host in the battle beneath the wall. Queen Selyse Florent, Princess Shireen Baratheon, and Stannis' fleet remain at Eastwatch. When Melisandre has a vision of the submerged tower by the sea, Jon ponders if Eastwatch might be that tower. In order to save thousands of wildling lives trapped at Hardhome, Cotter Pyke leads 11 ships in a rescue mission, with Glendon Hewitt remaining to hold Eastwatch. Bowen Marsh, tasked with collecting the treasures of the wildlings crossing south and having the toll sent to Eastwatch. Because the mammoths are too big to travel through the wall at Castle Black, the giants are sent east to round the wall at Eastwatch. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honour to the Night's Watch, for this night and all the nights to come. The Night's Watch is a sworn military order tasked with defending the realms of men from the dangers that lie beyond the wall, the immense fortification of ice spanning the northern border of the Seven Kingdoms. Founded during the Age of Heroes after the others were driven back during the Long Night, the order has stood watch for thousands of years. Members of the Night's Watch are known as Black Brothers, distinguished by their all-black attire. New recruits who swear their vows are said to have taken the black as a result of this. The Watch is among the oldest surviving institutions in the Seven Kingdoms, enduring the fall of the realms of the First Men and the coming of the Andals, and lastly the Targaryen conquest. The Order traces its origins to more than 8,000 years ago, at the end of the Long Night, during that Age of Darkness when the nights covered the world for a generation. The others descended from the lands of Always Winter, devastating much of Westeros. The Night's Watch rose to stand against them and achieved a victory in the fabled Battle for the Dawn, an event remembered in legends as the night that ended. In the aftermath of that war, Bran the Builder, the founder of House Stark, is said to have raised the wall as a bulwark against the darkness, and since that time, the Night's Watch has protected the realms of men. During the Age of Heroes, the Children of the Forest were said to have aided the Order, gifting it hundreds of obsidian daggers every year, a gesture of alliance between men and the elder races of Westeros. In the long millennia that followed, no renewed assault by the others, save for the tale of the Night's King, the 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, whose corruption remains one of the darkest chapters in the Watch's history and a great mystery to its true nature to this day. Therefore, the Order's enemies in the modern era were chiefly the Free Folk, who waged their own wars and raids under the kings beyond the wall. Gradually, the Night's Watch turned its vigilance southward, forgetting that its true purpose was not to fight against the wildlings, but against the ancient and forgotten threats from the far north. The Watch is a shadow of what it once was. Lord Eddard Stark to King Robert Baratheon, A Game of Thrones Chapter 4, Eddard 1. The Night's Watch is divided into 3 distinct orders that all have their own important role to play in the running of the institution. There are the Rangers, the Builders, and the Stewards. All members of the Watch serve under the authority of the Lord Commander. Each of the individual orders is led by its own officer. The First Ranger, the First Builder, and the Lord Steward, each of these appointed by the Lord Commander. The Order of the Stewards oversees the essential daily operations of the Night's Watch, ensuring the Order's ongoing survival. Their duties include hunting, farming, tending horses, gathering firewood, preparing meals, crafting clothing, maintaining weapons, and securing supplies from the south. Like all brothers of the Watch, stewards are trained in combat and must be ready to fight when called upon. Men not so martially inclined often find themselves as part of the stewards as a result. Without the work of the stewards, the Watch itself would cease to function. The Lord Steward, also known as the First Steward, is currently Bowen Marsh. The Order of the Builders is responsible for tending to and maintaining the wall and its castles. The Order provides masons, carpenters, miners, and woodsmen. In effect, the core purpose of the Builders is to carry out duties that are centered around maintaining the wall. Once, long ago, builders of the Night's Watch obtained large blocks of ice from lakes in the haunted forest north of the wall, which they dragged south in order to make the wall even higher. Their tasks nowadays include looking for cracks in the wall, signs that the wall is melting, or other structural problems, and making whatever repairs they can. When patrolling the wall during their checkups, they ride mules. They also repair the keeps and towers of the watch, dig tunnels and crush stones for the roads and footpaths on top of the wall, and clear away the parts of the forest that press too close to the wall on the northern side. Othel Yarwick leads them as the current first builder. The Order of the Rangers serves as the primary fighting force of the Night's Watch. Skilled in survival and wilderness navigation, they are tasked with scouting and patrolling the haunted forest beyond the wall. They defend the realms south of the wall from threats, riding out to confront wildlings and, according to legends, the others. The first ranger at the start of the books was Benjen Stark. There is also an unofficial fourth order of the Night's Watch, recruiters, who are known as Wandering Crows. The Night's Watch also includes Septons, Maesters, and at Eastwatch by the Sea, even sailors. Because brothers come from all corners of the Seven Kingdoms, and even some from Essos, they share an unspoken agreement to avoid politics and past allegiances. During times of war in the Seven Kingdoms, the Night's Watch maintains neutrality, honouring all kings, but serving none of them. A single blast from a sentry's horn signals the return of the Rangers, 2 blasts warns of wildlings, and 3 announces the presence of the others. 2 long blasts, followed by a short one, serves as a call to mount horses. Though the wildlings in the Watch are often considered ancient enemies, some Black Brothers maintain friendly relations with the Free Folk, such as Craster and Hagon. Trade and quiet cooperation between the two groups occurs more often than most in the South realise, with some wildlings known to barter at Eastwatch by the Sea. The men who formed the Night's Watch knew that only courage shielded the realm from the darkness to the north. We all do our duty when there is no cost to it. How easy it seems then to walk the path of honour. Yet sooner or late, in every man's life comes a day when it is not easy, a day when he must choose. It hurts, boy, oh yes, choosing. It always hurts, and always will, I know. Maester Aemon to Jon Snow, A Game of Thrones Chapter 60. Jon 8. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch serves as the supreme authority over the Order, overseeing all its operations. A Lord Commander remains in office until their death, after which a successor is chosen through an election by the Brothers of the Watch. Any man who has taken the black may be nominated for the position, no matter their birth or station. The Lord Commander at the start of the series, at the onset of the War of the Five Kings, is Jeor Mormont. He is advised by the First Ranger, Benjen Stark, First Builder, Othel Yarwick, and Lord Steward Bowen Marsh. He also relies on trusted officers, including Jarman Buckwell, Sir Malador Locke, Sir Jeremy Raykar, Thorin Smallwood, and Sir Otten Witch. The command at the Shadow Tower, furthest western castle of the Watch, is held by Sir Dennis Mallister, while Cotter Pike leads Eastwatch by the Sea. Their maesters include Aemon, Mullin, and Harmon, respectively, who advise the senior leadership at each castle. While some men join the Night's Watch as a means of redemption or to avoid punishment, others do so for honour, a chance at command, or the freedom of ranging north of the wall. Most of the Watch's officers come from the nobility or knightly classes, as birth and education often lends themselves to leadership roles. However, the Night's Watch also offers rare opportunities for advancements to common-born men of skill and merit. Notable examples of this include the likes of Corin Halfhand and Cotter Pike, the latter a bastard-born sailor who rose to command at Eastwatch. The Watch thus stands as one of the few meritocracies in the feudal system of Westeros. In earlier ages, service on the wall was considered a great honour and a noble calling that reflected the courage and discipline and devotion to duty. Many knights, lords, and honourable men once took the black of their own accord. In modern times, however, The Night's Watch has lost most of its former prestige. It is now seen largely as an alternative to punishment, a refuge for the disgraced, the criminal, and the unwanted. Recruits are often drawn from the dungeons and stockades across the Seven Kingdoms by the Wandering Crows. Among their ranks can also be found disgraced nobles, men who are bastard-born, and the unwanted sons of great houses, many of whom resent their fate and serve reluctantly. Those who join the Watch of their own free will may depart at any time during the training process, but once the vows are spoken, the commitment is for life. Desertion is punishable by death. Upon taking a black, a man renounces all claims to lands and titles, forswears marriage, and vows never to father children. Members are also encouraged to sever any remaining ties to their families, leaving behind the lives they once knew in service of the realm. When recruits are considered ready to take the black, they say their vows either in the sept at their respective castle or before a heart tree if they follow the old gods. Once a man has taken his vow, his crimes and debts are forgiven. Brothers of the Night's Watch serve for life, and death is the only way out. It is customary to finish a Black brother's eulogy with the words, "And now his watch is ended." Castle Black contains a lich-yard where many members of the Watch are buried, and knights can be laid to rest in the ancient tombs near the lich-yard or burned on a pyre. The Night's Watch had 996 Lord Commanders before Jeor Mormont, most of them men of courage and honour, but we have had cowards and fools as well, our tyrants and our madmen. We survive because the lords and kings of the Seven Kingdoms know we pose no threat to them. No matter who should lead us, our only foes are to the north, and to the north we have the Wall. Benjen Stark to Jon Snow. A Storm of Swords chapter 55. Jon 7. The Night's Watch originally raised 19 castles along the 100 leagues of the Wall, though no more than 17 were ever garrisoned at once. Today, only 3 remain occupied by the ever-dwindling forces of the Watch. These strongholds are not true castles in the southern sense, but rather fortified garrisons composed of barracks, stables, storehouses, towers and outbuildings. None possess defensive walls of their own, except for the wall itself, which serves as its greatest fortification. This design allows the Watch to concentrate its strength along the wall's northern face, fearing no attack from the south, in keeping with their vow to abstain from the wars of the Seven Kingdoms. Due to the severe manpower shortage, the Watch now maintains only the Shadow Tower, Castle Black and East Watch by the Sea. Patrols that once regularly travelled the leagues of the Wall have grown infrequent as the Order's numbers have dwindled. To navigate the icy heights, the Watch employs sure-footed mules, specifically bred and trained at East Watch, capable of traversing the ungraveled parts of the Wall that run between the ancient castles. The Gift, comprising of Brandon's Gift and later the New Gift, is the stretch of land laying south of the Wall. The original 25 leagues were granted to the Night's Watch by Brandon of House Stark, traditionally believed to have been the same Brandon the Builder who built the Wall. The idea of this land was to provide sustenance for the Order. For centuries, the Watch farmed these lands, tending fields, orchards, and beehives. Yet as their numbers have waned, so too did their ability to maintain this territory, allowing the wilderness to reclaim much of the Gift. In gratitude for the Watch's centuries of service, and wishing to strengthen its ranks, Queen Alysanne Targaryen, consort of King Jaehaerys I Targaryen, doubled the size of the Gift. The lands added thereafter are known as the New Gift. Where inhabited by towns and villages, the people support the Watch through taxes, labour and goods. Over time, however, repeated wildling raids and gradual migration southwards of the settlers into the mountains or umber lands diminished the population of the New Gift, reducing the resources available to sustain both the Watch and the Wall. The closest settlement to Castle Black is Molestown, a large subterranean village within the Gift, whose brothel is often frequented by members of the Night's Watch. Other sites such as Queen's Crown stand abandoned, a remnant of a more prosperous age, when the Watch's lands still thrived. The sworn brothers of the Night's Watch are clad entirely in black, giving rise to the saying that new recruits had taken the black. The garments are typically of rough-spun wool, though the officers and brothers of nobility or wealthy birth may wear velvet, crisp leather, moleskin, or sable. The all-black attire has earned the watch several nicknames among the free folk. They're commonly known as crows or black crows, terms often used as an insult but later embraced by many within the order. They are also called the Black Brothers, the Black Cloaks, and in songs and legends, the Black Knights of the Wall, because every member of the watch swears a lifelong oath. Because the Night's Watch swear a lifelong oath, any stranger who happens to be wearing black in the north may be regarded with suspicion as a possible deserter. In battle, the brothers wear thick ringmail and coifs, often accompanied by half-helms. Each man carries a steel knife, and noble-born recruits relinquish the heraldry of their house in favour of a plain black shield. The watch employs a wide range of weapons, including axes, long axes, bows, spears, swords and longswords. Guardsmen carry war horns, while foresters wield axes for cutting timber. For the defence of the wall itself, the Night's Watch maintains catapults and scorpions and trebuchets. When raging beyond the wall, brothers carry black tents that blend in with the shadows of the frozen wilderness. Free folk and kneelers are more alike than not, Jon Snow. Men are men and women are women, no matter which side of the wall we were born on. Good men and bad, heroes and villains, men of honour, liars, cravens, brutes. We have plenty, as do you. Val to Jon Snow. A Dance with Dragons, Chapter 21, Jon 5. Beyond the wall dwells several distinct groups of people, each with their own customs and practices, that all descend from the first men. The men south of the wall, for the most part, call them wildlings. This name, however, is one they do not claim for themselves. The largest and most numerous of these northern people call themselves the free folk, believing that their way of life grants them freedom unknown to the so-called kneelers of the south. Indeed, it is true that the free folk live without lords or kings, priests or maesters. No man among them must kneel or swear fealty to another. Yet, like many things in life, opportunity comes with a cost, and in the case of the free folk, their freedom comes with some harsh costs. They are not free from hunger, nor from the biting cold, nor from the cruelties of their own kind. Their lives are marked by constant struggle against the elements, against each other, and against the terrors of the haunted forest, and the darkness within the lands of always winter. To those of the Seven Kingdoms, the lawlessness beyond the wall is nothing to be envied in the slightest. Many rangers of the Night's Watch have written grim accounts of the savagery and hardship they have witnessed. The wildlings take pride in their meagre possessions, their stone axes, wicker shields, and mangy pelts. This in turn only deepens the divide between them and the more civilized realms to the south. Like the first men people of the northern kingdom south of the wall, the countless tribes and clans of the free folk continue to worship the old gods of the first men, and the children of the forest, and the nameless spirits of the weirwood trees. Their faith endures unbroken, untouched and untainted by the septs and idols of the seven. Some call it the purest form of worship. Some tales speak of wider beliefs among certain tribes, of dark gods beneath the frostfangs, or spirits of snow and ice worshipped among the frozen shore, or even of a crab god ventured at Storod's Point. Yet, such claims remain unverified, drawn mostly from hearsay and travellers' tales, and from any really reliable accounts. The wildling raiders harry the realms of men chiefly in search of iron and steel metals that they cannot smelt or forge themselves. Many among them wield weapons of wood, bone or stone, and even some bronze blades are prized as treasures. The greatest of their war leaders often bear steel arms, stolen from fallen rangers of the Night's Watch, trophies of blood and defiance. Rangers of the Night's Watch speak of stranger tribes still dwelling in the far reaches beyond the wall, bronze-clad warriors hidden in remote northern vales, the Hornfoots, who go unshoed even across the ice and snow, and the wild people of the frozen shore, who live in huts of ice and race sleds drawn by hounds. Other clans make their homes deep within the caverns, and grim tales whisper of cannibals haunting the upper courses of the frozen rivers. Few rangers have ever ventured more than 50 leagues into the haunted forest, and even fewer still have returned to tell the tale. What they have seen suggests there are more peoples and mysteries beyond the wall than we even dare to imagine. Hardhome was once the only true settlement of note north of the wall, a thriving port nestled along Storod's Point. It's a deep water harbour, offering refuge and trade to the free folk. Yet, roughly 6,000 years ago, the town met a mysterious and terrible end. Its buildings burned, its people wiped out, and no clear cause ever confirmed. Accounts differ. Some blame cannibals from Skegos, others slavers from across the narrow sea, while the most chilling tales come from the ships of the Night's Watch sent to investigate. The crews reported inhuman screams echoing from the cliffs above, though no living soul was found amidst the ruins. The most complete study of Hardhome's fate is Maester Willis's Hardhome, an account of the 3 years spent beyond the wall among savages, raiders, and woods witches. Willis had journeyed there aboard a Pentoshi trader, earning the protection of Gorm the Wolf, one of the chieftains who ruled Hardhome. When Gorm was killed in a drunken brawl, Willis was forced to flee for his life, eventually reaching Old Town, where he wrote his account. Not long after his work was published, Maester Willis vanished. The last report of him placed him at the docks of Old Town seeking passage aboard a ship for Eastwatch by the sea, never to be seen again. A dog can herd a flock of sheep, but free folk, well, some are shadow cats, and some are stone. One kind prowls where they please and tears your dog to pieces. The other will not move at all unless you kick them. Mance Raider to Jon Snow. A Dance with Dragons Chapter 21. Jon 5. The threat posed by the wildlings to the Seven Kingdoms is generally minimal, except in those rare ages when they unite beneath a single leader, a self-proclaimed king beyond the wall. Many raiders and war chiefs have sought this title, yet very few have truly claimed it, and none have built a lasting realm. These so-called kings, in truth, are warlords, driven not by governance or care for their people, but ambition and fire, seeking to tear down the wall and invade lands south. According to ancient legend, the first king beyond the wall was Jormund, who boasted of possessing a horn capable of bringing down the wall itself by waking the giants from the earth. That the wall endures to this very day casts doubt on both Jormund's claim and perhaps even his very existence, though his name still echoes in wildling songs and northern tales. Around 3,000 years ago, the brothers Grendel and Gorm ruled as joint kings of the free folk. In a daring assault, they led their host beneath the earth, navigating a complex labyrinth of subterranean tunnels that wound beneath the wall, allowing them to emerge unseen in the north. In the battle that followed, Gorm slew a king in the north of House Stark, only to be killed in turn by the king's heir. Grendel and his surviving followers fled back into the very same caverns, never to be seen again. Among the wildlings, legends claim that Grendel and his people became lost in the dark, endless tunnels beneath the wall, and still wander there to this day, their spirits trapped underground. The Rangers of the Night's Watch, however, tell a grimmer tale altogether, that Grendel was slain, and only a handful of his warriors lived long enough to flee into the depths. The centuries that followed produced other would-be kings beyond the wall. The Horned Lord, whose true name has been lost to time, is said to have used sorcery to pass the wall, 1,000 or perhaps 2,000 years after Grendel and Gorm. Later still came Bael the Bard, the most celebrated of these wildling kings. His songs and exploits are still sung among the free folk, though the maesters south of the wall doubt his existence. The Chronicles of Winterfell make no mention of him, perhaps as some suggest because of the humiliation he dealt to the Starks, including the tale of how he stole a Stark maiden, fathering her a child before vanishing back beyond the wall. Whether Bael the Bard was a living man or merely a legend born of song, his name endures, where many true kings are forgotten. The last king beyond the wall to lead a host south of the wall was Raymond Redbeard, who united the wildlings in around 212 AC. It was not until 226 AC, however, that Raymond and his vast host succeeded in breaching the wall, scaling its sheer frozen face by the thousands and descending into the north. Raymond's army, said to have numbered in the tens of thousands, advanced as far south as Long Lake, where they were met by the forces of Lord William Stark and Lord Harmond Umber, known as the Drunken Giant. Trapped between two northern hosts and the frozen lake at his back, Raymond Redbeard fought fiercely, slaying Lord William before falling in battle himself. When the Night's Watch finally arrived, too late to take part in the fighting, they were led by Lord Commander Jack Musgood, once called Jolly Jack, but ever after known as Sleepy Jack Musgood for his tardiness. Enraged by the slaughter, Arthur Stark, brother to the slain Willem and famed as the fiercest warrior of his age, ordered the Black Brothers to bury the dead. This duty, at least, the Watch performed faithfully and well, honouring both the fallen Northmen and the wildlings who had perished at Long Lake. I met some wildlings when I was a boy. They were fair thieves, but bad hagglers. One of them made off with our cabin girl, and in all they seemed like any other men, some fair, some foul. Davos Seaworth to Maester Pylos. A Storm of Swords, Chapter 63. Davos 6. The countless tribes and clans each had their own unique customs, beliefs, and ways of life. There is no single ruler or unifying law among them. Some groups recognize chieftains, clan mothers, or magnars as leaders, while others exist in a constant state of rivalry and warfare, fighting both outsiders and one another. In free folk culture, a person's word carries great weight. A man who breaks his oath is held in deep contempt. Their society prizes individual freedom above all else. Each clan defines its own code of honour and conduct. The ways of living among the free folk are as varied as the lands they inhabit. Many dwell in small forest villages, such as Whitetrees, or in fortified halls like Craster's Keep and Ruddy Hall. The Thens live in isolated, well-ordered valleys in the Frostfang Mountains, maintaining a more disciplined and hierarchical structure. Other groups are nomadic hunters and wanderers, surviving by their wits and moving with the seasons. The Hornfoots go barefoot even on ice and snow. The Night Runners, who move by darkness, are rarely ever seen in daylight. The people of the frozen shore live in huts of ice and travel by dog sled. The cannibal clans along the ice river, feared by all, and the cave dwellers who make their homes in the deep caverns beneath the Frostfangs. The free folk also have a concentration of skin changers and wargs, in other words, those able to bond with and control animals. They are respected and accepted among the free folk far more readily than in the Seven Kingdoms to the south, where such powers are often met with fear or suspicion. In death, the free folk burn their dead, believing it's the only sure way to keep their loved ones from rising again as wights, under the power of the others. The free folk preserve many of the ancient traditions of the First Men, keeping alive their old ways of worship, speech and song. Though many can speak the common tongue used throughout the Seven Kingdoms, a number of languages are still spoken beyond the wall, most notably among them the old tongue of the First Men, which remains in daily use among certain clans, especially the Thens, who have preserved it most faithfully through the centuries. Music also plays an important role in free folk culture. Their songs and ballads are as varied as their people, sometimes bawdy and rough, other times haunting and as old as the frost itself. The subject of these songs draws from their history and legends, celebrating both myth and hardship. As the free folk have very little written history, it is thought the songs that are their history are passed down from generation to generation. Among the well-known are the Winter Rose, a song of love and loss beneath the snow, the Horn of Winter, telling of a legendary horn to wake the giants and bring down the wall, the Red Raven, a ballad of prophecy and blood, the Last of the Giants, lamenting the passing of the great beings who once roamed the north. Above all others, the songs of Baal the Bard, the free folk's greatest minstrel and trickster hero. They are said to be known by every man, woman and child beyond the wall, no matter their clan. Their music is accompanied by the simple but stirring instruments, drums, pipes and other rustic tools that carry far across the frozen lands. Even Mance Rayder, the current king beyond the wall, was said to be a gifted singer, able to perform not only in the common tongue, but also in the old tongue of his people, binding the clans together through melody and memory. These are free folk indeed. The thoughts of Jon Snow, A Storm of Swords Chapter 7, Jon 1. The free folk hold a deep and enduring hatred for the Night's Watch, far greater than the resentments towards the Northmen of the Seven Kingdoms. To them, the black-clad brothers are keepers of their prison, the ones who bar their passage through the wall and send armed rangers to intrude upon their lands. Because of this, crows, as the free folk call members of the Watch, are seldom shown any mercy. A brother of the Night's Watch captured beyond the wall can expect no quarter unless he renounces his vow and proves his defection through word and deed. Notorious wildling leaders such as Athlin Crowkiller and the Weeper are counted among the Watch's fiercest foes, while rangers such as Corin Halfhand are equally reviled among the free folk for his relentless pursuit of their bands. Yet despite generations of bloodshed and mistrust, there have been moments of uneasy cooperation. The Watch and the free folk sometimes trade at Eastwatch by the sea, exchanging goods and necessities in quiet defiance of their enmity. Stranded or wounded brothers of the Watch on rare occasion have received aid from the free folk. The Watch has been known to raise the children of wildlings within the ranks of the Watch, giving them a new life in black. Beyond their conflicts with the Watch, the free folk are far from united amongst themselves. Raids and skirmishes between clans are common, with Night Runners clashing against Hornfoots, the men of the Frozen Shore feuding endlessly amongst themselves. In truth, they are a fractured and warlike people, bound not by laws or lords, but by harsh struggle to survive in an unforgiving land beyond the wall. In this fiercely independent culture, women stand as equal in battle, unbound by their gender role that shapes life in the Seven Kingdoms. Those who take up arms are known as spearwives, and they are renowned for their courage, endurance, and ferocity, matching the men of their clans in both skill and savagery. To the free folk, strength and spirit, not birth and gender, determine a warrior's worth. Marriage among the free folk reflects their raw, untamed view of freedom and strength. It is expected that a man will steal his bride, seizing her from her home or clan to prove his courage and desire. The woman, for her part, is expected to fight her captor fiercely, for a union without struggle is thought to lack passion and worth. A true man, it is said, takes his wife from afar, strengthening bonds between clans through the risks of raid. However, stealing of another man's wife is strictly forbidden and considered an act of deep dishonor. Though their customs are harsh, they are bound by taboos. Incestuous unions between close kin are believed to offend the gods, cursing such families with weak and sickly children. In this way, even in land ruled by strength and survival, the free folk hold on to ancient notions of balance and reverence for the unseen powers that shape their world. Among the free folk, life beyond the wall is fraught with hardship, and infant mortality is tragically common in the unforgiving cold. Because of this, it is considered ill luck to name a child before the age of 2, as many do not survive their first winters. To give a name too soon, the free folk believe, tempts fate and invites loss. Until a child reaches an age deemed safe for naming, parents bestow a milk name, a temporary nickname used in place of true names. These milk names are often affectionate, practical, or descriptive, drawn from the child's appearance, temperament, or circumstance of birth. Only when a child survives to see their second year is a true name given, often marked by a small feast or gathering of kin. This custom reflects the stark realities of free folk life, where survival itself is achieved worthy of celebration, and naming is something to be earned through endurance. Brandon the Builder, better known to the peoples of the North as Bran the Builder, was a legendary hero of the Age of Heroes and the founder of House Stark of Winterfell. He is remembered as the forefather of the Kings of Winter and one of the greatest figures in early Westerosi legend, held up with the likes of Lan the Clever and Garth the Gardener. There are countless legends and tales that have been passed down through generations that speak of his skill in engineering, architecture, and magic, crediting him with the creation of some of the greatest structures ever built in Westeros, including the Wall, Winterfell, Storm's End, and perhaps even the High Tower of Oldtown. His story and the works he left behind are renowned all over the known world, even in the farthest reaches of Essos. While these accomplishments have secured his place in northern lore and canon of the Dawn Age of Westeros via the Songs of the First Men, There are maesters of the citadel and other scholars that regard such tales with skepticism to varying degrees. Many believe that the deeds attributed to Brandon may be embellishments of history, perhaps the achievements of several ancient kings merged together through the mists of time into a single mythical figure that we now know today as Brandon the Builder. Given the nature of these kinds of pseudo-mythical figures and the timescales involved, this is not an unreasonable position to take. Thousands of years ago, Brandon the Builder had raised Winterfell, and some said the Wall. The Thoughts of Bran Stark, A Game of Thrones Chapter 24, Bran 4. Given Brandon the Builder is said to have lived during the Age of Heroes, an era where myth and history intertwined, much of his history isn't firmly established, and very much depends on the versions of the legends you are discussing. According to Legends from the Reach, he was a descendant of Brandon of the Bloody Blade, a legendary figure in himself, who was said to be the son of the legendary Garth Greenhand, the First Men High King, whom led the First Men across the Arm of Dawn, settling in the Reach. Again, there are suggestions that Garth was effectively a pseudo-godlike figure in some tales, living well beyond the normal human lifespan. Some tales frame Bran the Builder as the son of Brandon of the Bloody Blade, which would make him the grandson of Garth Greenhand. Brandon of the Bloody Blade is credited with driving giants away from the Reach and warring against the Children of the Forest, slaying so many at Blue Lake it became known as Red Lake. Given his father or ancestors were active in the Reach, it would explain why there are some tales of Brandon the Builder with origins outside of the North. One of these stories from the Stormlands tells that as a young boy, Brandon aided Darren Godsgrief in the construction of his mighty fortress Storm's End, the great castle that was said to have been raised in defiance of the very gods themselves. Thus, some also include Storm's End in the list of Bran's accomplishments. Names such as Brandon the Builder, Garth Greenhand, Lan the Clever, and Darren's Godgrief are names to conjure with, but it is likely that their legends hold less truth than fancy. The writings of Maester Yandel on the Age of Heroes, the World of Ice and Fire, Ancient History, the Age of Heroes. Most legends of Bran come from the Age of Heroes, and the North in particular. One claims that Bran, along with the help of the legendary Children of the Forest, the Giants, and the earliest incarnation of the Night's Watch, built the Wall after the long night had finally ended. The Wall is a marvel, stretching for 300 miles and is approximately 700 feet tall, made of solid ice, stone, and earth. It's also claimed that spells and magic are woven into the wall itself. The main purpose of the structure was to protect the kingdoms to the south of it from the dangers that lie beyond, specifically the White Walkers, but in more recent times the Wildlings, the ancient First Men, whom just so happened to be the other side of the wall when it was constructed. The wall has not properly fallen for thousands of years since it was raised. According to the ballads in Maester Chillard's Winter Kings, or the legends and lineages of the Starks of Winterfell, in order to meet with the Children of the Forest when first planning his construction of the wall, Brandon was first taken to a secret place now lost to time. He could not comprehend what the children were saying, but he eventually learned enough of their language to understand them, the true tongue as some of the stories name it. Much of the detail of this meeting has now been lost to the ages, but the relationship was formed, and thus the wall as we know it came to be. It's hard to say which of Bran's constructions is the most important and well known, but Winterfell is certainly among the most important of them. Winterfell, the seat of House Stark, the once legendary Kings of Winter, much like the Wall, Bran was aided in the construction of Winterfell by the Giants, and possibly even the Children of the Forest, which might help explain the sheer size of the castle. The location of Winterfell also shows the sheer knowledge and intelligence of construction Bran possessed. The complex was built around a large godswood, within it its own hot springs. The warm water from these springs was piped through the castle walls, keeping the interior of Winterfell warm and pleasant, even during the harshest of winters. Given the sheer age of Winterfell and how it was expanded over the millennia by subsequent kings of Winter and lords of Winterfell, it's unclear how much, if any at all, of Brandon's original structure is left standing today. Every single king of Winter and lord of Winterfell descends from Brandon the Builder. It is said that he gave Brandon's gift, a stretch of land 25 leagues wide south of the Wall, to the Night's Watch, though some maces argue this was done by another Brandon of House Stark much later. The gift was supposed to allow the Night's Watch to be self-sufficient as an organisation, which it was for a long while, but as the ages passed, the effectiveness of the gift lessened, and thus the fortunes of the Night's Watch itself began to slowly and steadily decline. No one can say for certain if Brandon the Builder ever lived. He's as remote from the time of the novels as Noah and Gilgamesh are from our own time. George R. R. Martin on Brandon the Builder. Some lesser-known tales of Brandon the Builder claim that King Arthur of the Hightower, one of the earliest kings of House Hightower, is said to have commissioned Brandon to design the stone Hightower at Oldtown. Prior to this, the Hightower was a much smaller construction, made purely of wood, on top of the mysterious black stone fortress on Battle Isle. Others contend that this feat was accomplished by Brandon's son, who shared his name. But the sheer scale of the Hightower does fit with the other claimed works of Brandon, such as the Wall, Winterfell, and Storm's End. Though revered as a founder and a craftsman, Brandon the Builder is less celebrated in songs and stories than the likes of Lan the Clever, the cunning trickster said to have founded House Lannister. And while the works and impacts of Brandon cannot be understated, they don't make as compelling ballads and songs as the likes of his peers during the Age of Heroes. That's why today, he is mostly revered and celebrated in the North. The Night's Watch is pledged to take no part in the quarrels of the realm. Yet, over the centuries, Lord Commanders, more proud than wise, forgot their vows, and near destroyed us all with their ambition. Benjen Stark to Jon Snow, A Storm of Swords, Chapter 55, Jon 7. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch is the highest-ranking officer of the Order, ruling from Castle Black and commanding all of the castles along the Wall, the Brothers, and the Order's operations. Among the free folk beyond the Wall, the Lord Commander is often known as Lord Crow, a name derived from the common term Crow for members of the Night's Watch. The Lord Commander holds absolute authority over the Night's Watch, commanding all of its castles, officers, men. He is supported directly by the Maester of Castle Black, the First Ranger, the Lord Steward, and the First Builder, among other senior officers beneath him. A Lord Commander serves for life, his term only ending with his death. Thus, many Lord Commanders were older, seasoned men. They reside in the top 2 floors of the Lord Commander's Tower at Castle Black, being one of the very few brothers to have their own private chambers. His squire is traditionally a promising youth of good birth, chosen to be trained for leadership. By custom, this squire also serves as the Lord Commander's personal steward, so they can watch and learn from the commander. The Night's Watch is as old as the Wall itself, predating it in fact, dating back an estimated 8,000 years. But even that fact is not certain, with some claiming the Age of Heroes to have happened a couple of thousand years ago rather than 8,000. Supposedly, there has been 998 commanders of the Watch, but given the sheer amount of time we are dealing with, it's truly impossible to know how accurate that figure is, with the majority of these commanders lost to time. It is very possible this number has been inflated as the ages have passed, and the Watch has effectively lost count. Most of the Lord Commanders we know about tend to have been after and just before the Targaryen conquest of Westeros, but we do have some details of commanders dating back to thousands of years ago, even if they appear to be closer to legend than fact. When a Lord Commander of the Night's Watch dies, any sworn brother may declare himself a candidate, or can be nominated by another. Every member of the Watch has a vote, and all votes are counted as equal, no matter the man. Though those stationed away from Castle Black had their vote cast by their garrison commander rather than in person. To be chosen, a candidate must secure 2/3 of the vote. If no man reaches this threshold, the brothers reconvene again the next day and vote a second time. There is no limit to how long a choosing may last. One election in the Watch's history famously went on for 2 years and required 700 ballots before a victor eventually emerged. There are a handful of known Lord Commanders whose time of service is not quite clear, but the earliest we have record of is the now infamous figure known only as the Night's King, whom was said to have been the 13th Lord Commander. According to legend, the Night's King lived in the early Age of Heroes, not long after the Wall's completion. As Lord Commander, he became enthralled by a mysterious woman glimpsed from atop the wall, her skin pale as moonlight, her eyes bright as blue stars, and her touch cold as ice. Fearless, he pursued and claimed her, and in giving her his seed, he gave her his soul as well. He brought this uncanny woman to the Night Fort. At the time, this was the main castle of the Watch, and proclaimed her his queen, and named himself a king. Through unnatural sorcery, he bent the Brothers of the Watch to his will, ruling the Night Fort as his own dominion for 13 years, with his corpse queen beside him. In those dark years, countless atrocities were said to have been committed, their tales still whispered in the north. At last, Brandon the Breaker, a king in the north of House Stark, and Jormund, a king beyond the Wall, joined forces to overthrow him and free the Watch. When the Night King fell, it was discovered that he had been making sacrifices to the others using the Black Gate below the Night Fort. In the aftermath, all records of him were destroyed, his name struck from memory, forbidden and forgotten. The legend of the Night's King is one of the most often repeated tales of the North, and its details shift with the teller, to the point it becomes very far removed from what was likely historically fact. In some versions, the Night's King is said to have been a Bolton, a Woodfoot, an Umber, a Flint, a Norrie, and the most persistent versions say he was a Stark. Within the Citadel, most archmaesters dismiss this tale as pure myth, though a few allow that some early Lord Commander may have indeed attempted to carve out a kingdom of his own. Some scholars propose that this supposed corpse queen was not a supernatural being at all, but a Barrowlander, perhaps a daughter of the Barrow King, with her otherworldly qualities born of exaggeration over the centuries. One thing that is often overlooked is while the maesters may form these views given the sheer amount of time involved, this is still their best guess. If these events have any basis in truth, it may explain one enduring custom of the Night's Watch, the refusal to build southern-facing walls at their keeps. According to this line of thought, the Watch ensures the strongholds never again could be turned into a fortress against the realms they were sworn to protect. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch is a lord. First and foremost, he must be able to treat with other lords, and with kings as well. He must be a man worthy of respect. Dennis Mallister to Samwell Tarly, A Storm of Swords, Chapter 78, Samwell 5. Around 500 years before Aegon's conquest, a Runsel Hightower became the Lord Commander of the Watch, said by Benjen Stark, a First Ranger of the Watch, that he was an overly ambitious man. Runsel forgot his vows to the Watch and attempted to bequeath Castle Black and the Night's Watch in its entirety to his bastard son upon his death. Runsel's ambition almost destroyed the Watch in the process, but his efforts to subvert the traditions of the electoral system ultimately failed. Osric Stark was a member of House Stark who became Lord Commander of the Night's Watch around 400 BC. However, we have no indication of the number of Lord Commander he was. Osric was only 10 years old when he was elected Commander of the Watch, making him the youngest chosen for the position. Maester Balder, who wrote The Edge of the World during Osric's rule of 60 years, believed he may have been voted as a Lord Commander as a puppet for another brother or group of brothers, but the fact he was in command for over 60 years suggests as little to this idea. Just prior to and during Aegon's conquest, the Lord Commander of the Watch was a younger brother to Harrenhal, the King of Isles and Rivers. He led the Night's Watch when Aegon the Conqueror invaded Westeros with his dragons. Although Lord Commander Hor commanded 10,000 swords at the wall, he remained loyal to the Watch and his vow, and did not intervene when Harren and his sons were slain by Aegon and Balerion during the burning of Harrenhal. It seems that Aegon left Lord Commander Hor in command of the Watch after the conquest, seeing no threat or reason to try and remove him. Prior to the conquest, we know also of a Lord Commander, Kroll, who led the Watch over 1,000 years ago, but other than that, we know nothing else of him. There are a handful of other Lord Commanders that we know predate Aegon's conquest. However, we have no way of placing them within the timeline. There was at one stage a Roderick Flint, a member of House Flint, who became the commander. Flint attempted to make himself a king beyond the wall, almost bringing down the Night's Watch in its entirety in the process. He is considered one of the worst commanders the Night's Watch has ever had. There was also Mark Rakenfell, better known as Mad Mark. Again, one of the worst commanders the Watch has ever had. How he came to be known as Mad is not known, but the fact he earned that title tells us a lot about the man. Robin Hill, another poor commander, whose era is not clear. Given his name, it seems he was a bastard from the Westerlands, who rose to become the Lord Commander. While the Watch has no discrimination when it comes to social status, most Lord Commanders do often come from noble houses. It is possible, however, that Lord Commander Hill could be a Lord's bastard. Tristan Mudd, of the now legendary extinct House Mudd, the ancient kings of the rivers and hills, was one of 3 Lord Commanders of his era who nearly brought down the Watch when they chose to forego their vows in favour of their pride and ambition. Finally, we know of Osbert Caswell, known as the Black Centaur, who was a member of House Caswell and held the role of Lord Commander for 9 years before his sudden death in the night. The book, Annals of the Black Centaur by Septon Jorquin, was written about his era. We know a lot more about the Lord Commanders of the Watch post Aegon's conquest, perhaps due to a more unified history of Westeros. As we know, Lord Commander Hoare was in Command of Castle Black at the time of Aegon's conquest, and did not come to the aid of his brother King Harren the Black when Aegon burned Harrenhal. While we cannot say for sure, it does seem as if he was not removed from his position as Lord Commander. The next known Lord Commander is Lothar Burleigh, who was active during the early reign of King Jaehaerys I. In 58 AC, Lord Commander Burleigh received Queen Alysanne Targaryen at Castle Black during her famed Progress of the North. Forewarned of her arrival by Lord Alaric Stark, Lothar assembled 800 black brothers to honour the Queen when she arrived at the Wall. A welcoming feast was held in her name, where mammoth meat, mead and stout were served. Though Burleigh privately fretted that his hall and fare were unworthy of a queen, Alysanne accepted all with grace and praised the hospitality of the Watch. During her stay, Alysanne proposed that the Night Fort, the oldest and grandest of the Wall's castles, but ruinously expensive to maintain, be replaced with a more practical stronghold nearby. She personally funded the new castle with her own jewels, even parting with her crown. The result was Deep Lake, with a statue there in her honour and built to serve the Watch more efficiently. Alysanne also convinced Lord Commander Burleigh to escort her south to Molestown, where she convened one of her famed women's courts. Hearing the concerns of the townswomen, including the brothel workers who dwelt there beneath the shadow of the Wall, this would influence Alysanne's advocacy for the outlawing of the right to the First Night. Her time at the Wall also inspired Alysanne to convince her husband, King Jaehaerys, and Lord Alaric Stark to cede more land to the Night's Watch as a new gift, so the Watch could better fund itself and sustain itself. Jack Musgood, known early in his time as Lord Commander as Jolly Jack and later Sleepy Jack, was a member of House Musgood who rose to become Lord Commander. We don't know when he was elected, but he died sometime between 226 and 239 AC. His reputation as Lord Commander is considered poor. Under Jack's watch, a king beyond the Wall called Raymond Redbeard and his large free-folk host slipped past the Wall and headed south. This drew the forces of House Umber and House Stark to Long Lake, where Raymond and Lord Willem Stark were both killed in battle. The Night's Watch arrived too late to participate in the battle and were ordered by Artos Stark to dispose of the dead. This series of events led to Sleepy Jack earning his nickname. How many eyes does Lord Bloodraven have? The riddle ran, 1,000 eyes and one. Some claimed that the king's hand was a student of the dark arts who could change his face, put on the likeness of a one-eyed dog, even turn into mist. Packs of gaunt grey wolves hunted down his foes, men said, and Karen crows spied for him and whispered secrets in his ear. Most of the tales were only tales. Dunk did not doubt. but no one could doubt that Bloodraven had informers everywhere. The thoughts of Duncan the Tall on Brendan Rivers, the Mystery Knight. Brendan Rivers, also known to many as Bloodraven, is perhaps the most infamous Lord Commander the Watch has ever had, not for his life as Lord Commander, but that before it. Bloodraven was one of the great bastards of King Aegon IV. He would play a key role during the First Blackfire Rebellion, with Brendan and his Raven's Teeth killing his half-brother, Daemon Blackfire, and his twin sons at the Battle of the Redgrass Field, before fighting a one-on-one duel with another half-brother and long-term rival, Aegor Rivers, better known as Bittersteel. Aegor escaped the battle, and Bloodraven lost an eye in the fighting. He became a feared and dark figure in the years after the rebellion, becoming a feared spymaster, and later handed the king for King Aerys I and later King Maekar Targaryen. Brendan was rumoured to be a sinister sorcerer and spymaster who effectively ruled the kingdom with spies and spells as Lord Bloodraven. A popular riddle among the small folk asked, how many eyes does Lord Bloodraven have? 1,000 eyes and one. His primary weapon was a rare, weirwood longbow, but he also possessed one of House Targaryen's Valyrian steel blades, Dark Sister. He would play a key role in the Second and Third Blackfire Rebellions before his eventual downfall. After King Maekar's death in 233 AC, Brendan, acting as Hand of the King, summoned a great council at King's Landing to resolve the dispute of succession. Aenys Blackfire, the Blackfire claimant, seeking a peaceful resolution, requested permission to attend. Brendan granted him safe conduct from Tyrosh, yet upon Aenys' arrival, the Goldcloaks seized him, and he was subsequently beheaded within the Red Keep. When the Great Council concluded, it selected Maekar's youngest son as King Aegon V. The new king's first decree was to place Brendan under arrest for orchestrating Aenys' death. According to Maester Aemond Targaryen, Brendan was confined in the dungeons at the Red Keep. He defended his actions, insisting he had surrendered his own honour for the good of the realm, but King Aegon rejected this plea. Instead of execution, Aegon granted him the choice of taking the Black, which Brendan accepted. When Maester Aemon departed for the Wall in 233 AC, he travelled under the protection of Sir Duncan the Tall of the Kingsguard, a close friend to King Aegon V. An honour guard of new recruits from the Watch accompanied him. 200 men in all, including prisoners sentenced to the Black. Among them was Brendan Rivers, included many former archers of his own Raven's Teeth. Brendan also brought the Valyrian steel blade Dark Sister with him on the journey. In 239 AC, Brendan was elected Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. 13 years later, he vanished while ranging beyond the Wall, leaving only speculation and legend in his wake. Lord Commander Orgyle was the 996th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. He's the only known Dornish Lord Commander. He joined the Watch sometime prior to the service of Sir Dennis Mallister. During his command, Castle Black maintained strict scheduled patrols, sending rangers east towards Eastwatch by the Sea every third day and west towards the Shadow Tower every second day. On one occasion, he travelled to Winterfell with a small escort of 12 men, among them the future King Beyond the Wall, Mance Rayder, to meet with Lord Eddard Stark. During this visit, a young Robb Stark and Jon Snow prepared a mound of snowballs above the gate to drop on the unsuspecting brothers. Mance discovered their scheme but chose not to expose them. Following Lord Commander Orgyle's death, the Brothers of the Watch elected Jeor Mormont as the new Lord Commander in 288 AC. Jeor was known as the Old Bear. He was previously the head of House Mormont and Lord of Bear Island. He abdicated his seat in favour of his son Ser Jorah Mormont and joined the Watch. Jeor rapidly rose through the ranks and was elected Lord Commander in 288 AC. Jeor viewed the Watch's dwindling strength with growing alarm and took seriously the increasing dangers posed by the free folk beyond the Wall. Acting on the counsel of his first ranger, Benjen Stark, he abandoned the predictable patrol scheme of his predecessor. In its place, Jeor instituted a system of irregular shifting patrols, altering both in number of rangers sent out and the days on which they departed, making it far harder for wildlings to anticipate the Watch's movement. At times, he's also dispatched larger parties to temporarily garrison one of the many abandoned castles of the Watch, holding it for a fortnight or a moon's turn before returning to Castle Black. In 299 AC, he would lead a great ranging beyond the wall to investigate claims of Mance Rayder rallying a huge wildling army intent on marching on the wall, and to also investigate the apparent return of the others. After being attacked by the others at the Fist of the First Men, Gior and the Watch retreated south, stopping at Craster's Keep. While there, Gior was killed by a small group of mutineers who took control of the keep, while loyal members of the Watch fled south to the wall. Jon Snow, the bastard son of Eddard Stark, was elected the 998th Lord Commander following Gior's death. Jon had been acting as Gior's personal steward prior to his death, but was seen as a controversial pick by some given he had spent considerable time with the wildlings beyond the wall, in theory as a captive, with some questioning if he had willingly broken his Night's Watch vows. Lord Commander Snow rose to the role during a testing time in the wake of the Battle of Beneath the Wall, plus the looming threat of the others and King Stannis Baratheon garrisoning the wall. Rogue elements of the Watch's upper leadership disagreed with Jon's decisions regarding the allowing of the wildlings south of the wall, and his intent to march on House Bolton, who currently hold Winterfell. During this coup, Jon is stabbed multiple times by his brothers. His current status is unknown. He may or may not be alive. Every great lord has unruly bannermen who envy him in his place. My father had the Rains and the Tarbeks. The Tyrells had the Florents. Host Tully has Walder Frey. Only strength keeps men in their place. The moment they smell weakness, during the Age of Heroes, the Boltons used to flay the Starks and wear their skin as cloaks. Jaime Lannister to Brienne of Tarth. A Storm of Swords, Chapter 62. Jaime 7. House Bolton of the Dreadfort is arguably the most infamous house in the North, perhaps even Westeros, with a sour reputation they have rightly earned, and some argue they are proud of. They are among the most ancient of the northern houses, descendants of the First Men, tracing its lineage back to the Age of Heroes. Their notorious sigil depicts a red flayed man on a field of pale pink, malted with drops of blood, a grim reminder of the practices for which the Boltons are now well known for. The Boltons are known for the historical practice of flaying their enemies, which is depicted on their banner, and they are said to hang the skins of their enemies in a room in the Dreadfort. This sinister reputation means the family is also known for being dishonourable, treacherous, cruel, and cunning, a reputation they seemingly have well earned. It is believed that their house words are, "Our blades are sharp." The Dreadfort is the ancestral stronghold of the Boltons, set in the northeastern reaches of the North. It stands on the northern bank of the Weeping Water, lying southeast of the Lonely Hills, north of the Sheep's Head Hills, north of Holmwood, south of Last Hearth, southwest of Carhold. Fortress is known for its formidable design, built with thick stone walls and immense towers. Within its walls, a great hall with its dim, smoky chamber, lit by rows of torches held in skeletal human hands, mounted along the walls. Long tables stretch towards a dais, where the high table and the seat of the Lord of the Dreadfort stand beneath a vaulted ceiling supported by wooden rafters, blackened by generations of smoke. The castle yard holds a huge kennel and steep steps descending into the large dungeons below. The cells are narrow and cold, their damp stone walls adding to the fortress's grim reputation. The Dreadfort is considered an ill omen, as tales insist the Boltons once kept torture chambers, and even a chamber where they displayed the flayed skins of their enemies, among them several ancient kings in the north. I know the Dreadfort. It's a strong castle, all of stone, and thick walls and massive towers. With winter coming, you will find it well provisioned. Centuries ago, House Bolton rose up against the king in the north. A Harlan Stark laid siege to the Dreadfort. It took him 2 years to starve them out. Jon Snow to Richard Horpe. A Dance with Dragons, Chapter 17. Jon 4. Much of House Bolton's history can be defined by their millennia-long rivalry and feud with House Stark of Winterfell, with power in the north shifting between these two powerful houses century after century. The Boltons once ruled as Red Kings from the Dreadfort. At the height of their power, their dominion stretched to the Last River and the White Knife to the Sheepshead Hills. However, the borders of their kingdom shifted as the power of the Red Kings waxed and waned several times over time. Some of the earliest mentions of House Bolton is speculated to be connected to the legendary, and some even argue mythical, figure known as the Night's King. The Night's King was the 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch in the years after the wall had finished construction. It is said the Night's King married a magical corpse bride and ruled his small kingdom from the Night Fort on the wall, bending his brothers of the Night's Watch to his will using magic, eventually being overthrown by a king beyond the wall named Jormund and a king of winter named Brandon the Breaker. There is much debate as to how much of this tale of the Night's King is true, but House Bolton is said to be one of the possible houses the Night's King came from. During the Age of Heroes, various Red Kings are said to have joined forces with the Marsh Kings of the Neck to resist incursions from the south, showing they were willing to work with the other kings in the north to protect the Northern Kingdom, showing how it's possible to cooperate with House Bolton for a greater good. After the Long Night, the Red Kings remained rivals with the Kings of Winter of House Stark. While the power and influence was often in the hands of House Stark, the Boltons did win a few notable victories, and there were periods of time where the Red Kings held power in the north over the Starks. The two most well-known of these Red Kings were Royce II and Royce IV Bolton. While we do not know the context of their campaigns against House Stark, they were both victorious and burned Winterfell as a result. No easy feat given the sheer size and power of the Starks' ancient seat. King Royce IV was perhaps the most well-known and had a feared reputation that spanned the whole of the north and beyond. He was known as Royce Redarm because of his habits of tearing out the entrails of his prisoners with his bare hands. The Boltons' sinister reputation only grew as the centuries passed, especially their practice of flaying, which was already well known, but there are some rumours from the Age of Heroes that claim the Red Kings often wore the flayed skins of Stark princes, including, some say, the son of the legendary figure Bel the Bard, further deepening their grim reputation and also deepening their sour relationship with House Stark. Like many of these tales coming from the Age of Heroes, it can be hard to discern just how much of these legends are true. While maesters often believe these tales have been exaggerated, there is often a grain of truth at their core. The last of the Red Kings was King Rogar the Huntsman. He bent the knee to Winterfell and the Kings of Winter when the Andals, whom had destroyed many of the First Men kingdoms to the south, began to look north to the last of the First Men kingdoms. He would send his sons to Winterfell as hostages to ensure his loyalty. Alongside King Theon Stark, known as the Hungry Wolf, they battled Argos Sevenstar and his Andals, defeating them in the Battle of the Weeping Water. And as history has proven to us, the North remains the sole surviving kingdom of the First Men in Westeros, thanks to its highly defendable position and shared unity behind a single king. Who dressed this poor child in those Bolton rags? That badge. There's many a man would hang her in half a heartbeat for wearing a flayed man on her breast. Ovala Smallwood, to the Brotherhood Without Banners, A Storm of Swords Chapter 22, Arya 4. Like a lot of history from this era, given we are talking about thousands of years of time passing, exact details tend to become vague at best, but it appears at least for a few generations, House Bolton remained loyal vassals of House Stark, who were now not just the Kings of Winter, but the Kings of the North in its entirety. But House Bolton was still a powerful house, and the closest rivals of the Starks. During this time, the Dreadfort rose in an unsuccessful rebellion against their overlords, alongside the Grey Starks of the Wolf's Den. The Grey Starks were kin to the Starks of Winterfell, becoming a cadet branch of the house several centuries prior. Likely sometime after the fall of the Red Kings, given the Wolf's Den's proximity to the Dreadfort versus Winterfell. Why the Grey Starks chose to rise up against their kin we cannot say, but House Stark put down the rebellion. The Boltons survived, however, although the Grey Starks did not, with their house utterly wiped out. The Chronicles of Long Sister gives us details of an attempted invasion of the Three Sisters by the Kings of Winter, which occurred 2,000 years ago. A Lord Balthazar Bolton allegedly had a pink pavilion made of the flayed skins of hundreds of sistermen. How much of this tale is true we cannot say, but the legend is still spoken of in the Three Sisters to this day. The Boltons once again threatened Winterfell during the reign of King Edric Snowbeard, with the north at this time very politically unstable. At some unspecified point after this, a few centuries prior to Aegon's conquest, the Boltons rebelled one final time against House Stark. The Stark army besieged the Dreadfort for 2 years before the Boltons capitulated to King Harlon Stark. While we cannot put a date on it, at some point during this era of the Kings of Winter, the Boltons bent the knee to Winterfell and agreed to abandon their practice of flaying, but it is still rumoured the skins of their enemies hang in the rooms within the Dreadfort. Given the tales of Lord Balthasar Bolton and his Pink Pavilion suggest the outlawing of flaying came after this point. Unlike the kingdoms to the south, for the north, things functionally changed very little after King Torrhen Stark bent the knee to Aegon the Conqueror on the banks of the Trident. Rather than being vassals to the Kings of Winter, House Bolton now bent the knee to their new lords of House Stark, whom were also now acting as Wardens of the North for the Iron Throne. It appears the Boltons' relationship with House Stark remained stable during the Targaryen rule of Westeros. A Barbara Bolton attended the Maiden's Day Ball in King's Landing during 133 AC, held to find a new queen for King Aegon III. King Aegon chose to wed Daenerys Velaryon. While there, Barbara pleaded with the Iron Throne to send aid to the north, feeding the Northmen during a particularly hard winter. When Lord Eddard Stark called the banners of the north to fight in Robert's rebellion, a young Lord Roose Bolton took up arms, fighting in the Battle of the Trident. Afterwards, he advised Lord Robert Baratheon to slash the throat of the captive Barristan Selmy, a knight of the Kingsguard of King Aerys II Targaryen, the Mad King, but Robert instead sent for a maester to treat the wounds of the legendary Barristan the Bold. When Domeric Bolton, Roose's son and heir, learned he had a bastard half-brother, he rode up to the Weeping Water to befriend Ramsay Snow. According to Roose, Domeric was then poisoned by Ramsay. Now heirless, Roose brought Ramsay to the Dreadfort. Roose would again march south with Robb Stark during the War of the Five Kings, acting as one of the young wolf's senior and most trusted generals. He would garrison Harrenhal for a period during the war. Roose's actions ultimately culminated with his personal killing of Robb at the Twins during the Red Wedding, which he planned with Lame Lothar Frey with approval from Lord Walder Frey and Tywin Lannister. House Bolton then usurps House Stark, with Roose being named the new Warden of the North by the Iron Throne. Meanwhile, Ramsay Snow is granted a royal writ of legitimacy by King Tommen Baratheon, becoming Ramsay Bolton. Currently, House Bolton holds the ruins of Winterfell, now having to deal with the army of King Stannis Baratheon as he marches on Winterfell, as well as northern lords who still are loyal to House Stark. The Mormonts of Bear Island were an old house, proud and honourable, but their lands were cold, distant and poor. The Thoughts of Eddard Stark on House Mormont. A Game of Thrones Chapter 12, Eddard 2. House Mormont of Bear Island is a northern noble house that has been sworn to House Stark of Winterfell, the former kings in the north, for thousands of years. Their seat is known as Mormont Keep, located on Bear Island, a small and remote island in the Bay of Ice, northwest of Winterfell. Their sigil depicts a black bear against a green wood, and their words are, "Here we stand." The Mormont seat is a wooded wall stronghold centered around a dark, smoky keep. The hall is constructed from massive logs and enclosed by an earthen palisade. Upon the gate stands a carved figure of a woman cloaked beneath bearskin, a child nursing at her breast in one arm and a battle axe raised in the other, a traditional emblem of the island's fierce and rugged heritage. Bear Island is beautiful yet remote, its rugged landscape marked by ancient, gnarled oaks, towering pines, and thickets of flowering thornbush. Moss-cloaked grey stones lie scattered among the steep, stream-cut hills, and the island is well known for the many bears that roam its forests. According to some accounts, House Hoare of the Iron Islands once incorporated a green tree into its second quarter of their sigil to commemorate their brief possession of Bear Island. Apart from a scattering of crofters inland, the people of Bear Island dwell along the coast, making their living from the sea. In earlier centuries, iron-born reavers and free folk from the frozen shore frequently struck the island while its men were away fishing, leaving its defense to the women. Over time, this hardship and distinct warrior tradition among the women of Bear Island has meant they have become renowned for their ferocity and skill in battle. She had heard the longing in Ser Jorah's voice when he spoke of his Bear Island. He can never have me, but one day I can give him back his home and honour. The thoughts of Daenerys Targaryen. A Clash of Kings Chapter 12, Daenerys 1. House Mormont is one of the most ancient of the northern houses, with reputation for honour and steadfast loyalty. Due to the sheer timescale of history in the north, dating back to the Age of Heroes, much of House Mormont's history takes the form of legends and songs, with very few verifiable sources. We do, however, have some factual sources we can draw from. Some of the northern histories claim that a Roderick Stark, a king in the north, was the man who granted Bear Island to the Mormonts after winning it in a wrestling match from a driftwood king of the Ironborn, though more skeptical maesters have suggested the wrestling was likely diplomatic rather than literal. But others have also put forward that given the reputation of the Ironborn and what we know of their culture, winning the island in such a way does fit well. House Mormont once owned Longclaw, a Valyrian steel ancestral bastard sword, for centuries, at least 500 years prior to Aegon's conquest. Despite this, they remained a relatively poor house, as Bear Island offered few resources of value despite the sheer worth of gold the sword had. But for some houses, some things are worth more than riches themselves. Their hall is a solid structure of massive logs, enclosed by an earthen palisade. Upon the gate stands distinct carving of a woman clad in bearskin, a child nursing at her breast while she raises a battle axe in the other hand, an enduring emblem of the fierce and resilient spirit of the Mormont line. The Mormonts rule lands that are cold, rugged and poor, yet their people remain strong and hardy. As with the other women of Bear Island, the women of House Mormont have long trained to defend themselves and their home against Ironborn reavers and wildlings, preserving the island's tradition of formidable female warriors. For thousands of years, the Ironborn and wildlings posed an equal threat to Bear Island, but as the Iron Islands stabilised politically, especially after Aegon's conquest, it lessened the threat of Ironborn raids, allowing House Mormont to focus more effort into dealing and repelling with threats posed by the wildlings beyond the wall. The cold winds are rising, summer is at an end, and a winter is coming such as the world has never seen. Jeor Mormont to Jon Snow, A Game of Thrones Chapter 60, Jon 8. It seems the House Mormont have always been loyal to House Stark, the kings in the north for most of their history. Nothing seems to have changed that unwavering loyalty to them post Aegon's conquest, when King Torrhen Stark bent the knee to the Valyrian Dragon Lords, in which the Starks were reduced to lords and Aegon's Wardens of the North. During the last stages of the conquest, it does also seem that House Mormont were one of the many houses to provide longships and men to King Aegon as he moved to capture the fractured Iron Islands in the wake of the downfall of House Hoare. We also know a Lord Alaric Stark, whom was Lord of Winterfell during the early part of the reign of King Jaehaerys Targaryen, around 50 years post-conquest, was married to a woman of House Mormont. Legends from Bear Island state that Lord Alaric and his Mormont bride made a cloak of the skins of 2 wolves she had killed when she was only 12 years of age. We are also reasonably sure that several members of House Mormont travelled to the Great Tourney Town Hall hosted by Lord Went on behalf of Rhaegar Targaryen in 281 AC. However, we cannot say if any men from House Mormont took an active part in the tourney. If they did, it seems they were not victorious, as tourney records show the victors. Arguably, the most compelling part of Mormont history is indeed very recent. Lord Jeor Mormont was the Lord of Bear Island for the latter part of the reign of King Jaehaerys II Targaryen into that of his son Aerys II. Born in 230 AC, we are not sure when Jeor became Lord, but it does seem he had abdicated his seat prior to Robert's rebellion in favour of his eldest son and heir, Jorah, with Jeor taking the Black and eventually becoming Lord Commander of the Night's Watch in 288 AC. Jeor is said to have had an immense bald head with a spotted scalp, with a shaggy grey beard that covered most of his chest. He had been described as gruff and stubborn in manner, which often intimidates. Still strong despite his advanced age, Gior believes he still has his tea due to his habit of putting lemons in his beer every day. There are ghosts everywhere. We carry them with us wherever we go. Tell me the name of your ghost, Jorah. You know all of mine. Her name was Lyness. Jorah and Daenerys Targaryen, A Clash of Kings Chapter 12, Daenerys 1. Lord Gior Mormont had once arranged for his son Jorah to wed a maiden of House Glover, while Jorah was still a young man. The marriage endured for at least 10 years, though the pair had no children. Jorah's wife died failing to recover from her third childbirth, and by the time of her passing, Gior had already taken the Black and joined the Night's Watch, leaving the Lord of Bear Island without a wife or heir. When Lord Eddard Stark called his banners, Jorah Mormont answered and fought for the rebels during the Battle of the Trident in 283 AC. Jorah later distinguished himself during the Greyjoy Rebellion in 289 AC, earning renown at the Siege of Pike and receiving a knighthood from King Robert Baratheon. At the celebratory tourney in Lannisport, he met a Lyness Hightower and fell in love quickly. After winning the joust, he crowned her his Queen of Love and Beauty and sought her hand from her father, Lord Leighton Hightower, who consented. Yet life on Bear Island proved a harsh contrast to the splendour of Old Town, and Jorah exhausted his fortune in vain attempts to keep his young bride happy. In 293 AC, desperate for coin, Jorah illegally sold poachers to a Tyroshi slaver. When news arrived at Bear Island that Lord Eddard Stark was sailing there to deliver the king's judgment, Jorah fled with Lyness across the Narrow Sea. They settled first in Lys, where Jorah turned to a life of a sellsword after their money was spent within half a year. While he fought along the Rhoyne, Lyness became the concubine of a merchant prince, Tregear Ormelium. On his return, Jorah was expelled from Lys and made his way to Volantis. With Jorah's exile, his aunt, Mage Mormont, sister to Gior, succeeded to rule Bear Island, her eldest daughter Daisy standing as her heir. Longclaw, which Jorah left behind, was returned by Lady Mage to Gior at the Night's Watch. Like her nephew had done years prior, Lady Mage Mormont answered Robb Stark's call to arms, marching south with Daisy and the Mormont bannermen to fight against House Lannister in the War of the Five Kings. Mage served upon Robb's war councils, while Daisy rode amongst his chosen companions and guards, standing out as the only woman in the group. Both are present in Riverrun's Great Hall when the Northern Lords proclaimed Robb king in the north. Gior, now Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, meets Tyrion Lannister and Jon Snow upon their arrival at the Wall. He would later select Jon to serve as his steward, guiding him closely and offering the youth a stern but steady mentorship. After Jon saves his life from an attack by Whites, Gior presents him with Longclaw as a reward, the Mormont ancestral blade, refitted to suit Jon's hand. Meanwhile, the exiled Ser Jorah attends a gathering hosted by Magister Ilario Mapatis in Pentos, and subsequently enters the service of the also exiled Viserys Targaryen, the Targaryen claimant to the Iron Throne. For the wedding of Viserys' sister Daenerys to Khal Drogo, Jorah offers her several histories and songbooks from Westeros as a gift. Secretly, however, he provides intelligence on the Targaryens to Lord Varys the Spider, the spymaster of King Robert Baratheon. After the deaths of Viserys and Robert, Jorah prevents an assassination attempt on Daenerys by uncovering the wine cellar's poison in Vaes Dothrak. When Drogo's Khalasar fractures after the Khal's death, Jorah remains at Daenerys' side and is named the first of her Queensguard. He stands witness to Daenerys' walk unburned from Drogo's funeral pyre, 3 newly hatched dragons emerging with her from the flames. Lady Mage and her daughter Daisy ride with Robb Stark to the Westerlands. Following the Battle of Oxcross, Mage captures thousands of livestock and drives them back to the Riverlands, bolstering the Northern Forces' supplies. At the Wall, Gior commands the Night's Watch during the Great ranging beyond the icy expanse, overseeing the patrols and ensuring the safety of the garrison. Meanwhile, Ser Jorah counsels Daenerys Targaryen to journey to Asshai by the Shadow, believing it to be the safest path for her and her fledgling Khalasar. Daenerys, however, chooses to lead her small host to the city of Qarth instead, seeking opportunity and sanctuary there. In preparation for King Robb's campaign to reclaim Moat Cailin from the Ironborn, Lady Mage is dispatched by Robb aboard a Mallister longship to the Neck, tasked with securing the aid of the Crannog men. Tragedy strikes the northern forces when both Daisy and Robb are slain during the infamous Red Wedding at the Twins. After the Battle of the Fist of the First Men, Lord Commander Jeor Mormont meets his end at the hands of Ollo Lophand during the mutiny at Craster's Keep. Maester Aemon sends a raven to Bear Island, imploring the Mormonts to aid in defending Castle Black against the encroaching wildlings. Jon Snow, Jeor's former steward, is subsequently chosen as the new Lord Commander after the battle beneath the Wall. Ser Jorah Mormont is later exiled from Meereen by Queen Daenerys upon the revelation from Ser Barristan Selmy that he'd once been spying for Lord Varys. With the death of her elder sister, Daisy, at the Red Wedding, Alysanne becomes the new heir of House Mormont. When Stannis Baratheon calls for the fealty of the Northern Lords, young Lyanna Mormont firmly sends word that Bear Island will not bend the knee. Lyra and Jorel Mormont remain with their mother, Lady Mage, whose whereabouts is currently uncertain. Alysanne Mormont, accompanied by men-at-arms of House Mormont, executes a daring strike on the Ironborn longships off the shores of Deepwood Motte. Concealing her warriors within a flotilla of fishing sloops, she surprises the raiders, capturing and burning all the vessels, and taking several Ironborn captains, knights and warriors, prisoner for ransom. After Stannis retakes Deepwood Motte and restores it to House Glover, Alysanne joins his army. She serves as one of the guards for Asher Greyjoy during Stannis' march on Winterfell. Meanwhile, Ser Jorah captures Tyrion Lannister at Selhorys and escorts him to Slaver's Bay, intending to present the dwarf to Daenerys Targaryen in Meereen. And as of the publication of A Dance with Dragons, and while we wait for the Winds of Winter, that is all we currently know of House Mormont. Your father once told me the Great Jon was as fearless as any man he'd ever known. Greywind ate 2 of his fingers, and he laughed about it. Catelyn Stark and Robb Stark on the Great Jon Umber. The Game of Thrones, Chapter 55, Catelyn 8. House Umber of Last Hearth is one of the most prominent and powerful northern houses, who have historically been sworn to House Stark of Winterfell. Their seat, the Last Hearth, stands close to the lands of the Gift, controlled by the Night's Watch, placing the Umbers among the first line of defence against threats from beyond the Wall. Their current lord is Jon Umber, known as the Great Jon. He's a fiercely loyal bannerman to House Stark, even for an Umber. The Umber's sigil depicts a roaring brown-haired giant clad in skin, in broken silver chains, flying amidst a flame-red field. According to some sources, the house words are "death before chains." The Umbers command a broad swath of land along the Bay of Seals, stretching south from the New Gift and westward to the King's Road. Their domain encompasses the upper reaches of the Last River and the rugged, lonely hills, with the King's Road itself marking their western boundary for nearly 100 leagues. Though most Umber territory lies east of the road, their flocks are driven into the high mountain meadows during the summer months for grazing. The region is rich in dense forests of towering pines and ancient oaks, resources the Umbers have long relied upon for their timber, hunting, and the rugged life demanded by the far north. Their seat of Last Hearth is the most northern castle in Westeros until you reach Castle Black and the Wall, hence the name, Last Hearth. Last Hearth was the royal seat of the Umbers, when they were once petty kings during the Age of Heroes, before bending the knee to the Kings of Winter of House Stark. It is believed that much of Last Hearth is made from the abundant pine and oak found in the forests that make up much of House Umber's lands. But by all accounts, Last Hearth has defendable stone structures that have been added over the millennia, making it just as challenging to assault as any other castle in the realm. The men of House Umber, for the most part, tend to be huge, loud and boisterous, as well as fearless in battle with a rage that seemingly gives them otherworldly strength. Some legends of the north claim that the Umbers had a drop of giant's blood running through their veins. They are also often known to have thick beards and long hair, adding to their ferocious and menacing look. While the Umbers are rightly seen as one of the most loyal and respected bannermen to House Stark, there are some more unsavoury aspects to the house the most common observers of history will not necessarily notice. House Umber were historically one of the houses of the North who practiced the right to the first night and actively sought to. The custom states that when a small folk marries, their lord or king has the privilege to bed the bride on the first night. Some lords even take this further, invoking it while staying with one of their bannermen, be that with the man's wife or daughter. However, most lords tended to avoid this aspect of the practice, as they found exploiting their bannermen in this way often fueled unrest and treasonous talk. In 58 AC, Queen Alysanne Targaryen visited the north on a royal progress, where she learned of the right to the first night from the small folk of the north. Horrified at the mistreatment of so many young women, she petitioned her husband, King Jaehaerys, to outlaw the practice. Though wary to upset his lords, King Jaehaerys listened to his wife's plea and outlawed the right to the first night against the advice of Lord Alaric Stark, whom stated many of his bannermen would see this as the crown stripping them of their lordly rights. There are some rumours that men of House Umber still to this day practice the right to the first night in secret. The Umbers seem simple, but they are not without a certain low cunning. Roose Bolton to Theon Greyjoy, A Dance with Dragons Chapter 32, Reek 3. House Umber can trace its lineage back to one of the most ancient lines of the First Men, once sovereign kings in the far north before centuries of conflict and shifting power structure reduced them from their royal status to staunch vassals of House Stark, the Kings of Winter. As with many great houses of the region, legends name the Night's King, the 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, whom reportedly took a corpse bride and turned the Night Fort into his own petty kingdom, as possibly having hailed from House Umber. Though such tales vary from Holdfast to Holdfast, with any of the larger northern houses often being attributed as the Night's King. The Umbers being the last northern house before the wall means they're the first line of defence when it comes to the wildling incursions. One ancient example of this is when they fought beside the Starks to defeat Gendel and Gorn, the brothers whom were king beyond the wall, a victory some 3,000 years past according to some northern traditions. In 226 AC, during the Targaryen reign over Westeros, our Lord Harmond Umber joined Lord Willem Stark and Artos Stark in the rout of another king beyond the wall, Ryman Redbeard, at Long Lake, a hard-won battle against his formidable wildling host. The proximity of the wall leaves no love lost between House Umber and the wildlings, as many members of House Umber have been lost in wildling raids or dealing with incursions. In much harsher times, a daughter of Mors Umber was seized during a wildling raid, a memory that deepened the Umbers' reputation for their fierce enmity towards raiders beyond the wall. During Robert's rebellion, the Umbers marched with Lord Eddard Stark, with two of Mors' sons falling at the Battle of the Trident in service of their liege and their realm. The blasts of horns woke him. Bran pushed himself onto his side, grateful for the reprieve. He heard horses and boisterous shouting. More guests had come, and half drunk by the noise of them. Grasping his bar, he pulled himself from the bed and over to the window seat. On their banner was a giant in shattered chains that told him they were the Umber men, down from the Northlands beyond the last river. The Thoughts of Bran Stark, A Clash of Kings Chapter 16, Bran 2. The current Lord of House Umber is Jon Umber, better known as the Great Jon. He is a massive man who stands near 7 feet tall. He is hugely muscled, his fists likened to hams, and regarded by Jaime Lannister as one of the very few living warriors who might match him in sheer strength. Boisterous, proud, and unrestrained, the Great Jon offers respect only to those who prove themselves worthy of it. He has little patience for courtly manner, and holds the belief the battlefield is no place for women, which causes some friction with the Lady of Bear Island, Mage Mormont. His speaking voice is deep, booming, resonant rumble, though he is said to possess a surprisingly capable singing voice. A heavy drinker, Jon is dismissed by some as a sweaty oaf, though none question his ferocity in battle. The Great John wields an immense and ungainly greatsword larger than even the Valyrian steel greatsword of House Stark, Ice, at least in Bran Stark's estimation. He typically wears mail and keeps a warhorn at his side he likes to sound off in battle. When Robb Stark calls his banners at the start of the War of the Five Kings, when Ned Stark is arrested, Jon answers his call, marching south with most of the Umber men and his eldest son and heir, also called Jon Umber, known as the Small Jon. Despite his nickname, Small Jon Umber is nearly as tall as his father, the Great Jon, and might still become taller. Like his father, he's built strongly. Jon leaves his aged uncles, Mors Crowfood and Hother Warsbane, in command of the last hearth, while he's in the south. Despite the initial heated confrontation at Winterfell, the Great Jon soon proves himself one of Robb Stark's staunchest allies and most formidable battlefield commanders, with the Small Jon riding among his personal guard. During the Battle of the Whispering Wood, the Great Jon commands his own contingent independent of Robb's main force, and during the Battle of the Camps, he charges in from the west alongside the Mallisters, putting the Lannister siege towers to the torch. After the execution of Eddard Stark, House Umber stands firmly behind his son, and the Great Jon loudly proclaims Robb king in the north, in the Hall of Riverrun. The Umber contingent of the Northern Army that rides south remains with King Robb throughout his entire campaign in the Westerlands. After the victory at Oxcross, the Great Jon seizes several Lannister gold mines, a vital revenue stream, while the Small Jon leads the assault party that scales the walls during the storming of the Crag. Meanwhile in the north, Lord Umber's uncles attend a harvest feast at Winterfell. Hother petitions for ships to combat the wildling raiders along the Bay of Seals, and he is instructed to coordinate with Lord Wyman Manderley on the construction of a fleet. Mors Umber puts himself forward as a prospective husband for the widowed Lady Donella Hornwood, though she declines the proposal. Following the Ironborn capture of Winterfell, Theon Greyjoy informs his sister Asha the Umber forces are gathering beyond the last river to help retake the Stark stronghold. However, no Umber men are present among Sir Roderick Cassell's assembled host before the Battle of Winterfell. The Great Jon and the Small Jon return with King Robb Stark and his host from the Westerlands back to the Riverlands. At Riverrun, Lord Umber and his men are among the first to subdue Lord Rickard Karstark after he murders the captive William Lannister and Tion Frey. The Umber men are wounded in the struggle. When Rickard angrily calls Robb boy, the Great Jon strikes him and later oversees the hanging of 7 Carhold men who aided their lord in the murders. As Robb Stark marches from Riverrun to the Twins for Lord Edmure Tully's wedding to Roslyn Frey, the Great Jon commands the vanguard of the Northern Army. During the wedding feast at the Twins, he drinks heavily and competes in bouts of drinking with Sir Waylon Frey and Merritt Frey. When the massacre of the Red Wedding begins, it takes 8 men to bring him down. He kills 1, wounds 2 others, and bites half of Sir Lensel Haig's ear off before being overpowered. The Great Jon is taken captive and imprisoned in the Twins, while his heir, the Small Jon, is slain by Bolton or perhaps Karstark men as he tries to defend Robb Stark. The identity of House Umber's current heir is now unknown. Queen Regent Cersei Lannister later tells King Tommen Baratheon's small council that the Umbers have joined Ramsay Bolton in driving the Ironborn from Moat Cailin. With House Stark displaced, Ramsay's father Lord Roose Bolton has been made Warden of the North by the Iron Throne. Following the lifting of the siege of Riverrun, Jaime Lannister informs Walder Rivers that King Tommen requires House Frey to release all prisoners taken during the Red Wedding, in accordance with the Crown's command. This includes the Great Jon. But while the Great Jon is still imprisoned at the Twins, Hother Umber commands roughly half of the remaining Umber strength under the Bolton banner, though Lord Roose Bolton considers these men unreliable at best, given their well-known Stark loyalty. Meanwhile, Mors Umber joins the cause of King Stannis Baratheon in his campaign to drive both the Boltons and the Greyjoy forces from the north. Crowfood makes it plain that no Umber will raise a hand against another, regardless of the cause. Hother leads 300 spears and 100 archers south towards Moat Cailin, later commands the Umber contingent at Winterfell during the wedding of Ramsay Bolton to a girl presented as Arya Stark, Jane Poole in truth. The Umber men, allied with Morse, encamp outside Winterfell, sounding their war horns to keep Roose Bolton's forces off balance. After Theon Greyjoy and Jane Poole flee Winterfell, it is Mors Crowfoot who brings them safely to the Crofters village and Stannis Baratheon. All Nan said they had Stark blood in them, going back hundreds of years, but they did not look like Starks to Bran. The thoughts of Bran Stark on the Karstarks. A Game of Thrones Chapter 53, Bran 6. House Karstark of Carhold is one of the most standout noble houses of the North. What makes them so different from the other northern houses is that they were founded as a cadet branch of their overlords, the Starks of Winterfell, and are among their principal bannermen. The Karstark's blazon is a white sunburst on black, and their motto is the Son of the Winter. Most sources suggest that House Karstark came to be around 700 years before Aegon's conquest, making them one of the newer houses of the North. The Karstarks trace their lineage to Carlon Stark, a younger son of an unknown Lord of Winterfell. Carlon is said to have subdued a rebellious lord and was granted lands for his service. The stronghold he built near the Grey Cliffs was named Carl's Hold. The name then evolved into Carhold over the centuries, and the cadet line that ruled there eventually became known as the Karstarks, merging both names of their founder. This is not as common as you might think, with most cadet branches keeping the original family name, with the distinction coming from their location. For example, House Harlaw of Harroden's Hill being one of the many cadet branches of the main House Harlaw line. Some cadet branches changed their names entirely. For example, the infamous House Blackfire, a cadet branch of House Targaryen. Thus, House Karstark veers closer to this method of naming. However, it is likely at one time early in their history they were known as House Stark of Carl's Hold. Given that House Stark and Karstark are distant kin throughout the centuries, marriages between the Karstarks and their Stark lords helped maintain these close ties between the houses. Among these unions was a Margaret Karstark who wed a Bernard Stark, a second son of Lord Benjen Stark, and bore him 3 sons, and Alice Karstark who was married to Lord Brandon Stark and had 3 children, and a Larissa Karstark who wed Artos Stark, grandson of Alice, and gave him 2 sons. We know very little of their history between their formation and the downfall of House Targaryen, but what we can say is they seem to have been very loyal bannermen to House Stark, being one of the main houses to fight for them when Eddard Stark called his banners during Robert's Rebellion, with Lord Rickard Karstark seemingly present at key battles, such as the Trident. Most Karstarks are big, fierce men, bearded and long-haired, brown hair and blue-grey eyes, similar in kind to the appearance of House Stark, given that House Karstark are Stark descendants. Lord Rickard Karstark and his daughter Alice have been described as having long, narrow faces. We cannot say if these traits are common among the house or limited to Rickard and his children. We are kin, Stark and Karstark, Lord Rickard Stark to Robb Stark, King in the North. A Storm of Swords Chapter 20, Catelyn 3. House Karstark being one of House Stark's most important bannermen, of course answer Robb Stark when he called the banners of the North at the arrest of Lord Eddard Stark in King's Landing on the death of King Robert Baratheon, where Eddard is accused of treason. The Karstark men are led by Lord Rickard himself and his 3 sons, Harrison, Eddard and Torren. They march to Winterfell with 300 horsemen and nearly 2,000 infantrymen. The men of House Karstark make up a significant portion of the Northern Cavalry unit and are thus a vital part of the army. When the host moves south, the men of the Carhold are quartered in the Drunkard's Tower at Moat Cailin. Catelyn Stark cautions Robb that he must not appear uncertain before stern men such as Roose Bolton and Rickard Karstark, given the influence and respect they have with the other northern lords. While at the Twins, when the Stark host divides, Harrison leads the Karstark spears alongside Lord Bolton's infantry, while Rickard and his younger sons continue with Robb as part of the cavalry marching on Riverrun to break the siege. Eddard and Torren ride among the 30 young noblemen who accompany Robb Stark in the Battle of the Whispering Wood. Both fought well, but are slain by Sir Jaime Lannister during the fighting. Elsewhere, Tyrion Lannister notes the Karstark sunburst among the northern banners arrayed against him at the Green Fork. He joins Sir Gregor Clegane's charge against the double crescent of the Karstark spearmen, who wait behind tall oaken shields bearing the sigil of Karhold. Harrison is captured in the battle and later taken to Harrenhal. While the loss of the Green Fork was expected and planned for, the loss of his younger sons at the Whispering Wood was too much for Rickard to bear. Stricken by grief, Rickard longs for vengeance, but Jaime Lannister remains too valuable a prisoner to sacrifice in such a way. After the victory at the Battle of the Camps, Catelyn sees Lord Karstark praying in Riverrun's Godswood beside Robb and other followers of the old gods. He appears gaunt and hollow-eyed, a man consumed by sorrow. Despite his anguish, Rickard stays loyal and is the second lord after the great Jon Umber to hail Robb Stark as king in the north after Eddard Stark's execution. This is my work. He dies at my word. He must die by my hand. For that much, I thank you. But for naught else, the blood of the first men flows in my veins as much as yours, boy. You will do well to remember that. I was named for your grandfather. I raised my banners against King Aerys for your father, against King Joffrey for you. At Oxcross and the Whispering Wood and the Battle of the Camps, I rode beside you, and I stood with Lord Eddard on the Trident. We are kin. Stark and Karstark, Robb Stark and Rickard Karstark before his execution. A Storm of Swords, Chapter 20, Catelyn 3. The Karstark are among the northern families with recent blood ties to the Hornwoods through the female line, making them one of several houses with a strong claim or interest in the Hornwood inheritance following the death of Lord Hallis Hornwood and his only son Darin. Yet, given the War of the Five Kings, this issue does not seem to take precedence for them. Lord Rickard Karstark rides with the now King Robb Stark during the campaign in the Westerlands. At the Battle of Oxcross, he earns distinction by driving his lance through Sir Stefford Lannister's chest, and afterwards conducts raids along the coast. In King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister, serving as Hand of the King in his father's place, attempts to negotiate the exchange of Harrison Karstark and Sir Willis Manderly for young Willem Lannister, but the talks collapse. Harrison eventually gains his freedom anyway when Harrenhal falls to Lord Roose Bolton. Bolton then assigns him to the host under Robert Glover and Helman Tallheart, tasked with taking the town of Duskendale to the east. During the fighting at Duskendale, Harrison Karstark is again taken prisoner, this time by the forces of Lord Randall Tarley, and is confined at Maidenpool. Some Karstark footmen who survived the battle eventually regroup with Roose Bolton's host. Lord Rickard Karstark returns from the Westerlands to Riverrun with Robb Stark's army, only to learn that Catelyn Stark had released Jaime Lannister in a desperate bid to recover her lost daughters. Believing himself robbed of vengeance owed for his slain sons, Rickard, joined by 7 of his men, murder the captive squires Tion Frey and Willem Lannister, killing 2 Tully guards and wounding 3 Umbers in the fighting. At the same time, he dispatches his cavalry across the Riverlands with orders to hunt Jaime, having promised the hand of his daughter Alice to whichever man brings him the Kingslayer's head. Robb Stark condemns the killings as treason and sentences Rickard to death, carrying out the beheading himself. In his final words, Rickard reminds the king of his house's long loyalty to Winterfell and curses him as a kinslayer, citing the ancient blood shared between the Starks and Karstarks. The death of Rickard means his heir is the currently captured Harrison, the now Lord of Karhold. Perhaps unaware of the fate of their lord, the Karstark riders scour the Crownlands and Riverlands in search for Jaime Lannister. Jaime is ultimately seized not by the Karstarks but by the brave companions and delivered to Roose Bolton at Harrenhal. To shield him from Karstark vengeance, Bolton orders Stillshanks Walton to escort the Kingslayer safely to King's Landing. Some Karstark infantry remain with Roose Bolton following the fighting at the fords of the Trident, marching with him to the Twins for the wedding of Lord Emiel Tully to Rosalind Frey. During the Red Wedding, mailed Northernmen in shaggy fur cloaks, likely Boltons and Karstarks, take part in the massacre, helping to cut down loyal Stark men such as Small John Umber, while it is Roose Bolton who personally kills Robb Stark. With the new Lord of Carhold, Harrison Karstark, held captive by the Lannisters, Rickard Karstark's uncle, Arnulf Karstark, Castellan of Carhold, declares for King Stannis Baratheon. Arnulf Karstark is described as a gaunt and crooked old man, his body bent with age so markedly that his left shoulder sits half a foot higher than his right. He walks with the aid of a blackthorn cane. His neck is thin and scrawny, and his squinty grey eyes peer out beneath a nearly bald head, with only a few white hairs clinging on. Arnulf's beard is now ragged and forked, streaked with grey and white, and his teeth are malted yellow. House Karstark under Arnulf become the only major northern house to openly support Stannis' claim. The king even contemplates rewarding Arnulf with Winterfell for his loyalty. In truth, Arnulf is secretly conspiring with House Bolton. His schemes aim to provoke the Lannisters into executing Harrison, clearing the line of succession, after which he intends to wed his son Cregan to Rickard's daughter Alice. Once Stannis' army reaches Winterfell, Arnulf plans to betray him. Alice, aware of this, escapes Carhold before this can unfold and rides to the Wall, seeking the protection of Jon Snow, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. She reveals the full plot to him. Jon thwarts Arnulf's ambitions by arranging a marriage between Alice and Sigorn, Magnar of the Thenns, thus securing the Karstark succession. Should Harrison die, Carhold would pass legally to Alice and the newly established House Thenn. The coat of arms of this new House Thenn combine a bronze disc to honour the Thenn people with the red flames to honour the devotees of R'hllor. The sigil echoes the sunburst of House Karstark. Some argue this was intentional, given the connection to Alice, with House Thenn being a kind of unofficial cadet branch of House Karstark, but the likeness may very well be coincidental. When Cregan Karstark reaches Castle Black, expecting to claim his bride, he finds her already betrothed and is thrown into an ice cell. Jon offers him a choice: take the Black and be absolved of all charges, or await King Stannis' return and face execution for treason. Jon also has ravens sent to Deepwood Motte in an effort to warn Stannis of Arnulf's duplicity. Elsewhere, a captive Theon Greyjoy witnesses Arnulf and Hother Umber being hosted by Ramsay Bolton at the Dreadfort. Arnulf later joins Stannis at the Crofters' village, bringing 400 spears, 40 archers, and a dozen mounted lances to the king's encampment. Stannis learns of Arnulf's plot thanks to the letter sent by Jon Snow. He summons Arnulf, his sons Arthur, and his 3 grandsons to his presence under the pretext of breaking fast. Stannis' knights surround and arrest the Karstarks, injuring 2 of the grandsons in the process. Stannis offers the Karstarks a choice: a swift death in return for cooperation, or being burned alive. Who better to protect the widow's land than an Umber? And what Umber better than me? Lady Danella is still grieving. I have a cure for grief under my furs. Mors Umber to Maester Luwin on House Hornwood, A Clash of Kings Chapter 16. Bran 2. House Hornwood is a noble house hailing from their seat of Hornwood in the north. They are among the key bannermen of the Starks of Winterfell for possibly generations. Their sigil is a bull moose, brown on a field of dark orange. Their words, righteous in wrath. The lands of the house, which include the Forest of Hornwood and other small castles beside Hornwood itself, borders those of House Bolton and House Manderley. The Hornwood's lands also extend west to the White Knife, a key trade route in and out of the north, especially for the rich hunting in their deep ancient forest. We sadly know very little about the ancient history of House Hornwood, but we do have some details about House Hornwood under House Targaryen. For example, we know they were one of many northern houses to march with King Torrhen Stark when he set out south to fight the Targaryen invasion during the conquest, until Torrhen reached the banks of the Trident. Seeing the might of the Targaryen army and Aegon's powerful dragons, Torrhen bent the knee to the invaders. Like many of the northern houses, a Lord Hornwood declared for the Blacks during the Dance of the Dragons, the Targaryen Civil War of Succession, and took an active part in the conflict. In late 130 AC, this lord left the north and marched towards King's Landing as part of an army led by his young liege lord Cregan Stark, in the wake of a large force of Northmen known as the Winter Wolves, who fought in battles in the Riverlands and the Reach. Once in the capital, his youngest son strangely disappeared in Flea Bottom during the Hour of the Wolf. It's believed he was one of many Northmen to vanish in the lower parts of the city during this time, having never experienced a place like King's Landing, and perhaps underestimating the danger it posed. A Hallis Hornwood, known as Mad Hal, who marched with his lord, did not return back north with his kin in the wake of the dance. Rather, he founded the Wolf Pack, a free company of sellswords. After the collapse of the Triarchy, the free cities of Lys, Myr and Tyrosh were hiring sellswords in anticipation of the coming Daughters' War. At the time, the new free company consisted only of Northmen, who were often dubbed Wolves on account of the direwolf sigil of their rulers, House Stark. Much of House Hornwood's history post-Dance of the Dragons is very minimal. We do know that at some point 2 generations before Robert's Rebellion, a Lord Hornwood lost control of a holdfast, with circumstances of this lost to time. We also know that female Hornwoods have married into House Karstark, Flint and Tallheart at various stages. They were also part of Brandon, Eddard, Lyanna and Benjen Stark's party when they travelled to the tourney at Harrenhal in 281 AC. When Eddard Stark is arrested at the death of King Robert Baratheon for supposed treason, House Hornwood are one of the northern houses to rally to Winterfell before the march south. During Robb Stark's meeting with the Northern Lords, Lord Hallis Hornwood petitions for the return of the holdfast that had once belonged to his grandfather, the right to hunt a certain ridge, and a permission to dam part of the White Knife River. It is said that Lord Hallis was a jovial and ever-obliging man, and well-liked among the other northern lords. During the march south, when the northern host divided at the Twins, Lord Hallis rides south with the infantry under Roose Bolton, while his heir, Darin Hornwood, remains with Robb Stark and accompanies him to relieve Riverham. Darin, it seems, has recently been betrothed to Alice Karstark, the daughter of Lord Rickard Karstark. Alice believes the marriage will happen when she has flowered. During the Battle of the Green Fork, which was being used as a diversion while the main northern host broke the siege of Riverrun, Lord Hallis is killed. Meanwhile, the young Darin Hornwood serves as one of Robb Stark's personal guards during the Battle of the Whispering Wood, but is killed during the fighting. One of many young sons of the North cut down by Jaime Lannister. The sudden death of Lord Hallis and his heir, Darin, creates a succession crisis for House Hornwood that is not initially addressed, given the importance of the ongoing War of the Five Kings. Hallis's widow, Lady Donella, becomes Lady of Hornwood as a result, though the question of succession remains unresolved. Through the female line, House Hornwood is connected to House Karstark, Flint and Tallheart. Or Hallis had a bastard son, Lawrence Snow, who is fostered at Deepwood Motte by House Glover, with suggestions that the boy's mother could have been from House Glover. Lady Donella is said to be gentle and modest, and well beyond her childbearing years, yet still comely, despite the fact that as a young maid she never received much attention from younger lords. Before her marriage, Donella was also a member of House Manderley, hence why the Manderleys have a vested interest in the politics of House Hornwood and their lands. When Lady Donella sends someone to ask Ramsay Snow, Lord Roose Bolton's bastard son, about his massing of men at the Dreadfort, Ramsay replies that no Bolton would be questioned by a woman. Donella loathes that Ramsay acts as if he's a true-born son of Roose. She was born a Manderley, you know. Perhaps when her grief has run its course, she would like to be a Manderley again. As it happens, I'm a widower these past 8 years. Past time I took another wife, don't you agree, my lords? A man gets lonely. Or if the lady fancies a younger lad, well, my son, Wendell, is unwed and, well, he's off south, guarding Lady Catelyn. But no doubt, he will wish to take a bride on his return. A valiant boy and jolly. Just a man to teach her to laugh again. Lord Wyman Manderley to Bran Stark, Maester Luwin and Roderick Cassel, A Clash of Kings Chapter 16, Bran 2. Arriving at Winterfell for the Harvest Feast, Lord Wyman Manderley of White Harbour proposes that either he or his son, Sir Wendell Manderley, could wed Lady Donella. Lady Donella herself comes to Winterfell with only 6 men at arms, a very small number. At the urging of Maester Luwin, she agrees to store 1/4 of her harvest for the coming winter rather than 1/5 she had traditionally kept. Lady Donella expresses reluctance to marry suitors such as Morse Umber, whom she finds brutish, or her cousin Lord Wyman, but she hints to Sir Roderick Cassel, the Castellan of Winterfell, that he would be an acceptable match. Bran Stark, acting as lord while his brother King Robb fought in the south, encourages Sir Roderick to pursue the marriage, but Roderick demurs, believing himself far too old and noting the question of the Hornwood succession would arise again after his inevitable death. When Bran suggests that Lawrence Snow, the late Lord Hallis Hornwood's bastard son, be named heir to Hornwood, Sir Roderick responds that such a decision would please House Glover, but would not be accepted by Lady Donella, given Lawrence Snow is of course her late husband's bastard son. Mors Umber requests leave to wed Lady Donella, but is swiftly rejected. Leopold Tallheart proposes that his younger son, Beren Tallheart, be taken as Donella's foster child and eventually heir to Hornwood. The proposal is considered potentially acceptable to Lady Donella, as Beren's mother, Berenna Hornwood, is a sister of Lord Hallis Hornwood. It's unclear if in this scenario Beren would take the Hornwood name upon succession. Maester Luwin suggests that King Robb Stark, as king in the north, might instead prefer Donella to marry a lord from the Riverlands, such as a member of House Blackwood or House Frey. During the Harvest Feast, Bran Stark sends summon to Lady Hornwood, who appears pale and disinterested in the festivities. Sir Roderick Cassel asks her to dance, but she declines and soon withdraws from the feast. Upon her return to Hornwood after the Harvest Feast, Donella is seized by Ramsay Snow and is forcibly married to him that same night in the presence of both a Septon and a Heart Tree. Following the marriage, Ramsay imprisons Donella in a tower and withholds food from her. In response, Lord Wyman Manderley occupies Hornwood Castle in an effort to secure Lady Donella's land against Bolton claims. When Sir Roderick Cassel later breaks down the door of Donella's chambers in the tower, he discovers that she has died, blood around her mouth and her fingers chewed off. Ramsay Snow's actions provoked armed conflict in the Hornwood between the forces of House Bolton and House Manderley. Roderick tells Maester Luwin that Ramsay and Donella's wedding appears to have been lawful and that she designated Ramsay as her heir before her death, meaning technically he inherits the Hornwood lands. After Theon Greyjoy captures Winterfell, Roderick Cassel aims to retake the castle from its Ironborn captors. Theon spies some Hornwood banners among Roderick's host. Ramsay, hidden within, kills Roderick in the battle at Winterfell, abducts Theon and sacks the castle. In the Riverlands, after the fighting at the fords of the Trident, Roose Bolton leaves among others 100 Hornwood bowmen to guard the Trident. Lawrence Snow, the bastard son of Lord Hallis Hornwood, is held captive by Asher Greyjoy at Deepwood Motte when the Ironborn take the castle. In the aftermath of the War of the Five Kings, with the death of Robb Stark at the Red Wedding, Lord Tywin Lannister, the Hand of the King to Joffrey Baratheon, requires that Lord Wyman Manderley abandon his claim to Hornwood lands as a condition for peace with the Iron Throne. Davos Seaworth later learns that the small folk from along the White Knife River and near Hornwood have been seeking the protection at White Harbour with House Manderley from Ramsay Bolton, who has now been legitimised for his role in the downfall of House Stark. There are however some Hornwood men who are also reported to have joined Ramsay's forces, who are marching on Moat Cailin to remove the Ironborn presence, as Theon Greyjoy sees the moose of House Hornwood among the banners flying above Barrow Hall. However, the men's loyalty to Ramsay is questionable at best. King Stannis Baratheon, who has come to the north, writes to Jon Snow, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, that his small but growing army contains Hornwood men who survived Ramsay's betrayal of Sir Roderick Cassel at Winterfell during the wedding of a fake Arya Stark, who's actually Jane Poole, to Ramsay Bolton in Winterfell. Ramsay is introduced as the Lord of Hornwood, as the Manderleys are ostensibly supportive of House Bolton. Lord Wyman has presumably relinquished Hornwood to Ramsay. Lady Barbary Dustin tells Theon that the Hornwood men who are at Winterfell for Ramsay's wedding and his upcoming siege have not forgotten how Ramsay treated Lady Danella. Lawrence Snow, the late Lord Hallis's bastard, is presumably then freed from captivity when Stannis Baratheon recovers Deepwood Motte from Asher Greyjoy and is likely marching on Winterfell with Stannis. To Winterfell, we pledge the faith of Greywater, hearth and heart and harvest we yield up to you, my lord. Our swords and spears and arrows are yours to command. Grant mercy to our weak, help to our helpless, and justice to all, and we shall never fail you. I swear it by earth and water. I swear it by bronze and iron. We swear it by ice and fire. Meera and Jojen read to Bran Stark, A Clash of Kings chapter 21. Bran 3. House Reed of Greywater Watch is a noble house from Greywater Watch in the Neck, which is considered part of the North. They rule over the Crannog men, small men who live in the swamps and marshes of the Neck. According to some sources, House Reed's arms are a black lizard lion on grey-green. It is believed that House Reed descends from the First Men, much like most of the other northern houses. They swore fealty to House Stark, the Kings of Winter, thousands of years ago, and remain so still even after they became Wardens of the North under House Targaryen. Since the defeat of the Marsh Kings by the Starks, House Reed has served as the traditional leaders of the Crannog men of the Neck, but we do not know if they've always been in this leadership position. The seat of House Reed is Greywater Watch. The issue, however, is we don't know where this seat is within the Neck, for a very specific reason. We know Greywater Watch is roughly located in the eastern headwaters of the Green Fork, in the swamps of the Neck, southwest of Moat Cailin, but it's built upon a crannog, one of the man-made floating islands of the swamps, and it does not stay in the same place, making it impossible for ravens or even enemies to find it. According to Meera Reed, there is no maester there, nor any knights or master at arms, which is unlike most other castles in Westeros. But we must recall that the Crannog men are a very distinct people group, who, while First Men, have their own histories and traditions apart from that. It is believed that Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell at the start of the books, knew how to contact the Crannog men, having sent his friend Howland Reed, the Lord of Greywater Watch, several letters over the years. Bran Stark also recalls that at least during his short lifetime, no Crannog man has ever visited Winterfell. The current Lord of Greywater Watch is Howland Reed, holding dominion over the Crannog men of the Neck. However, Howland's children with his wife Janna are Meera and Jojen, and he has a known close friendship with his liege lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. Like most of his people, Howland is described as being a small man. Meera describes her father as having been brave, strong, and smart in his youth, growing up hunting, fishing, and climbing trees, and learning the magic of the Crannog men. A young Howland Reed was often seen wearing a shirt of bronze scales and wielding a three-pointed spear and leather shield. After reaching the age of majority, Howland Reed sought greater knowledge of the world beyond that of the bogs of the Neck, believing the experience he gained would better his people. He travelled south by paddling a small skin boat down the Green Fork of the Trident, slipping past the twins by night. Not an easy task given the watchful eyes of House Frey, whom are renowned for their toll. He journeyed to the legendary and mysterious Isle of Faces in search of the fabled Green Men, with some accounts suggesting he indeed found them. Howland remained on the island throughout that winter and learned much from his time there. In the year 281 AC, during what became known as the Year of the False Spring, Howland Reed left the Isle of Faces to attend the nearby Great Tourney at Harrenhal, hosted by Lord Walter Went, secretly on behalf of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. Many now believe this great tourney was a guise by Rhaegar, who wanted to use the gathering of lords to call a great council to depose his father, King Aerys II, better known as the Mad King. That is, until the Mad King himself turned up unannounced, seen in public for the first time in years. While walking alone around the sprawling tourney grounds, Howland was assaulted by 3 squires, who were younger than him, but much larger. Lyanna Stark, the only daughter of Lord Rickard Stark, his liege lord, intervened, driving the squires away with a tawny sword after recognizing that Howland was a vassal of her father. Lyanna then brought Howland to her tent, where she treated his injuries and introduced him to her brothers, Brandon, Eddard, and Benjen. She insisted that Howland attend the opening feast of the tourney, and he accompanied the Stark siblings, wearing appropriated clothing found for him by Benjen. When the group recognized the squires who had attacked Howland, Benjen offered to find him a horse and armor so he might seek vengeance, but Howland declined the offer. Though angered by the assault, he feared disgracing himself, as he was not a knight. That night, Howland prayed to the old gods at the God's Eye and was given lodging in Eddard Stark's tent, with the two becoming fast friends. On the second day of jousting, a short mystery knight known as the Knight of the Laughing Tree entered the lists and challenged the 3 knights whose squires had shamelessly attacked the defenseless Howland. All 3 of them were defeated, and instead of demanding gold for their ransom, the mystery knight required one thing and one thing only: that they instructed their squires in proper conduct and honour. King Aerys II suspected the knight to be Jaime Lannister of his Kingsguard, but this was certainly not the case. Likely, the king's growing paranoia. Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and a group of other nobles attempted to uncover the knight's identity, but it was never revealed. While the stature of this knight led many to suspect Howland Reed, Howland admitted himself he did not have the skill best anyone in the lists, let alone 3 knights. There is, however, much evidence that suggests the mystery knight was in fact Lyanna Stark, and it's because of this she ended up meeting Rhaegar Targaryen. They had been 7 against 3, yet only 2 had lived to ride away: Eddard Stark himself and the little Crannog man, Howland Reed. The Thoughts of Eddard Stark, A Game of Thrones, Chapter 39, Eddard 10. The abduction of Lyanna Stark by Prince Rhaegar after the tourney at Harrenhal ultimately led to the imprisonment and executions of her father and brother, Lord Rickard and Brandon, by King Aerys II. In the rebellion that became known as Robert's Rebellion that followed, Howland Reed joined the northern host, became the new Lord of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, closest and most loyal companion. Following the brutal sack of King's Landing towards the end of the war and the lifting of the siege of Storm's End, Howland accompanied Eddard and 5 other Northmen into the Red Mountains of Dawn in search of Lyanna. They found her at the Tower of Joy, the 7 Northmen engaging in combat, with 3 knights of the King's Guard guarding the tower. Only Howland Reed and Eddard Stark survived the encounter, a remarkable feat given the skill of the King's Guard, especially with the presence of the legendary Arthur Dayne. Years later, Eddard told his son, Bran, that Howland had saved his life during the fight by intervening against Sir Arthur Dayne, but we don't know how this happened, with even Howland refusing to talk about it, with the duel becoming legendary. After the battle, Eddard found Lyanna and remained with her until her death. Howland was among those who later discovered Eddard holding his sister's body in silence and grief, and it was he who gently took Lyanna's hand from Eddard's grasp. After returning north following Robert's Rebellion, Howland withdrew to the swamps of the Neck and has not left them since. What is not clear about this part of Howland's life is that it's unknown whether Howland became Lord of Greywater Watch before or after the events of Robert's rebellion. After the arrest of Eddard Stark at the death of King Robert Baratheon for supposed treason, his son Robb Stark calls the Banners of the North to rescue his father from imprisonment in King's Landing. He sends word to Howland to have the Crannog men attack the Lannisters if they march up the causeway through the Neck, trying to attack the North directly. So while none of the Crannog men join the main northern host, they are the first line of defense for the North itself. This is a smart move by Robb, as the Crannog men would not be very effective in a traditional pitched battle in the south, and are better fighting in their natural environment, where they can use their guerrilla tactics to their most effectiveness. Howland learns that his son Jojen has had green dreams of a winged wolf bound in chains, and sends his children from Greywater Watch to Winterfell. Like most Crannog men, his daughter Mira Reed is said to be short and slender, with long brown hair, usually knotted behind her head, with piercing green eyes. She is known for her cheerful and lively disposition, which contrasts sharply with the more solemn nature of her younger brother Jojen. She is respectful towards others, and notably protective of those in her care. In combat, Mira favours the traditional weapons of the Crannog men, including a woven net, a long bronze knife, and a three-pronged frog spear. She also carries a round leather shield, and sometimes wears a rusted iron great helm. Mira is an accomplished hunter and fisher, particularly adept at the Crannog men's spearfishing, and was trained by her father, Howland, in the use of net and spear. She's agile, quick to react, highly alert in the wild. Her younger brother Jojen is described as being short and slim, with unusually deep green eyes. He wears green-coloured clothing, even his boots. The boy speaks softly and slowly, while Jojen is barely an adolescent when he arrives at Winterfell, but his gravity and mature personality makes him seem much older. He knows a number of arcane things that he gleans from his dreams, claiming to know the day of his own death. During his childhood, Jojen nearly died after contracting grey water fever. Whilst close to death, he experienced a dream in which he was visited by a three-eyed crow. After recovering, Jojen began to display the gift of green sight, manifested through prophetic visions known as green dreams. One dream in particular featured the winged wolf bound with stone chains, while the three-eyed crow attempted to set it free. When Jojen relays this vision to his father, Howland interprets the significance and sends Jojen and his sister Mira to Winterfell. Although Jojen experiences green dreams, he is not considered a green seer. He lacks the associated abilities of skin changing and does not possess the capacity to commune with weirwood trees. My brother has the green sight. He dreams things that haven't happened, but sometimes they do. There is no sometimes, Mira. Mira and Jojen Reed. A Clash of Kings, Chapter 28. Bran 4. Mira and Jojen arrive at Winterfell during the Harvest Feast, where they formally renew House Reed's vow of loyalty to House Stark, following the death of Lord Eddard and Robb Stark being named King in the North. They recite their oaths before his younger brother and heir, Bran Stark. That night, Bran dreams of the Reed siblings meeting his direwolf, Summer, and his younger brother, Rickon's direwolf, Shaggy Dog, in the Winterfell Godswood. After the feast, while the other lords and knights depart, Mira and Jojen remain at Winterfell and become close friends to Bran. Several weeks later, they visit the Godswood together, where Mira demonstrates her skill in combat by entangling Summer with a net and frog spear. Although Bran insists the wolf won, Jojen points out the direwolf is trapped and unable to escape. Jojen describes his prophetic dreams, including one involving the winged wolf and three-eyed crow living beyond the wall. He questions Bran about his own dreams, which angers him. Summer reacts aggressively towards Jojen and is soon joined by Shaggy Dog. Jojen, however, remains calm, stating that it is not the day of his death, and escapes by climbing the weirwood tree. Although Maester Luwin dismisses Jojen's visions, Mira recounts one of Jojen's green dreams to Bran. When the events of it later confirm the dream's accuracy, Bran confides in Mira and Jojen about his own wolf dreams and encounters with this mysterious three-eyed crow. Jojen tells him that he has foreseen the sea coming to Winterfell. While Mira believes the future can be changed, Jojen insists that his visions always come true, including one in which Bran and Rickon are seen dead at the feet of the man known as Reek, who is flaying their faces. Mira suggests killing Reek to prevent this outcome, but Jojen argues that she would fail and not be believed. After Winterfell is captured by the Ironborn, Mira, Jojen, and the Stark children are taken hostage by Theon Greyjoy, who is now styling himself as the Prince of Winterfell. The group later stages an escape with the help of the wildling, Osha, and Hodor, and hide in the crypts beneath Winterfell. Unable to locate them, Theon and Reek murder two miller's sons and present the flayed bodies as those of Bran and Rickon. While hiding in the crypts, Mira takes a sword from the tomb of Lord Rickard Stark for protection, given it was one of the few swords still in a usable condition, not having rusted away. When the group eventually emerges, they find Winterfell and its inhabitants slain. In the Godswood, the dying Maester Luwin advises that the children be separated to reduce the chance of capture. Osha takes Rickon south, while Jojen and Mira assume responsibility for Bran. Following this decision, Mira, Jojen, Hodor, and Bran travel north at Jojen's direction. The woods were full of frozen streams and cold black lakes, and Mira was a good fisher with her three-pronged frog spear, as most men were with a hook and line. The Thoughts of Bran Stark, A Dance with Dragons Chapter 4, Bran 1. As the group travels north, Mira serves as their primary provider, hunting and gathering food by spearing fish and catching frogs, even if Bran is not too keen on the frogs. They make camp at a ruined site they call Tumbledown Tower, but Jojen insists they must continue onward. Although Mira initially hesitates, she ultimately defers to the decisions of Bran, acknowledging him as their prince. Bran decides that they will proceed north. During their journey, Bran frequently observes Mira fishing, admiring her speed and precision. As they move further north, food becomes increasingly hard to find, even for the skilled hunting of a direwolf like Summer. Jojen advises avoiding roads to prevent encounters with travellers who might spread tales of a giant and a crippled boy and a direwolf. When severe weather strikes in the northern mountains, Summer leads them to a cave where they encounter a member of House Liddell. The man shares his food and warns them the King's Road has grown more dangerous. By morning, he's departed, leaving provisions behind for the group. During their travels, Bran tells the Reed siblings that he and Hodor enjoy stories about night. In response to this, Mira recounts the tale of the Night of the Laughing Tree to Bran. The group later reaches a ruined village in the New Gift, where the inn stands mostly collapsed. They seek the shelter from a storm at Queen's Crown, a holdfast rising from the middle of a lake. While there, they detect the presence of other men in the village, one of whom proves to be Bran's half-brother, Jon Snow, who's travelling with the wildlings. Using his warging abilities, Bran enters Summer and attacks the wildlings, pursuing Jon. The direwolf kills 3 attackers, but is wounded by an arrow to the shoulder. After the wildlings depart, the group waits until the following day to move on. Summer eventually returns. Mira removes the arrow from his shoulder and treats the wound. The group eventually arrives at the Nightfort, an abandoned Night's Watch castle, rumoured to be cursed, with it appearing in Jojen's green dreams. Mira climbs to the top of the wall to scout the far side, while the others explore the deserted buildings below. Though they are unable to determine how to cross the wall, they decide to sleep in the kitchen, which offers relative warmth and shelter. During the night, they hear footsteps and heavy breathing emerging from the kitchen. Mira captures the figure with her net and wounds him with a frog spear. By torchlight, she realizes the intruder is, in fact, Samwell Tarly at the Night's Watch. Gilly and her infant son are following him up the hidden stairway. Sam explains that his group had been aided by Cold Hands, a pale man in the black of the Night's Watch, who had sent him to find Bran. Sam further explains they had passed beneath the wall through the Black Gate, an ancient passage that could only be opened by a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. With Sam's help, Mira, Jojen, and Bran descend the stairway in the well and pass through the Black Gate, continuing their journey beyond the wall. Mira, Jojen, Bran, Hodor, and Cold Hands travel beyond the wall in search of this three-eyed crow, riding upon Cold Hands' great elk. The journey proves arduous, as the children struggle against the cold and the scarcity of food. At one point they take shelter in an abandoned wildling village, while Cold Hand departs to deal with an unseen threat. During this time, the group discusses Cold Hand's nature and concludes he's not truly alive. Mira remains weary and distrustful of him. Throughout the journey, Mira protects her increasingly weakened brother from the cold, though Jojen still insists it's not the day he is destined to die. When Cold Hands' elk collapses from exhaustion, he whispers a blessing in an unknown language and slits the animal's throat. He and Mira butcher the animal for food. Eventually, the group reaches the cave of the three-eyed crow, with Jojen barely able to walk by this point, Mira helping him ascend the hill towards the cave entrance. After carrying and dragging him, near the entrance a group of white ambush the party. Cold Hands engages them directly, while Mira uses her spear to keep attackers at bay. Bran walks into Hodor and uses the giant's strength to fight the whites, and Mira defends Hodor when one of the undead claws at him. Leaf, one of the last remaining children of the forest, intervenes and drives off the whites, allowing Hodor to carry Jojen and Mira to safety. Inside the cave, the group meets the remaining children of the forest and this three-eyed crow. They remain within the cave for several months. During this time, Bran begins his training as a greenseer under the three-eyed crow, who has identified himself as Brendan Rivers. Bran and Mira invent names for the children of the forest they encounter. Jojen sinks into a resigned depression, while Mira struggles to maintain morale and keep his spirits from failing. Bran believes that he may be falling in love with Mira, and he briefly considers entering Hodor's mind in order to comfort her. Mira later tells Bran that Jojen wishes to return home to Greywater Watch, and that he no longer resists the fate revealed by the Green Dreams, which he believes cannot be changed. She confesses that she had hoped finding the three-eyed crow would alter their situation, but now questions the purpose of their journey. After Bran consumes weirwood paste and communes with the heart tree of Winterfell for the first time, Hodor carries him back to the sleeping chamber within the cave, where Bran discovers that both Mira and Jojen are absent.
Lady Barbary is a woman who knows how to nurse a grievance. Be grateful for that. Barrington is staunch for Bolton, largely because she still holds Ned Stark to blame for her husband's death. Staunch? All she does is spit on me. The day will come when I set her precious wooden town afire. Let her spit on that, see if it puts out the flames. Roose Bolton and Ramsay Bolton, A Dance with Dragons, Chapter 32, Reek 3. House Dustin of Barrington is one of the most ancient noble houses of the North, and one of the major families sworn to House Stark after they became kings in the North, located in Barrington, with Barrington itself one of the more prominent towns in the North, but when compared to towns of the south, would be considered very much a minor backwater town. It lies in the Barrowlands, southwest of Winterfell, near the confluence of two rivers, which flow into the Saltspear. Barrington is one of the most unique towns in Westeros due to its layout. It is centered around a large hill, known as the Great Barrow, on which was built House Dustin's seat, Barrow Hall. The wooden town has wooden walls and broad, straight streets, including one grand one lined with elm trees. According to folklore and legend, the Great Barrow at the heart of the town contains the grave of the first king of the First Men, or some claim the king of the Giants. Makes the Kennet's Passage of the Dead mentions a curse that was supposedly placed on the Great Barrow, allowing none to rival the first king. The curse is said to have weakened and made corpse-like any living man who tried to claim the title, such as the Barrow Kings. Maesters doubt the legend, however. The castle, built on top of the Great Barrow, known as Barrow Hall, has a wooden wall and square wooden towers. There is an old windmill and a grassy courtyard located near the gatehouse. Wide and wooden stairs lead up the hill to Barrow Hall's keep. While made of wood, its position on top of the steep Great Barrow makes it very hard to attack and much easier to defend. The current head of House Dustin is Lady Barbary Dustin, though she is a Risewell by birth. Their arms portray two rusted long axes with black shafts crossed, a black crown between their points on yellow. The rusted crown on their arms derives from their claim of descent from the first king and the Barrow kings that followed. If there is to be a battle here, many of your own will die as well. That's why we come. Winter's here. Time for us to go. No better way to die than a sword in hand. Sir Criston Cole and Roderick Dustin, Fire and Blood, The Dying of the Dragons. House Dustin's history, like most of the ancient houses of the North, is mostly made of legends and tales passed down through the generations. But what we can say for sure is House Dustin's claim of descent from the supposed first king of the First Men is certainly true. When the last Barrow king submitted to House Stark of Winterfell at the end of a 1,000-year war, the King of Winter took his daughter for wife, merging the lines of House Stark and Dustin. Barrowton has prospered under the Dustins, who have loyally ruled the Barrowlands for the Starks. This stability is likely why Barrowton managed to grow into a small town rather than a grouping of villages, which seems to be much more common in the north. When King Torrhen Stark bent the knee to Aegon the Conqueror, so did House Dustin, becoming subjects to House Targaryen's rule, swearing loyalty to Aegon the Conqueror and House Stark as his new Wardens of the North, rather than the kings they had once been. During one of his royal progresses across the Seven Kingdoms, Aegon held court at Barrowton twice during his reign. The first named Dustin we have records of isn't even technically a Dustin. Denys Snow, the bastard of Barrowton, joined Prince Aegon the Uncrowned in his hopeless fight against his usurping uncle, King Maegor the Cruel, who had taken the throne from him on the death of King Aenys I. Both Denys Snow and the Uncrowned King perished in the battle beneath the God's Eye. It seems Barrowton is a favoured location for stops during royal progresses, given it's possibly the largest settlement in the north outside of White Harbour. When King Jaehaerys I and Queen Alysanne Targaryen visited Barrowton on their royal progress in the north during 58 AC, Lord Dustin showed them the inside of the Great Barrow, which is seen as a great honour, and further honoured them with a small tourney, not something that commonly happens in the north. Queen Alysanne also held one of her famous women's courts in the town. During the Great Council of 101 AC, amidst the succession crisis in the wake of King Jaehaerys' heir, Prince Baelon's sudden death, House Dustin supported Princess Rhaenys Targaryen at the Great Council at Harrenhal, like several other of the Northern Lords. When the Dance of the Dragons later broke out, and Lord Cregan Stark gathered the Northern Bannermen, the aged Lord Roderick Dustin led 2,000 Northern soldiers, known as the Winter Wolves, to fight for Rhaenyra Targaryen and her Blacks. Roderick was an old and hoary warrior, known as Roddy the Ruin. Despite his advanced age, he was still considered a savage combatant on the battlefield. He wore a shield, a helm, and a war horn in battle, which could often be heard above the other noises of combat. The Winter Wolves he led were mostly made up of third or fourth sons and old men who no longer wanted to burden their families as a harsh winter drew near, hoping for a death full of glory and honour. This aspect of the Winter Wolves gave them a much more ferocious battle style. As a result, Roderick led his Northmen to several victories against King Aegon II's Greens, most notably against the Westermen in the battle by the Lakeshore and at the Butcher's Ball, where Lord Dustin led the charge. At the First Battle of Tumbleton, Roderick commanded the remnants of the Winter Wolves against the Hightower host. In the ensuing clash, he was mortally wounded by Sir Brendan Hightower, but succeeded in slaying both Brendan and Lord Ormond Hightower before he succumbed to his wounds. As predicted by the forming of the Winter Wolves, the coming winter was very harsh. In 133 AC, a winter fever descended upon Barrowton, killing hundreds. The following year, as the winter proved especially cruel, the new Lord Dustin closed his gates to hundreds of starving smallfolk, gathering outside the town's walls. House Dustin would once again fight for House Targaryen in the Stepstones, against the last of the male Blackfyre line, Maelys Blackfyre. Sometime after this, Brandon Stark, the heir to Lord Rickard Stark, was fostered at Barrowton by the old Lord Dustin, though he spent much of his time instead in the Rills. Lord Roderick Ryswell sought to wed his daughter Barbary to Brandon, but she ultimately went on to marry Lord Willem Dustin, the son of the Lord of Barrowton. Like many of the younger members of the northern houses, members of House Dustin were present at the now infamous tourney at Harrenhal in 281 AC. Young Lord Willem had been married to Barbary Risewell for less than half a year when Robert's rebellion began. Barbary urged him to send one of his kin in his stead to lead his forces, but William insisted on personally leading the levies from Barberton. Before his departure, Barbary gave her husband a fine red stallion, the pride of her father, Lord Roderick Risewell's herd. William vowed that he would return to her riding the same horse. Lord Willem attended the wedding of his liege lord, Eddard Stark, to Catelyn Tully at Riverrun, being one of the few northern lords present. During the traditional bedding ceremony, he made a bawdy remark praising Catelyn's figure to Eddard, in keeping with the custom of the feast. Willem was later one of the 6 companions who accompanied Lord Eddard to the Tower of Joy in the Red Mountains of Dawn, where Eddard sought his sister, the kidnapped Lyanna. They were opposed by 3 knights of the Kingsguard, with only Eddard Stark and the young Howland Reed surviving the ensuing battle. The fallen were buried beneath cairns, raised from the towers of stone. When Eddard returned north, he brought Willem's horse back to Barbary and told him that her husband had died an honourable death. While Lord Eddard returned Lord Willem's horse, he did not return his bones. Taking it as a slight, Lady Dustin held a grudge against the Starks and grew bitter with her overlords. Ned Stark returned the horse to me on his way back home to Winterfell. He told me that my lord husband died an honourable death, that his body had been laid to rest beneath the Red Mountains of Dawn. He brought his sister's bones back north though, and there she rests. But I promise you, Lord Eddard's bones will never rest beside hers. I mean to feed them to my dogs. Barbary Dustin to Theon Greyjoy. A Dance with Dragons, Chapter 41, The Turncloak. Lady Barbary Dustin is described as being tall, unbent, and still seen as handsome despite her age. She has wrinkles around her mouth, dark eyes, and her hair evenly mixed with brown and grey, which she wears tied behind her head in a widow's knot, given her well-known status as a widow. Though thought to be intelligent, Barbary has grown increasingly bitter over the years, since the death of her husband Willem at the Tower of Joy at the end of Robert's Rebellion. She deeply distrusts maesters, whom she disparagingly calls grey rats. She was very fond of her late nephew, Domric Bolton, who was once heir to the Dreadfort, and harbours a deep hatred for Ramsay Snow, the bastard son of Lord Roose Bolton, whom she blames for Domric's death. She also bears a lasting grudge against Eddard Stark, given he did not bring her husband's bones back from Dawn, yet he did his sister Lyanna's. Lady Dustin dresses entirely in black, wearing no gold nor jewellery. Among her garments is a gown with a high, stiff collar and sleeves lined with velvet, as well as a sable cloak. Her personal banner flown over Barrow Hall quarters the spiked crown and crossed long axes of House Dustin with the golden horse head of her father, Lord Roderick Risewell. Barbary is the surviving daughter of Roderick Risewell and is sister of Roger, Rickard and Roose Risewell. Another sister, Bethany, was the second wife of Lord Roose Bolton, Lord of the Dreadfort, before her death. Whilst Brandon Stark, the eldest son of Lord Rickard Stark of Winterfell, was fostered at Barberton with the old Lord Dustin, he often rode through the rills, with the young Barbary becoming infatuated with the heir to Winterfell, with there being a rumour the two had an affair, during which Brandon took her maidenhead. Lord Roderick hoped to wed his daughter to a Stark, but Lord Rickard instead betrothed Brandon to Catelyn Tully of Riverrun, a controversial move. Barbary later claimed that Brandon did not wish to wed Catelyn, and that the match was arranged at the urging of Rickard's maester at Winterfell. Roderick then hoped to marry Barbary to Brandon's younger brother Eddard, but this did not come to pass, with Barbary instead marrying Willem Dustin. After the death of her lord husband, in accordance with the widow's law set out during the reign of King Jaehaerys, Barbary remained at Barberton and rules the town in her own name. During the War of the Five Kings that came after the death of King Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark's arrest for supposed treason against the new king Joffrey Baratheon, Lady Barbary sends minimal numbers of soldiers from Barberton to join the army of Robb Stark, given her fractured relationship with Eddard. Robb would later be proclaimed king in the north, but is later killed during the Red Wedding. Lady Barbary is one of the signatories of the letters that Ramsay Bolton sends announcing that Moat Cailin had been retaken from the Ironborn. She then hosts the Boltons at Barrowton, where the wedding of Ramsay to a supposed Arya Stark, who is actually Jane Paul, is set to occur. She cannot abide the presence of Ramsay and forbids him from Barrow Hall itself, as she suspects Ramsay had a hand in the death of her nephew, Domeric Bolton. When Roose Bolton, the new Warden of the North, learns King Stannis Baratheon has left his garrison at the Wall, he decides to move Ramsay's wedding from Barrowton to Winterfell, a much more defendable castle. Barbary insists on taking custody of this area until the wedding is set to occur. Theon Greyjoy, who travels in Lady Dustin's retinue to Winterfell, sits behind her at the wedding feast. Although Barbary is austere and has good political savvy, she fails to see through the behaviour of Wyman Manderley, Lord of White Harbour, during the feast. She's offended by Wyman's apparent capitulation to the Boltons, despite his son Sir Wendell Manderley dying at the Red Wedding, and she dismisses Lord Manderley to Theon as a craven to the bone. Theon, though, suspects that Barbary is well aware the bride is an impostor. Among the snowmen the squires build along the battlements of Winterfell, one of the snow ladies resembles Barbary. Lady Dustin later has Theon lead her into the great crypts of Winterfell, where she explains much of her history and story to him, and how she resented Eddard for not bringing her husband's bones back to the north. As vengeance, Barbary tells Theon that if Eddard's bones, which were heading north before Moat Cailin fell to the Ironborn, are discovered north of the Neck, she will ensure they are never put to rest in the crypts, and she plans to feed them to her dogs. Barrowton is supposedly staunch for House Bolton, largely because of this grievance. Before leaving the crypts, Barbary and Theon discover that swords are missing from the tombs, including the one of Brandon Stark, her lover from her youth. As tensions arise in the snowbound Winterfell, Barbary and her brother Sir Roger Risewell calm knights from House Manderley when Sir Hostine Frey insults Lord Wyman. When Barbary requests a more cheerful song than the Winter Maid during the meal, Abel sings the Queen took off her sandal, the King took off his crown, and the Bear and the Maiden Fair. While she appears to be loyal to House Bolton, Barbary bears a grudge against House Frey due to the fact several of her own men were killed during the Red Wedding. She points this out to Sir Aenys Frey when several suspicious deaths occur in Winterfell. She's absent when the Manderleys and Freys clash, after the death of Little Walder, and when Theon escapes the castle. Sir Brendan had played a part in every victory her son had won. Galbert Glover had taken command of the scouts and outriders in his place. A good man, loyal and steady, but without the Blackfish's brilliance. The Thoughts of Catelyn Stark on Galbert Glover. A Storm of Swords, Chapter 45, Catelyn 5. House Glover of Deepwood Motte is a noble house from the north, and is among the main and principal houses sworn to the Starks of Winterfell. Galbert Glover is the current Lord of Deepwood Motte, which is located in the northwestern Wolfswood. The smaller houses of Bowl, Branch, Forrester and Wood are sworn to the Glovers. Their blazon is a silver mailed fist over scarlet. Their seat of Deepwood Motte itself is an old-style moat and bailey fort, which was originally the seat of the petty Glover kings during the Age of Heroes. It is thought that they ruled much of the Wolfswood during this time, before eventually falling to House Stark. Deepwood Motte is an old but not particularly strong castle compared to the likes of the Dreadfort or Winterfell, located on top of a wide rounded hill with a flattened top, which does offer some good natural defence. The castle itself is cavernous, like a long hall, with a watchtower rising 50 feet high, and their keep has an exterior stair. Below the hill is a bailey containing a stable, paddock, smithy, as well as a sheepfold. These are defended by deep ditches, sloping earthen dikes, and log palisades. The kitchens are located within Deepwood Motte's inner yard, and the castle also has a godswood and a cellar. The castle itself has a mossy wooden outer wall that makes an oval about the hill, which is protected by narrow walkways. Gates located to the north and south of each have square wooden towers, with moss growing on the southern tower and palisade. Deepwood Motte has at least one postern gate located on its eastern side. East and west of the castle are fields of oat and barley. North of the castle lies tidal flatlands leading to the Bay of Ice.
Deepwood Motte is about 5 leagues south of the Bay of Ice, 100 miles northwest of Winterfell. The dense forest by Deepwood Motte includes soldier pines, sentinels, beech ash, ancient oaks, chestnut trees, ironwoods and firs. We know of a Benton Glover who served as first ranger of the Night's Watch when Queen Alysanne Targaryen visited the north in 58 AC. He took her to the top of the wall when she visited the Night Fort. It is also known that men of House Glover aided Lord Cregan Stark in hunting down the free folk raiders of Silas the Grim in 133 AC. We also believe that Jorah Mormont's first wife, chosen by his father Gior, was a Glover of Deepwood Motte. They were married 10 years and she died after her 3rd miscarriage. A few years later, an Ethan Glover became a close friend and squire to Brandon Stark, the heir to Winterfell. When Brandon learned of his sister Lyanna's abduction at the hands of Rhaegar Targaryen, Prince of Dragonstone, he took off for King's Landing at once with Geoffrey Mallister, Carl Royce, Albert Arryn, and Ethan Glover. When they entered the Red Keep and demanded Rhaegar come out and die, King Aerys II, the Mad King, had Brandon's party arrested for threatening the life of the Crown Prince. The fathers of all the men were called to King's Landing to answer for their supposed crimes. The king had the fathers and sons all executed, with only Ethan spared, for reasons that are never made clear. Aerys then demands that Jon Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie, execute his wards, Lord Robert Baratheon, and the new Lord of Winterfell, Brandon's younger brother, Eddard Stark. However, Jon Arryn refuses this command, and Robert's rebellion therefore begins. After King Aerys' death in the sack of King's Landing, Eddard lifts the siege of Storm's End. After that he rides to the Red Mountains with Ethan, Martin Cassel, Theo Wool, Howland Reed, Sir Mark Risewell, and Willem Dustin, Lord of Barrington. At the Tower of Joy, they were confronted by the last 3 members of Aerys' Kingsguard, the legendary Sir Arthur Dayne, Sir Oswell Went, and the Lord Commander Gerald Hightower. All but Eddard Stark and Howland Reed were slain in the ensuing fighting. Afterwards, Eddard had the tower pulled down and used the stones to build cairns for his fallen friends. Deepwood is a moat and bailey castle in the midst of thick black forests, easy to creep up on unawares. A wooden castle defended by earthen dikes and palisades of logs. Jon Snow to Stannis Baratheon on Deepwood Motte, A Dance with Dragons Chapter 17, Jon 4. Just before the onset of the War of the Five Kings, after learning the Lannisters were involved in the attempted murder of Bran Stark, Lord Eddard Stark orders Catelyn Stark to send word to Sir Helman Tallheart and Galbert Glover to raise 100 bowmen and fortify Moat Cailin. Bran Stark would later recognise the mailed fist of the Glovers, silver on scarlet, among the northern banners that answer Robb Stark's call to Winterfell after Eddard is arrested for treason at the death of King Robert Baratheon. Lord Galbert's brother Robert demands the honour of battle command, though with a smile and jest. The brothers greet Catelyn when she joins Robb's army at Moat Cailin on the march south towards the Neck. When Robb Stark splits his army at the Twins, Galbert stays with him, while Robert is assigned to the army commanded by Lord Roose Bolton. Galbert is thought to be a tactful, accommodating, and good, loyal, steady man, if unexceptional in many ways. He is currently not married, and appears to be a widower, with no children of his own, his heir at this time being his younger brother Robert. Robert is said to be tall, with a deep-lined face and brown-grey hair. He wears mail beneath a red surcoat, and a scarlet cloak, clasped with a silver brooch in the shape of the mailed fist of his house. Arya Stark, while at Harrenhal, believes him to be a lord when she notices the proud way he holds his head and his whole bearing. Robert would fight Tywin Lannister's main host at the Greenfort, while Galbert would fight in the Battle of the Whispering Woods near Riverrun. He would object to supporting King Joffrey Baratheon, and is in attendance when Robb is proclaimed king in the north, within the Great Hall of Riverrun, one of the loudest voices to proclaim so. The Glovers play a part in the succession of the Hornwood lands, as they are fostering Lawrence Snow, the bastard of Lord Hallis Hornwood. Thus they are keen to see him become Lord of Hornwood. However, this matter is hardly a priority, given the War of the Five Kings. When Robert and Galbert went south with Robb Stark, they left Robert's wife, Sybil Glover, in charge of Deepwood Motte. She's said to be a very pious woman who spends much of her time praying in Deepwood Motte's Godswood. When the castle steward comes to Winterfell for the harvest feast, Bran Stark realises it's really the steward and not Lady Glover who is making the decisions at Deepwood Motte. It's believed that Sybil does not want to subject her small children to the long journey, nor leave them behind. Sybil and her children are later captured when Deepwood is taken by Iron Men, led by Asher Greyjoy. During Robb Stark's campaign in the Westerlands, Lord Galbert and Lord Rickard Karstark raid along the coast of the Sunset Sea after the Battle of Oxcross. Robert, meanwhile, is held prisoner at Harrenhal, reportedly having been made a prisoner of the brave companions. In fact, the Northmen and sellswords conspire to take the massive castle. Robert is one of Northern commanders told to strike Duskendale by Roose Bolton, reporting supposed orders from Robb Stark, when in fact he sent no such orders. Asher Greyjoy was seated in Galbert Glover's long hall, drinking Galbert Glover's wine, when Galbert Glover's maester brought the letter to her, The Thoughts of Asher Greyjoy, A Dance with Dragons Chapter 26, The Wayward Bride. Robert Glover survives the battle at Duskendale and leads the few survivors in a retreat, only to come across Sir Gregor Clegane, who is waiting for them on the King's Road. King Robb later exchanges prisoners with Lord Tywin, trading a young Martin Lannister for Robert, who is put on a ship at Duskendale for White Harbour. Lord Galbert returns to Riverrun with Robb, for his demeanour is cool towards Lady Catelyn, as she has freed Sir Jaime Lannister from captivity in the castle. When news reaches Riverrun of Robert's capture at Duskendale, Galbert fears for his brother's life. It is partly that fear that causes Robb to trade Martin Lannister for Robert. Galbert is among the Northmen who march with Robb Stark to the Twins, attend the wedding of Lord Edmure Tully to Roslyn Frey, with Sir Brendan Tully, the Blackfish, remaining at Riverrun as Warden of the Southern Marches. Galbert is named commander of Robb's scouts and outriders. Galbert and two men try to cross the flooded Blue Fork at Ramsford, but two horses and one man are drowned, and Galbert has to be rescued while clinging to a rock. At Hag's Mere, after receiving news of the death of King Balon Greyjoy, Robb advances his plans to retake Moat Cailin, while Lord Captain Victarion Greyjoy is away, back on the Iron Islands. Lord Galbert is then ordered by Robb to go with Lord Jason Mallister and Lady Mage Mormont to Seaguard and sail up the neck to find Greywater Watch, so the Crannog men can direct Robb's army around the rear of the ancient fortress of Moat Cailin. But Robb is later killed in the Red Wedding. Though Jason Mallister remains at Seaguard, Galbert and Mage's whereabouts is currently unknown. It is believed they are also in possession of Robb Stark's will, where he named his heir. Asher Greyjoy later brings Sybil Glover and her young children to 10 Towers on Harlaw in the Iron Islands. Along the way, Sybil's milk dries up, and they stop at the stony shore to search for a wet nurse for her babe. Instead, they find a goat. Asher has Sybil and her children quartered in one of the castle's towers instead of a dungeon. When Asher later returns to Deepwood Motte with Sybil after the Kingsmoot on Old Wick and the ascension of Euron Greyjoy as king, but they leave Sybil's children at 10 Towers as hostage, under the watchful eye of House Harlaw. Sybil now spends much of her time in Deepwood Motte's Godswood, praying for the safe return of her children and her husband, as Robert is still making his way north after his own captivity. Asher allows Galbert Glover's maester to inform Sybil about a letter sent from Barraton by Ramsay Bolton. When the mountain clansmen try to infiltrate Deepwood Motte in advance of Stannis Baratheon's attack on the castle, Asher and Lauren Longaxe and Six-Toed Harl bring Lady Glover and the maester before her. Once Sybil arrives from the Godswood on the arm of her bedmaid, she tells Asher that she had previously warned the Northmen would not try to recover Deepwood Motte. Lady Glover urged Asher to surrender to Stannis and be exchanged for Sybil's children, but Asher decided instead to make for her longships on the Bay of Ice. Asher is subsequently captured in the fighting at Deepwood Motte. King Stannis, courteous with Sybil but uncomfortable in her presence, restores Deepwood Motte to House Glover, with Sybil sending men sworn to Deepwood Motte with Stannis for his march on Winterfell, including guides, trackers and hunters. The status of Sybil's children is currently unclear. Across the north of White Harbour, Davos Seaworth acting as an envoy for Stannis Baratheon, learns that Robert Glover has arrived at White Harbour after the prisoner exchange and tried to raise an army. However, he had little success, as Lord Wyman Manderley and White Harbour are reportedly now weary of war, publicly supporting King Tommen and House Frey. Wyman has Davos imprisoned in the Wolf's Den. A haggard Robert escorts Davos to a secret meeting in the new castle with Wyman, where the three discuss the possibility of White Harbour aligning itself with Stannis. Robert expresses his gratitude when he learns that Stannis defeated Asher in the fight at Deepwood Motte and returned the castle to House Glover. He had been teaching Wex Pike, a survivor of the sack of Winterfell, to read and write, which provides him and Wyman with the information that Robb Stark's younger brothers, Bran and Rickon Stark, survived the sack, and that Rickon has gone to Skagos. Robert claims he will join with Stannis when Davos returns Rickon. 4 horse heads proclaimed the 4 Risewells of the Reels, 1 grey, 1 black, 1 gold, 1 brown. The jape was the Risewells could not even agree upon the colour of their arms. The thoughts of Theon Greyjoy on House Risewell. A Dance with Dragons, Chapter 32. Reek 3. House Risewell of the Reels is a smaller noble family of the north, but still one of the most prominent houses sworn to House Stark of Winterfell, the former kings in the north and current wardens of the north, under the Iron Throne at the start of A Game of Thrones. The Risewells rule the Rills, the extensive area between the Barrowlands and Stony Shore and Blazewater Bay. The Rills itself is likely home to countless small streams and brooks, making the area quite muddy, with lots of standing groundwater. This likely has caused the coastline around the Rills to drop off quite sharply with small cliffs. While this makes accessing the Stony Shore and Blazewater Bay more challenging by land, this landscape possibly makes it harder for the raiders from the Iron Islands to land their longships in the Rills. Given the proximity to Barrow, House Risewell historically has had a close relationship with House Dustin. The blazon of House Risewell is a black horse's head, eyes and mane red, on bronze with a black engrailed border. Lord Roderick Risewell is the current Lord of the Rills and has 2 living quarrelsome sons, with each personalising their arms with a different colour horse's head. While personal heraldry is commonplace in Westeros, having so many in a single generation who refuse the traditional banner does stand out. It seems that House Risewell were not the original rulers of the Rills, but the circumstances of this era are very vague at best. We know that House Ryder were first main kings who ruled the Rills for generations and were rivals of the old Barrow kings. They eventually submitted to House Stark, the kings of Winterfell, but how this happened is not known. How House Risewell came to power is also not clear, but we can make an educated guess from the limited information we do have access to. The records kept in the libraries of Winterfell say a King Theon Stark once put down a rebellion in the Rills during his reign. It's likely House Ryder became extinct as a consequence of their role in this uprising. Some have also put forward that the Risewells, given the similar spelling and structure of their name, may have been a cadet branch of House Ryder, hence why they could have been granted the lordship of the Rills by King Theon. Some historical sources dating back centuries prior to Aegon's conquest recount when 79 deserters fled the Night's Watch. One of them was the youngest son of the then Lord Risewell. Seeking refuge, the young man returned to his father's keep, thinking his lordly family would keep him safe. But Lord Risewell sent his son and the other deserters with him back to the Night Fort, where they were buried alive in ice to serve eternally the watch they had so willingly forsaken. In his old age, the same Lord Risewell himself took the black, choosing to end his days on the wall, standing vigil behind his son. Sometime around 200 AC, there was also a Robin Risewell who married a Lord Jonal Stark, whom had recently lost his first wife, a Sansa Stark. It seems that the marriage between Robin and Jonal was also childless. Thus he was succeeded by his brother, Barthagan Stark, as Lord of Winterfell. My father had great ambition for House Risewell, Barbary Dustin, formerly Risewell, to Theon Greyjoy. A Dance with Dragons, Chapter 32, Reek 3. The current Lord of the Reels is a Lord Roderick Risewell. He's been described as a very ambitious man who takes pride in breeding fine horses. He has 2 daughters, Bethany and Barbary, and 3 sons, Roger, Roos, and Rickard. Interestingly, 2 of his sons are seemingly named after 2 of the most powerful men in the north, his liege Lord Rickard Stark and Lord Roos Bolton. However, it's hard to tell whether this is an intentional tribute or coincidence. Bethany Risewell was the second wife of Roos Bolton, Lord of the Dreadfort. During their marriage, she gave him 1 son, they called Domeric. During his youth, Domeric served as a page at Barraton with his aunt, Bethany's sister, Lady Barbary Dustin. Bethany would die of a fever at an unknown date, with Domeric also dying in 297 AC, allegedly poisoned by his bastard half-brother Ramsay Snow. Brandon Stark, the eldest son of Rickard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, was fostered at Barraton with House Dustin. However, Brandon spent much of his time riding through the rills, and Lord Risewell enjoyed hosting the heir to Winterfell during his visits. Ambitious, Roderick hoped to wed his younger daughter Barbary to Brandon, and Barbary eventually gave her Maidenhead to him. However, despite this, Lord Rickard Stark did not wish for his heir to marry the daughter of one of his own bannermen, and instead betrothed Brandon to Catelyn Tully, the eldest daughter of Lord Hoster Tully, Lord of Riverrun, and Lord Paramount of the Trident. As consolation, Roderick later hoped, unsuccessfully, to arrange a match between Barbary and Rickard's middle son, Eddard Stark, which was again rejected by Rickard. Barbary instead wed Willem Dustin, the young Lord of Barraton. Robert's rebellion began after the deaths of Rickard and Brandon in King's Landing, and when Willem marched south with the now Lord Eddard Stark, Barbary gave him a red stallion, the pride of her father's herd. Willem was later killed in combat at the Tower of Joy. Barbary resented that Eddard had returned the stallion to the north, but not Lord Dustin's bones. And Lord Wyman is not the only man who lost kin at your red wedding fray. Do not imagine Horsebane loves you any better. If you did not hold the Great John, he would pull out your entrails and make you eat them, as Lady Hornwood ate her fingers. Flints, Serwins, Tall Hearts, Slates, they all had men with the young wolf. House Risewell, too. Even Dustin's out of Barraton. The North remembers Frey. Barbary Dustin and Roger Risewell to Aine's Fray, A Dance with Dragons Chapter 46, A Ghost in Winterfell. House Risewell did take part in the War of the Five Kings in the wake of the death of King Robert Baratheon and the imprisonment and later execution of Eddard Stark for supposed treason in King's Landing. However, it seems that Lord Roderick nor his 2 surviving sons, Roger and Roos, joined the northern host on the march south, but they do appear to at least send their men with the rest of the northern army, as men from House Risewell are later put under the command of Lord Roos Bolton by King Robb Stark when he splits his forces after crossing the Twins. They take part in the battle at the fords of the Trident, fighting the main forces of House Lannister under the command of Lord Tywin. After the battle, it seems that the surviving Risewell men are put under the command of Ronald Stout to guard the banks to the Trident from attack from Lannister raiding parties. Meanwhile, at Castle Black, while a large force of wildlings under the command of Mance Rayder, King Beyond the Wall, marches on the wall itself, Maester Aemon Targaryen of the Night's Watch sends letters to all the lords in the north with a plea for help to defend Castle Black from attack. Evidently, Lord Roderick does not send any aid to the Night's Watch like all the other northern lords. After the War of the Five Kings comes to an end with the death of Robb Stark at the Red Wedding, Roose Bolton is made Warden of the North by the Iron Throne, with House Risewell bending the knee to their new overlords. When Roose returns north, House Risewell joins with House Bolton and House Umber in besieging Moat Cailin, the stronghold north of the Neck and key to the north, which is currently under the control of a small force of Ironborn raiders. Many believe that, like House Dustin, whose current head is Lady Barbara Dustin, formerly Risewell, that Lord Roderick ostensibly willingly bent the knee to House Bolton, but some suspect their loyalty is greatly in question given the fate of Roderick's late grandson, Domeric Bolton, especially after Ramsay Snow is later legitimised as a Bolton and made his father's heir, given that it is widely accepted that Ramsay murdered Domeric. House Risewell and Dustin later joined forces to attack and burn several longships of the Ironborn on the Fever River. Roderick Risewell, with his sons, attends the wedding of Ramsay Bolton to the fake Arya Stark at Winterfell, accompanied by his quarrelsome sons and his daughter, Barbara. During the festivities, Risewell and Dustin's squires engage in snowball fights within Winterfell. Rickard Risewell, or possibly his brother Roger, flirts with one of Abel's washerwomen, while Roose Risewell dispatches scouts in the Wolfswood to search for the army of King Stannis Baratheon, though none of them return. Roger Risewell is later present with Barbara Dustin, Lord Roose Bolton and Sir Aenys Frey, when Theon Greyjoy is questioned about a series of deaths within Winterfell, including the killing of one of Roger's men-at-arms. Roger is openly hostile towards House Frey, as several Risewell men were killed in the Red Wedding. Torrhen's Square is not worth the mud beneath my heels. It's Winterfell that matters. Stannis Baratheon to Asha Greyjoy. A Dance with Dragons, Chapter 42. The King's Prize. House Tallheart of Torrhen's Square is a noble house from the north, and is among the principal houses sworn to House Stark of Winterfell, firstly when they were kings in the north, and later as wardens of the north under the Iron Throne, post Aegon's conquest. They are one of the few northern houses not to be counted as lords, with the head of House Tallheart using the title Master of Torrhen's Square. The use of the term Master is the equivalent of a house being landed knights in the south. Sir Helman Tallheart is the Master of Torrhen's Square at the start of the main books. Their seat of Torrhen's Square is located south of the Wolfswood, southwest of Winterfell, and slightly north of Barraton, on the northern shore of a large lake. A river from this lake leads south into the Saltspear. Torrhen's Square has stone walls said to be 30 feet high, with square towers at each corner. Its square keep is considered strong. While we know little of the history of Torrhen's Square, its name suggests it could have at some stage had a connection to House Stark, given Torrhen is a common name used among the house. However, the name Torrhen is not exclusively used by House Stark, but this idea does give us a likely theory. The arms of House Tallheart show 3 green sentinel trees over a field of brown, their words being proud and free. Sadly, we know very little about House Tallheart's history prior to the start of Game of Thrones, but we do know that like most houses of the North, they claim their descent from the First Men, and thus are likely a very old house dating back thousands of years. We also know that in 58 AC, Queen Alysanne Targaryen, the sister and beloved wife of King Jaehaerys the Conciliator, stopped at Torrhen's Square for a short while as she travelled between Barraton and Winterfell as part of one of her solo royal progresses of the North that included a visit to the Wall and the Men and the Night's Watch. It has also been implied by Theon Greyjoy that Eddard Stark, as the Lord of Winterfell, would often visit Torrhen's Square for weeks or 2 at a time. This makes sense, given that House Tallheart are one of the bannermen most closely located to Winterfell itself. Having these close relations thus makes sense. The current Master of Torrhen's Square prior to the War of the Five Kings is Helman Tallheart. He is seen as a very loyal and reliable man by Lady Catelyn Stark, amongst the most trustworthy of her husband's bannermen. Sir Helman has at least 2 children, one son, Benfred, and a daughter, Edara. Benfred is tall, noisy, and abrupt. He's described as big, bluff, and a loud boy with a thick neck. He frequently visits Winterfell with his father, and is friendly with Robb Stark and Theon Greyjoy during these visits. When visiting Torrhen's Square with Lord Eddard, Theon used to mock Benfred for his thick neck, to see how angry he could make him. We do not know much about his sister Edara. However, it seems like she could have been named after her father's liege lord, Eddard Stark. again speaking to the close and friendly relationship between the Tallhearts and the Starks. Lord Walder will grant your crossing. His swords are yours as well. Less 400 he means to keep back and to hold the twins. I suggest you leave 400 of your own, a mix of archers and swordsmen. He can scarcely object to an offer to augment his garrison, but make certain you give the command to a man you can trust. Lord Walder may need help keeping faith. As you say, Mother, perhaps Sir Helman Tallheart, do you think? A fine choice. Catelyn Stark and Robb Stark on Helman Tallheart, A Game of Thrones, Chapter 59, Catelyn 9. After getting indications the Lannisters were involved in the murder attempt on Bran Stark, Lord Eddard Stark tells his wife Lady Catelyn when she visits King's Landing to send word to Sir Helman and Galbert Glover to raise 100 bowmen each and fortify Moat Cailin just above the neck. During the early stages of what would become the War of the Five Kings, Robb Stark, acting as Lord of Winterfell, calls the Banners of the North in response to Lord Eddard's arrest in King's Landing for supposed treason against the new king, Joffrey Baratheon, on the death of King Robert. Tallheart men march to Winterfell, and given the proximity are among the first to arrive. Sir Helman's younger brother, Leopold, remains at Torrhen Square as Castellan, alongside Helman's daughter, Edara. Sir Helman is the first Northern Bannerman to greet Catelyn Stark when she eventually joins Robb's war council at Moat Cailin before they continue their march south past the Neck and into the Riverlands. When the Northmen arrive at the Twins, the river crossing controlled by House Frey, Helman is very sceptical of their chances of taking the castle by force if the need arise, on account of their strong defensive position and twin keeps. After an alliance is formed between House Stark and Frey, sealed with a pair of marriage pacts, Robb names Sir Helman as the commander of the garrison of 400 archers and swordsmen left behind at the Twins to ensure the loyalty of Lord Walder. Leopold Tallheart, whose wife is the sister of the late Lord Hallis Hornwood, brings up his son Beren as a possible heir to the Hornwood inheritance. However, given the current war, this matter is not seen as a priority. Inspired by Robb Stark's success during the War of the Five Kings, Benfred Tallheart gathers a company of lancers around himself. When his uncle, Leopold, dismissively refers to them as the Young Rabbits, Benfred and his companions adopt the name Wild Hares, tying rabbit skins to the tips of their lances. When Sir Leopold later informed Sir Roderick Cassel, the Castellan of Winterfell, of Benfred's wild hares, the aged knight instructs Leopold, the Castellan of Torrhen Square, to order Benfred to remain at the Tallheart seat. As Castellan of Torrhen Square, Benfred's uncle Leopold dispatches Benfred and his wild hares to confront Ironborn who have been raiding and plundering along the stony shore. Believing the enemy force to be small, Benfred and his company fail to send scouts ahead. As a result, Theon Greyjoy and his large force of Ironmen are able to ambush and decisively defeat the Wild Hares. All of Benfred's companions are slain in the fighting, leaving him as the sole survivor. Though Theon hopes to question Benfred as the leader of the Wild Hares, the wounded knight refuses to answer his questions, instead denouncing Theon as a traitor and spitting in his face. In response, Theon Greyjoy has Benfred drowned. Sir Edmure Tully orders Helman to depart the Twins to aid Lord Roose Bolton in the capture of Harrenhal. Roose later receives word from Helman that Darry has been taken after the Lannister garrison surrendered. Roose responds by order of King Robb. The prisoners are put to death and the castle burned. Helman is instructed to join Robert Glover and take part in the attack on Duskendale. After helping defeat the Ironborn at Torrhen Square, Leopold joins Sir Roderick Cassel in the effort to retake Winterfell from Theon Greyjoy's forces. During this battle, Leopold is killed by the Dreadfort garrison, and his body is later presented to Theon as a grim gift from Ramsay Snow. Helman, along with a large portion of the Northern infantry under his command, is slain in the Battle of Duskendale after Lord Randall Tarley successfully anticipates and counters their attack. The Northern forces are caught off guard by the Tarley preparations, and the engagement ends in a heavy loss for Helman's host. With Helman's death at Duskendale, leadership of the house and rule of Torrhen Square passes to his only surviving child, his daughter Adara. But Adara's rule of Torrhen Square starts troubled, as the seat is captured by the Ironborn raider Dagmir Cleftjaw. It seems that most of the Tallheart men who marched south with Robb Stark died in the south, many at Duskendale along with Sir Helman, and the rest lost during the betrayal of House Frey and Bolton at the Red Wedding that saw the North taken out of the War of the Five Kings. Although the Ironborn occupy Moat Cailin and Deepwood Motte and are eventually defeated, Torrhen Square remains firmly under the control of Dagmir Cleftjaw. In the aftermath, the remaining Tallheart men later join Roose Bolton, who's newly named Warden of the North, first at Barrowton and later at Winterfell. Despite their presence, Roose remains uncertain of their loyalty and doubts whether he can depend on them in the long term, given their historically close ties to House Stark. Those surviving men of House Tallheart who escaped the fighting at Winterfell later managed to rally to King Stannis Baratheon's following his victory at Deepwood Motte, throwing their support behind King Stannis' cause. The Manderleys are no Northmen, not down deep. 'Twas no more than 900 years ago when they came north, laden down with all their gold and gods. They'd been great lords on the Mander until they overreached themselves and the Green Hands slapped them down. The Wolf King took their gold, but he gave them land and let them keep their gods. Godric Borrell to Davos Seaworth. A Dance with Dragons Chapter 9, Davos 1. House Manderley of White Harbour is one of the most important noble houses of the North, ruling from their seat of the new castle within the city of White Harbour. The sigil depicts a white merman with dark green hair, beard and tail, bearing a black trident on a green-blue field. The Manderleys originally hailed from Dunstanbury in the Reach, but were driven into exile by House Gardner. They were then welcomed into the north by the Kings of Winter of House Stark, who granted them the seat of the Wolf's Den. From that ancient stronghold, the Manderleys expanded and developed White Harbour into the only true city in the north, a major centre of trade and wealth. Wyman Manderley, Lord of White Harbour, claims influence over all the lands and houses east of the mouth of the White Knife River, including houses Locke, Wolffield, and Flint's of Widow's Watch. The Manderleys' domain also encompasses the Sheep's Head Hills and the Broken Branch, along with the sworn allegiances of Ramsgate. Their bannermen include roughly a dozen petty lords and as many as 100 landed knights. Several members of House Manderley, including Torrhen, Wyman, Willis and Wendell, are notable for their corpulence. Marlon Manderley in particular is described as both taller and heavier than Davos Seaworth. It's not clear if members of the house have always favoured these physical traits, or if this is a more recent development. Unlike most northern houses which follow the old gods, the Manderleys have retained their adherence to the faith of the Seven, as they did during their time in the south. They also claim membership of the Order of the Green Hand, despite the fact the ancient knightly order was destroyed at the Field of Fire during Aegon's conquest. House Manderley in its most ancient lineage once dwelled along the banks of the great river Mander in the Reach, and some traditions claim the river itself was named after them, while some argue that they took the name of the river itself. Whatever the case, they became a powerful noble house, descended from the very first of the First Men. They ruled from their castle Dunstanbury and maintained a long-standing and bitter rivalry with House Peake. During the reign of the Gardner kings in the Reach, King Gwaine III Gardner successfully persuaded Lords Manderley and Peake to submit their dispute to his judgment and swear fealty for their lands, bringing a temporary end to hostilities without bloodshed. Like the other houses of the Reach, the Manderleys are believed to have abandoned the old gods of the First Men in favour of the faith of the Seven after the Gardner kings welcomed the Andals into the Reach. Near the end of the long reign of King Garth X Gardner, a succession crisis emerged. The ageing and increasingly senile king had no sons, only daughters. One was wed to a Lord Manderley, another to a Lord Peake. Each lord sought to place his wife upon the throne, reigniting the centuries-old rivalry with intrigue, betrayal and murder. The conflict eventually erupted into open war, drawing in other lords of the Reach on both sides. The resulting anarchy endured for nearly 10 years, until Sir Osmond Tyrrell, the High Steward of the Reach, united the remaining lords and defeated both House Peak and House Manderley. Osmond then elevated a distant cousin of the late king to the throne as King Mern VI Gardner, bringing the crisis to an end. At some point, seemingly thousands of years ago, House Manderley overextended its influence and was ultimately driven from the Reach by House Gardner. According to Maester Yandel, the exile of House Manderley was carried out by Lord Lomere Peak at the command of King Pericon III Gardner, who had grown weary of the Manderleys' increasing power and prominence within the Reach. As a result of their expulsion, House Peak was able to seize the Manderley castle of Dunstanbury. Taking their considerable wealth with them, the Manderleys fled north, where they were received by House Stark of Winterfell and accepted as bannermen. The Starks granted them the dilapidated old castle of the Wolf's Den and charged them with defending the mouth of the White Knife River in exchange for a sworn oath of perpetual loyalty to House Stark. This act of refuge and trust forged a deep and enduring loyalty within House Manderley towards their new liege lords. The exact date of House Manderley's arrival in the north is unclear. In 211 AC, Lady Rohanne Webber suggested that the Manderleys fled the Reach 1,000 years earlier. Lord Godric Borrell places their arrival at no more than 900 years, prior to 300 AC. In contrast, Wyler Manderley and Maester Yandel date the family's settlement in the north at roughly 1,000 years prior to Aegon's conquest, with Yandel describing it as some 1,000 years before the conquest. Taken together, these accounts place the Manderleys' arrival sometime between 1000 BC and 600 BC. Using all the wealth they had brought from the Reach, House Manderley constructed the city of White Harbour, which they continued to expand and develop over the centuries. Though the smallest of the 5 cities in Westeros, White Harbour serves as the principal northern port for trade and naval transportation. Prior to the founding of King's Landing, during Aegon's conquest, the then known as the Aegon Fort, White Harbour was also the newest city in the Seven Kingdoms. The new castle, built to replace the aging Wolf's Den, bears a strong resemblance to Dunstanbury, their former seat in the Reach, as one of the very few northern houses to follow the faith of the Seven rather than the old gods. The Manderleys have a strong tradition of knighthood, uncommon in most of the north. If Winterfell is the heart of the north, White Harbour was its mouth. The Thoughts of Davos Seaworth. A Dance with Dragons Chapter 9. Davos 1. White Harbour, the city controlled by House Manderley, lies on the eastern shore of the White Knife, where the river empties into the broad waters of the Bight. The city is noted for its cleanliness and order, with wide, straight cobbled streets that allow for easy passage by foot or on horse. Its buildings are constructed from whitewashed stone, each topped with a steeply pitched roof of dark grey slate, giving the city a striking and uniform appearance, uncommon in the rest of Westeros. The city is protected by a dedicated force of guardsmen, who patrol both the streets and the harbour. White Harbour thrives as the centre of trade and craftsmanship in the north. Its markets are abundant with seafood, reflecting the bounty of the nearby Bight and the White Knife. Skilled shipwrights maintain the fleets that travel frequently between the city and the Three Sisters, while the silversmiths produce finely worked goods prized across the north. The city is also famed for its beer, including a golden ale, yellow beer, and a thick black stout renowned as far afield as Bravos and the ports of Ibn. White Harbour trades wool, wood, and hides with the sistermen, receiving crabs and fish and goat cheese in return, forming a network of maritime commerce that sustains the city's wealth. The new castle is the current seat of House Manderley, built atop a hill overlooking White Harbour's walls and both of its harbours. Its pale stone construction is reminiscent of Dunstanbury, the Manderleys' ancestral seat, along the Mander River in the Reach. From the castle, the mermaid sigil of House Manderley flies proudly from the towers, constant reminder of the house's authority and history. A broad, steep street known as Castle Stair runs from the old Wolf's Den to the new castle. Beneath the streets lie a secret passage, providing a hidden route between the two fortifications. Inside the new castle, The Manderleys display the trappings of their long history. Hallways are adorned with faded banners, broken shields, rusted swords from ancient victories, and carved wooden figures taken from the prows of ships. The Merman's Court serves as the Great Hall, where the Lords of House Manderley hold audience and conduct affairs of governance. Outside its doors stand 2 statues of mermen, carved from marble, symbolic guardians of the hall. The chambers of the new castle are unlike many in the north. They are large and airy, well furnished, befitting a house of wealth and prestige. One chamber, which grants secret access to the castle stair passage, features wooden beams and walls of lath and plaster. The room contains a Moorish carpet upon the floor, beeswax candles arranged around a table, and a sheepskin map of the north affixed to the wall, reflecting the Manderleys' ongoing awareness of regional affairs and politics, and their role in the northern defence. Between House Manderley arriving in the north and Aegon's conquest, very little is known. But in the wake of the conquest, a Sir Warwick Manderley aided Queen Visenya Targaryen in putting down the Sistermen rebellion. As part of the settlement that followed, Lord Stephen Sunderland sent one of his sons to be fostered by House Manderley, helping secure peace and loyalty and build closer ties between the Sistermen and the north. A Mara Manderley would later serve as a companion to Queen Alysanne Targaryen at Dragonstone in 55 AC. Her father, Lord Theomore Manderley, would later host that same Queen Alysanne during her royal progresses through the north, when she stopped at White Harbour in 58 AC. Mara's sister Jessamine acted as Alysanne's cupbearer during the feast. Years later, in 86 AC, Lord Theomore was betrothed to Princess Visera Targaryen, one of the younger daughters of King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne, though the marriage never took place, as the willful princess died after being thrown from her horse while racing drunkenly through the streets of King's Landing, mere days before she was supposed to travel north for the marriage. House Manderley would subsequently give support to Princess Rhaenys Targaryen and the claim of Laenor Velaryon at the Great Council of 101 AC, held at Harrenhal, along with several other of the northern houses. During the Targaryen civil war known as the Dance of the Dragons that followed the death of King Viserys I in 129 AC, Prince Jaehaerys Velaryon, eldest son of Rhaenyra Targaryen, journeyed to White Harbour and Winterfell, where he successfully won the northern allegiances to the Black faction, after agreeing that his youngest daughter would wed Prince Joffrey Velaryon once the war concluded. Lord Desmond Manderley sent forces to support Rhaenyra, led by his sons Sir Medric and Sir Torrhen. The brothers were well received at the court in King's Landing, especially when compared to the more austere Northmen who served under Lord Cregan Stark. After the war, Torrhen Manderley was named one of the regents for King Aegon III, though he resigned in 132 AC, following the deaths of his father and brother from a winter fever. When Aegon III reached his majority in 136 AC, he brought the regency to an end, and dismissed Lord Manderley from the office of Hand of the King. Lady Jane Manderley would later go on to marry a Rickon Stark, the eldest son and presumed heir of Cregan Stark, and together they had 2 daughters, Serena and Sansa. Another Lady Manderley wed a Rodwell Stark, and became Lady of Winterfell upon her husband's succession. If I thought to see war again in my lifetime, I should have eaten a few less ills. Lord Wyman Manderley to Catelyn Stark, A Game of Thrones Chapter 55, Catelyn 8. It seems that members of House Manderley were among the northern lords to accompany the children of Lord Rickard Stark, Brandon, Eddard, Lyanna and Benjen, to the great tourney of Harrenhal in 281 AC. When Lord Eddard Stark summoned the banners of the north to rise in Robert's rebellion against King Aerys II after the deaths of his father and brother in King's Landing, Lord Wyman led his forces south in support. He would fight at the Battle of the Trident, and later rewarded his retainer Sir Bartimus for saving his life by appointing him the Castellan of the Wolf's Den, which now served as White Harbour's prison. Wyman Manderley is the current Lord of White Harbour at the start of the main books. He also bears a number of honorary titles, including Warden of the White Knife, Shield of the Faith, Defender of the Dispossessed, Lord Marshal of the Mander, and Knight of the Order of the Green Hand. A widower of 8 years, Wyman has 2 grown sons, Sir Willis and Sir Wendell Manderley. Nearly 60 years of age, he is enormously fat, with a vast belly and fingers likened to sausages. He has pale blue eyes and a beard, and is said to possess 4 chins. His size has grown so great that he can no longer ride a horse, and must instead be carried in a litter, earning him the mocking nickname, Lord Too Fat to Sit a Horse. Wyman is outwardly gentle, known for his loud and booming laughter and friendly demeanour. Among his own people, he is mockingly referred to as Lord Lamprey. By his own admission, and due largely to his appearance, many consider him a craven and a fool. This reputation, however, is deliberately cultivated, for beneath the facade, Wyman is shrewd, calculating, and highly intelligent. He is also, like many of his house, fiercely loyal to House Stark. Lord Manderley favours rich and luxurious clothing, including a blue-grey velvet doublet embroidered with golden thread. His mantle is fastened at the shoulders with a golden trident. A prestigious eater, he takes great pleasure in food, particularly boiled eggs, capons, eels, lampreys, pork pies, porridge, and sausages. In the Merman's Court, Lord Manderley sits upon a large and heavily cushioned throne, befitting his size and status. After learning of the attempt on his son's life, Lord Eddard Stark commands his wife, Catelyn, to instruct Lord Wyman to strengthen the defences of White Harbour, ensuring the northern port city is prepared for any threat when the realm grows increasingly unstable. Following her departure from the Vale of Arryn, Catelyn travels to White Harbour and meets with the Manderleys. In the wake of the arrest of Eddard Stark in King's Landing after the death of Robert Baratheon, a sizable Manderley force commanded by Sir Willis and Sir Wendell Manderley marches south to join Robb Stark at Moat Cailin in the conflict against House Lannister, and what would become the War of the Five Kings. This host numbers close to 1,500 men, including approximately 20 knights with their squires, 200 mounted lancers, swordsmen and free riders, and substantial infantry armed with spears, pikes and tridents. Lord Wyman remains at White Harbour to oversee the city's fortifications and maintain order, ensuring his lands are secure while his forces fight in the south. While attending the harvest feast of Winterfell, Lord Wyman meets with Bran Stark, who is acting as Lord, Sir Roderick Cassel and Maester Lewin. During their discussions, he offers to mint coinage for the now King Robb Stark to support the northern war effort, detailing the extensive defences of White Harbour and proposing the construction of a new royal fleet of war galleys. Sir Roderick agrees to communicate this proposal to Robb. Later during the festivities, Roderick commands Hother and Mors Umber to work with Wyman in construction of longships intended to bolster the northern naval strength. Lady Donella Hornwood, who is of House Manderley before her marriage, becomes a widow after her husband, Lord Hallis Hornwood, falls at the Battle of the Green Fork. During the same harvest feast, Lord Wyman presses a claim to the estate. However, she is forcibly married to Ramsay Snow, the bastard son of Roose Bolton, and locked away to die. In retaliation, Wyman moves swiftly to try and seize the Hornwood estate, preventing Ramsay from taking control, and Manderley knights engage Bolton forces within Hornwood's forest. Reports of these skirmishes reach Winterfell though, and Sir Roderick Cassel, though he lacks the manpower to intervene directly, orders an end to the fighting. Meanwhile, in the southern theatres of war, Sir Wendell Manderley accompanies Catelyn Stark to negotiate with King Renly and King Stannis Baratheon, bearing the Stark banner during the parley at Storm's End. At the same time, Sir Willis Manderley remains a prisoner at Harrenhal, spending much of his captivity in the kitchens. He is among the northern captives Tyrion Lannister considers trading in exchange of his cousin, who was captured at the Battle of the Whispering Wood. Willis is ultimately freed when Roose Bolton seizes Harrenhal. Following Theon Greyjoy's capture of Winterfell, intelligence reports indicate that Lord Wyman has dispatched a dozen barges up the White Knife River filled with knights and siege engines to assist in the recapture of the Stark seat. During Theon's parley with Sir Roderick Cassel outside Winterfell's gate, he observes a formidable line of mounted Manderley knights, a clear demonstration of the northern resolve. Despite the show's strength, the northern forces are betrayed by House Bolton during the ensuing Battle of Winterfell, and the northern army divides at the Twins. Sir Wendell accompanies Robb Stark on the campaign to liberate Riverrun. Though fully grown, he is counted among the 30 young sons of northern lords, of whom make up Robb's personal guards, serving with distinction. Meanwhile, Sir Willis commands the White Harbour infantry alongside Roose Bolton during the Southern Campaign and is ultimately captured at the Battle of the Green Fork, which is ultimately how he got captured and sent to Harrenhal as a prisoner. 1,000 years before the conquest, a promise was made, and oaths were sworn in the Wolf's Den before the old gods and the new, when we were sore bested and friendless, hounded from our homes in peril of our lives. The wolves took us in and nourished us and protected us against our enemies. The city is built upon the land they gave us. In return we swore that we should always be their men, stark men. Wyler Manderley to the Merman's Court, A Dance with Dragons, Chapter 19, Davos 3. As King Robb Stark marches to the Twins to attend the wedding of Lord Edmure Tully in 300 AC, Sir Wendell Manderley is assigned to command a royal baggage train, ensuring the protection of the supplies, provisions and equipment vital to the Northern Army. Sir Willis Manderley, in turn, commands the rearguard under Lord Roose Bolton during the same march. During the crossing of the Ruby Ford of the Trident, the army was ambushed by the forces of Sir Gregor Clegane. In the ensuing attack, the rearguard was all but annihilated, and Sir Willis was captured for a second time, his release thwarted by Lord Bolton's inability to prevent the Mountain from overwhelming his troops. Willis was returned to captivity at Harrenhal following the battle. At the Twins, Sir Wendell Manderley perishes during the Red Wedding, struck fatally by an arrow that entered his open mouth. A grievous loss to House Manderley. Meanwhile, a raven arrived at White Harbour bearing a plea from Maester Aemon of Castle Black and the Night's Watch, requesting aid in the defence of the wall against the wildling host. Intelligence from King's Landing suggests that House Manderley was considering an alliance with House Bolton. According to Cersei Lannister, Lord Wyman was contemplating marrying both of his granddaughters into House Frey and permitting Lannister ships to enter the port of White Harbour. Reports reached the Iron Throne that Wyman had executed Sir Davos Seaworth when the latter sought to negotiate an alliance with Stannis Baratheon. In response, Queen Cersei sanctioned the release of Willis Manderley, who had survived the conflict, and permitted him safe passage home. At Harrenhal, Sir Jaime provided Willis with an escort to Maidenpool, ensuring that he could travel safely to ship and return to White Harbour. Upon his arrival at White Harbour, Sir Davos Seaworth sought to persuade Lord Wyman Manderley to ally House Manderley with King Stannis Baratheon. What he found, however, was a city bustling with activity. 23 war galleys had been constructed in secret, unbeknownst to House Lannister. White Harbour was also filled with refugees, including many displaced from the Hornwood lands. Despite the protests of his granddaughters Wyler, Lord Wyman publicly denounced Davos in the presence of 3 Frey envoys, Jarrad, Rhaegar and Symond, signalling his apparent readiness to make peace with the Iron Throne and pledge fealty to Roose Bolton, newly appointed Warden of the North. As part of his ostensible submission, Wyman was to relinquish his claim to the Hornwood lands. Yet the Lord of White Harbour acted with cunning. He faked Davos's death by executing a condemned criminal in the Onion Knight's place, altering the corpse so it resembled him. Once Sir Willis returned safely to White Harbour, Wyman instructed Robert Glover to release Davos from the Wolf's Den. Thereafter, Lord Manderley entrusted Davos with a secret mission to locate the still-living Rickon Stark, as confirmed by Wex Pike, in an effort to rally the Northern Lords against House Bolton and Frey. Maintaining the guise of loyalty to House Bolton, Lord Wyman later travels to Winterfell with a retinue of 300, ostensibly to answer Lord Roose Bolton's call to arms and attend the wedding of Ramsay Bolton to a so-called Arya Stark. During the feast, Wyman supplies food, including 3 pies, which are widely rumoured to have been made with the bodies of the Frey envoys who had vanished after departing White Harbour. While quartered within Winterfell, tensions arise between the Manderleys and the Freys. A jest by Lord Wyman regarding the death of little Walder Frey escalates into violent conflict, resulting in multiple casualties on both sides, leaving Wyman himself wounded. In an attempt to ease tensions and reduce the strain on the resources of Winterfell, Roose orders the White Harbour men to engage the advancing forces of Stannis Baratheon, who is slowly approaching Winterfell. Is there any other service I might perform? I suppose you best be visiting whorehouses. Hard duty, my lord. Jory Cassell and Eddard Stark. A Game of Thrones, Chapter 27. Eddard 6. House Cassell are a minor house sworn in service to House Stark of Winterfell, often acting for them as stewards, castellans, master-at-arms, and many other roles within the Stark household. House Cassel sits in an interesting position, as we both somehow know a lot about them during their current era, during the main A Song of Ice and Fire book series, but next to nothing about their backstory. It is believed their arms are 10 white wolves' heads, 4, 3, 2, and 1 on grey, with a black border, with the wolf heads likely in reference to their association with House Stark. We know very little about their early history and how they ended up in the service of House Stark, or even how long they've served them at Winterfell. The earliest information we have of them comes during Robert's Rebellion. Martin Cassel was one of Lord Eddard Stark's companions during Robert's Rebellion, and it seems he fought with him at the Trident, was present during the sack of King's Landing, and Eddard lifting the siege of Storm's End. He would follow Ned on his search for his missing sister, Lyanna, leading them to the Tower of Joy in the Red Mountains of Dorne, where Eddard Stark and his men faced 3 of King Aerys II's Kingsguard in a legendary battle in which Martin lost his life. After the battle, Eddard ordered the tower torn down and used its fallen stones to build cairns for the dead. Martin is believed to have had 4 sons, but only one of these sons, Jory Cassel, lived to adulthood. It seems that Jory, despite being a child, was present at some key events during the rebellion, as he attended the wedding of Catelyn and Lysa Tully at Riverrun to Eddard Stark and Jon Arryn, respectively. In the course of the bedding ceremony, Jory tore Catelyn's gown in his haste. For more than 8 years prior to the start of the main books, Jory has served Eddard as captain of the guard at Winterfell. In earlier days, he once took Robb Stark, Bran Stark, and Jon Snow into the Wolfswood to fish for trout in the swift stream near Winterfell. Robb and Jon also frequently hunted in the forest with their father and Jory, and he often sparred with Robb, Jon, and Theon Greyjoy in the yard at Winterfell. On one occasion, laughing, Jory separated Sansa and Arya Stark during a snowball fight after a rare summer snowfall. He was also chased by Bran across the rooftops of Winterfell multiple times. Jory was known for his smile, which he often directed at Arya Stark, and he was given to joking while dining in the Great Hall of Winterfell. A skilled warrior, Jory served not only as Eddard Stark's captain of the guard, but also as one of his trusted confidants. His armour consisted of mail, a plain blue-grey plate without ornament, with a thick cloak with a longsword on his hip. Never draw your sword unless you mean to use it. How many times must I tell you, foolish boy? Roderick Cassel to Robb Stark, A Game of Thrones Chapter 14, Catelyn 3. We also know of 2 more members of House Cassel. So Roderick Cassel is a knight and the Master-at-Arms of Winterfell at the start of the main books. He is the elder brother of Martin Cassel, and thus Jory's uncle. Roderick is described as a stout man with soft flesh beneath his chin, his hair white. He wears large white whiskers that he tugs at impulsively. Loyal, courteous, and courageous, Roderick places little value on singers, believing that boys are better suited to swordsmanship than music. Despite having a knighthood, he showed no interest in tourneys or fighting for sport. Though he speaks of the gods, it's unclear whether he follows the old gods of the north or the new gods, which is even more complicated when you consider he has a knighthood, which is closely associated with the Faith of the Seven. He wears ringmail and carries a dagger and a longsword beneath a dark, hooded cloak. He possesses a dappled gelding and keeps a red dog, which he seems to breed. Roderick believes strongly in rigorous training, holding that men should test themselves against skilled opponents in the yard before facing real battle. He has also instructed his pupils on defensive advantages of using spiral staircases. We learn from Maester Luwin, the Maester of Winterfell, that Roderick's mother died 40 years ago, and he served House Stark all his life. Some have taken this to mean this is also when House Cassel began serving at Winterfell, but this aspect of the house's history is very much debated, with no clear answers. As Master-at-Arms, it was Roderick who trained Robb Stark, Jon Snow and Theon Greyjoy in arms, with Jon Snow notably taking many of his lessons to heart, becoming a fine swordsman in his own right after joining the Night's Watch. Eddard respected Roderick greatly and trusted him implicitly. He would at times invite him to join him for dinner at the High Table in the Great Hall of Winterfell. It seems that Roderick married at least 3 times and has had several daughters, but the only one still alive and whom we know anything about at the start of the main books is Beth Cassel. She was raised at Winterfell with the Stark children. Though closer in age to Arya Stark, she tends to hover around Sansa's more glamorous retinue. Beth is said to have thick, curly hair. Jory and Roderick both play important roles in the events leading up to the War of the Five Kings. Jory Cassel is present when Eddard Stark and his retinue discover a dead direwolf with an antler lodged in its throat and her living pups nearby. Jory calls it a omen, noting that the pups were likely born after their mother's death. In preparation for King Robert Baratheon's visit to Winterfell, Eddard considers sending Jory south along the King's Road with an honour guard to escort the king. As captain of the guard, he accompanies Eddard to King's Landing when he takes up the position of Hand of the King. On the way to the capital, after Arya Stark's direwolf attacks Prince Joffrey Baratheon at the Trident, Jory is the first to find Arya after she flees. He helps her drive Nymeria away by throwing stones at the wolf, reassuring Arya that the woods are full of game. Upon arriving in King's Landing, Jory receives a new cloak befitting his office, heavy grey wool trimmed with white satin. Jory aids Eddard in the investigation into the death of Jon Arryn, questioning former members of the late Hand's household. Though the newly knighted Sir Hugh refuses to speak with him, Jory interviews a stable boy turned watchman, a serving girl, and a pot boy turned cordwainer. After learning that Jon Arryn and Lord Stannis Baratheon had visited a brothel, Ned sends Jory to discreetly investigate the city's brothels. He would later go on to compete in the Hand's tourney, unhorsing Sir Horace Redwine and won at the Freys before ultimately losing to Lothar Brune after a judgment by King Robert. Jory would later accompany Eddard to Shatire's brothel in search of one of Robert Baratheon's bastard children. On their return to the Red Keep, Jory and his men are ambushed in the streets by guards loyal to House Lannister. Acting on the orders of Jaime Lannister, they are slain as retribution for Catelyn Stark's capture of Tyrion Lannister. After the attackers depart, a wounded Eddard cradles Jory's dead body in the street. Following Jory's death, Ned sends his body to the Silent Sisters to be prepared for burial at Winterfell, where he is laid to rest beside his grandfather. It grieves me that we must meet as foes. My own grief is that I must wait a while to hang you. Theon Turncloak, Theon Greyjoy and Roderick Cassel. A Clash of Kings, Chapter 66, Theon 6. So Roderick Cassel plays a very minor role at the events at Winterfell prior to Eddard and Jory heading south. We do know that his dog gives birth to a small litter of pups, with only 2 surviving. Robb Stark would suggest that she might nurse the direwolf pups found by the Stark children, but Lord Eddard dismisses this, believing the direwolves would kill the dog. As Master at Arms at Winterfell, Roderick oversees Bran Stark's sparring with Prince Tommen Baratheon and would later forbid Robb Stark and Prince Joffrey from training against one another with live steel. After the royal party leaves the King's Landing and after the discovery of a Valyrian steel dagger following the attempt on Bran Stark's life, Roderick swears himself to Lady Catelyn Stark and volunteers to accompany her to King's Landing so she might discreetly inform Lord Eddard of the assassination attempt on his son. When they reach White Harbour, Roderick advises hiring a fishing sloop from the 3 sisters, but Catelyn instead insists on sailing aboard the galley Storm Dancer. The voyage proves to be very difficult for Roderick, who is badly seasick, forcing him to cut off his whiskers. In King's Landing, Roderick brings the dagger to Sir Aaron Santagar, Master at Arms of the Red Keep, in the hope he might recognise it, but to no avail. He and Aaron later share a drink at an inn on Eel Alley, where Roderick and Catelyn are lodging. Meanwhile, Peter Baelish informs Catelyn the dagger once belonged to Tyrion Lannister. After Catelyn relays this information to Eddard, he decides she should return to Winterfell immediately. Roderick and Catelyn travel north in disguise as father and daughter, but at a crossroad inn they encounter Tyrion Lannister, who subsequently recognises Catelyn. Convinced by Peter Baelish's claim that Tyrion was responsible for the attempt on her son's life, Catelyn arrests him, with Roderick aiding in taking him captive. Catelyn brings Tyrion to the Vale of Arryn, the seat of her sister, the now Lysa Arryn, acting as regent of the Vale, in place of her son Robert Arryn. During this journey, through the Mountains of the Moon. The party are twice attacked by mountain clans. In the first skirmish, Roderick defeats the clan champion, but is gravely wounded, suffering a deep cut to his left arm and a spear graze to his neck. He reaches the Bloody Gate only by being lashed to his saddle. There, he and Sir Willis Woade remain behind to recover under the care of Septons before eventually continuing to the Eyrie. When Catelyn departs the Eyrie, Sir Brendan Tully accompanies her and Roderick as they sail from Goldtown back towards the north. Upon reaching White Harbour, Catelyn decides to join Robb Stark at Moat Cailin after he called the banners of the north in response to Eddard Stark's arrest in King's Landing. She sends Roderick to Winterfell to serve as the Castellan in her stead. As Castellan, Roderick trains new recruits for the Stark household guard, and in recognition of Osha's loyalty to Bran Stark, orders the wildling woman chains be removed. With Robb Stark crowned king in the north and Lady Catelyn in the south, Sir Roderick Cassel shares command of Winterfell with Maester Luwin, who oversees the training of Catelyn Stark's new wards, Big Walder and Little Walder Frey, lodging them in Jon Snow's former bedchambers. After Shaggy Dog bites Little Walder, Roderick orders both the Stark direwolves at Winterfell, Shaggy Dog and Summer, confined to the Godswood. When the Northern Lords gather at Winterfell for a harvest feast, Roderick, Bran and Maester Luwin receive them, including the likes of Lord Wyman Manderley, Lady Dornella Hornwood, Mawson Hotha Umber, and Leopold Tallheart. Recently widowed Lady Hornwood hints she would not object to marrying Roderick if Robb were to command it. Roderick later tells Bran that he's too old to offer her the protection she requires. He instructs the Umbers to cooperate with Lord Wyman Manderley in building new ships for the north. During the feast, Roderick asks Lady Hornwood to dance, but she declines with courtesy. After Ramsay Snow, the bastard son of Roose Bolton, abducts Lady Hornwood following her departure from Winterfell, Roderick marches east to confront him. His men kill Ramsay, so it is believed, and capture his servant, Reek. They arrive too late to save Lady Hornwood, who has starved to death after being imprisoned in a tower. Meanwhile, during the Ironborn raids along the Stony Shore, Theon Greyjoy seeks to draw Roderick away from Winterfell by having Dagmere Cleftjaw threaten Torrhen Square. While Roderick marches to relieve the Holdfast, Theon seizes Winterfell and takes Bran and Rickon Stark captive. When the boys later disappear, Theon and Reek murder two Miller's sons and present their bodies burned as those of the Stark heirs. After defeating Dagmere Cleftjaw's shield wall at Torrhen Square, Roderick sends a raven from Castle Cerwyn to Riverrun to inform Lady Catelyn of the apparent deaths of Bran and Rickon. He then gathers additional forces and returns to lay siege to Winterfell. Roderick is joined by Leopold Tallheart and Lord Clay Cerwyn, parleying with Theon before the castle gates, demanding his surrender and the restoration of the castle. Theon threatens to hang Roderick's daughter Beth should an assault be attempted, but Maester Luwin counsels Theon to yield, assuring him that Roderick would permit him to take the Black. A force of Bolton men soon approach the besiegers, seemingly in support. Instead, they turn on Roderick's host. In the fighting outside Winterfell, the Bolton leader reveals himself not as Reek, but the still living Ramsay Snow. Ramsay later boasts that he slew Roderick by hacking off his left arm when the knight offered it to him in friendship. After the battle, Ramsay orders the slaughter of Theon's Ironborn and the burning of Winterfell. After the castle's sack, the orphaned Beth is taken to the Dreadfort, where she still currently remains. Given the deaths of her father and Jory, it seems she is now the head of House Cassel. The North, like most of the kingdoms of Westeros, is full of smaller and minor houses that, despite their size and small role in the story, has some very interesting history and lore. There are even a handful of houses that some might consider large, where the history and lore we currently have is, while interesting, very limited given their size. It's only right and fair that these smaller houses step into the spotlight as we draw near to the end of our journey across the North. Before we delve into the current houses of the North we have lore about, we should quickly mention House Blackwood. House Blackwood is most well known as hailing from Raventree Hall, meaning they are a house of the Riverlands. But it appears that House Blackwood family legend states they were originally from the north, controlling most of the Wolfswood before being driven south and out of the north by the Kings of Winter of House Stark. There does appear to be some runic records that suggest this may in fact be true. House Burleigh is one of the northern mountain clans who dwell in the mountains north of Winterfell and in the foothills along the shore of the Bay of Ice. Most mountain clans generally considered petty lords. The clansmen of the north should not be confused with the mountain clans of the Vale of Arryn, who are often considered savages and wildlings. They blazon their arms with a white knife in a blue pile on white. Lothar Burley served as Lord Commander of the Night's Watch at the time when Queen Alysanne Targaryen journeyed to the north and visited the Wall in 58 AC. During his command, he oversaw the Watch at a key moment of royal attention, when the Queen took a keen interest in the state of the Wall and the men sworn to defend it. Though little else is recorded of his tenure, his position during such a notable visit suggests that the Lord Commander was held in sufficient regard by both the Watch and the Crown. Bill Burley, by contrast, is remembered for his skill rather than his station. During the Dance of the Dragons, he was famed as the finest bowman in the service of Lord Benjicott Blackwood, whose forces fought for the Blacks. Bill Burley's prowess with a bow earned him recognition in the chronicles of the war, though no definitive record survives to confirm whether he's related to House Burley or merely shared the name. During the final days of the War of the Five Kings, House Burley found themselves in dire circumstances. While travelling towards the Twins to attend the wedding of Lord Edmure Tully, their forces were caught on the wrong side of the Trident. In the ensuing fight at the river's ford, they were set upon by Sir Gregor Clegane and his men. The attack proved devastating, and the Burleys suffered severe losses, their strength badly diminished, thanks to the mountain's brutal assault. House Harclay is one of the larger mountain clans in the hills north of the Wolfswood. Their shields are blazoned with 3 blue moons waxing, full, and waning, set on a white bend against a blue field. Ronald Harclay is a ranger of the Night's Watch and takes part in the great ranging beyond the Wall, led by Jeor Mormont, sent to confront Mance Rayder and search for the missing Benjen Stark. After the defeat at the Fist of the First Men, Ronald is among the survivors who retreat to Craster's Keep. Following the death of Theon Smallwood, he assumes command of the remaining rangers. Later, King Stannis Baratheon journeys into the northern mountains, winning the support of the clans, including House Harclay, for his campaign to retake Winterfell. With their aid, he moves against Deepwood Motte and begins his march through the snow to Winterfell. House Liddle dwell in the high mountains north of the Wolfswood. The chief of their clan is traditionally known as the Liddle, though when at Winterfell he is accorded the style of Lord Liddle. Their arms are purple, white and green, divided by a line of fir trees, with 3 brown pine cones on a white field. The words of House Liddle are not recorded in the history books. Bran Stark recalls the Liddles live in the high places during his journey north to the war with Hodor, Mira Reed and Jojen Reed. Along the way, the group encounters a man of the mountain clans, whom Bran identifies as a Liddle by the pinecone-shaped clasp and gold and bronze fastenings on his cloak. The man shares his oatcakes, blood sausage and ale with them, neither giving his name nor asking for theirs. Morgan Liddle later joins the host of King Stannis Baratheon and takes part in the fighting of Deepwood Motte. It is noted that after the battle, he apologises to Asha Greyjoy for swearing at her during the fight. House Norrie, again, like the Liddles, live in the high mountains north of the Wolfswood. Of the mountain clans, the Norries live closest to the Gift, with the chief of the clan known as the Norrie. Like the Liddles, at Winterfell he is given the treatment of Lord Norrie. They blazon their banner with 6 green thistles over a yellow field. The Norries have historically been friendly towards the Night's Watch. It suggested the Night King of legend could have been a Norrie, among many of the other possibilities. Lady Ara Norrie was the first wife of Lord Cregan Stark, who died prior to the Dance of the Dragons. The Norries aided Cregan in hunting down the Free Folk raiders of Silas the Grim. Like House Burley, during the War of the Five Kings, they are trapped on the wrong side of the Trident and are attacked by the men of Gregor Clegane, losing many men in the process. During the Red Wedding itself, Lady Catelyn Stark sees Owen Norrie killed by a crossbow bolt. With the rest of the mountain clans, they swear themselves to King Stannis Baratheon. Lord Brandon Norrie travels to the Wall to meet with Lord Commander Jon Snow, while Brandon the Younger is part of Stannis' march on Winterfell. House Wall is the most powerful of the mountain clans. The Walls inhabit the area west of the northern mountains along the Bay of Ice. The chief of the clan is simply known as the Wall, but again at Winterfell is given the treatment of Lord Wall, blazing their banner with 3 wooden buckets, brown on blue, with a border of grey and white checks. The walls hold great animosity towards the Iron Islands because of the historical Ironborn raiding along the Bay of Ice. A Theowall was one of the 6 companions of Lord Eddard Stark that fought with him during Robert's Rebellion. He was killed at the Tower of Joy in the Red Mountains of Dawn. Jon Snow tells King Stannis Baratheon that the Walls have the most men out of the northern mountain clans, and that getting the clan chief Hugo Big Bucket's Wall to join Stannis' army is paramount in the other mountain clans coming to his side. House Poole is another minor noble house sworn to House Stark. Their arms are blazoned as a blue plate on a white field, bordered by a grey treasure. Jane Poole, the daughter of Varon Poole, the steward of Winterfell, is Sansa Stark's closest friend. Varon and Jane travel south with Lord Eddard Stark to King's Landing as part of his retinue after he's named Hand of the King by Robert Baratheon. During the Hands tourney, Jane confides her crush on Lord Beric Dondarrion to Sansa. Following Ned Stark's arrest, Varon Poole is killed in the fighting in King's Landing, with Jane taken into custody by Peter Baelish, who trained her as a prostitute. The Lannisters later deliver her to House Bolton, where she's forced to marry Ramsay Bolton while posing as Arya Stark. The presence of this Arya at Winterfell stirs the northern mountain clans and several northern lords to rally to King Stannis Baratheon, determined to free Ned's girl. Ramsay's captive, Theon Greyjoy, reluctantly cooperates with Mance Rayder, who has been sent by Jon Snow to rescue the girl he believes is his sister. Theon ultimately succeeds in freeing Jane from Winterfell. House Cerwyn of Castle Cerwyn is a noble house from the north and one of the physically closest bannermen to House Stark, with their seat lying only a half a day's ride away from Winterfell. Their banner is a black battle axe on a silver field, their words honed and ready. A Lord Cerwyn was believed to have been the closest friend of Lord Cregan Stark, who was Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North during the Dance of the Dragons. Given that House Cerwyn supported the Black faction, and Lord Cerwyn was present at court in King's Landing during the Hour of the Wolf. A Lord Robard Cerwyn later wed Argyle Stark, daughter of Edric Stark, the granddaughter of Lord Cregan. The Cerwyn blazon is seen by Bran Stark at Winterfell after Robb Stark calls his banners after the arrest of Eddard. While the host is encamped there, a Bolton man stabs a Cerwyn man at the smoking log in the winter town outside the castle. Lord Medgar Cerwyn arrives at Winterfell with his daughter, Janelle, who cooks for him and sits at his left-hand side during the march to Moat Cailin. Theon Greyjoy suspects that Medgar hopes to place Janelle in Robb Stark's bed. When Robb Stark's army divides at the Twins, Medgar Cerwyn marches with Lord Roose Bolton's eastern host and takes part in the Battle of the Green Fork, where he's wounded and taken prisoner. At Harrenhal, Arya Stark, disguised as a peasant, learns about the captive Lord Cerwyn being held in a tower cell. She plans to reveal her identity to him, but Medgar dies of his wounds before she can do so. Arya later sees Silent Sisters carrying the body away, wrapped in silk bearing the Cerwyn battle-axe sigil. She also encounters Cerwyn men during the fall of Harrenhal. After Medgar's death, his son Clay Cerwyn becomes lord of the house. He brings 24 lancers to Winterfell for the Harvest Feast, where he dances with Beth Cassel. At that same feast, a Cerwyn knight mocks King Joffrey as Joffrey the Illborn. Later, Clay raises 300 men to join Roderick Cassel in the campaign to drive the Iron Men from the Stony Shore and Torrens Square. Roderick halts at Castle Cerwyn before marching on Winterfell after it's captured by Theon Greyjoy. Clay approaches the castle wall under a peace banner to announce Roderick's wish to parley with Theon, but following Ramsay Snow's betrayal, Clay Cerwyn is slain by Bolton men during the fighting in the Winter Town. His corpse with an arrow through his eye is presented to Theon. After the sack of Winterfell, after crossing the Ruby Ford, Roose Bolton leaves 600 men behind to guard the crossing, many of them Cerwyn soldiers under the command of Sir Kyle Condon, Lord Medgar's former right hand. Their fate after the Red Wedding is unclear. After the War of the Five Kings is over, Lady Janelle Cerwyn ultimately swears fealty to Lord Roose Bolton as new Warden of the North, and House Cerwyn contributes troops to Ramsay Bolton's siege of Moat Cailin to root out the Ironborn invaders. The Cerwyn banner is later seen when Roose gathers the Northern Lords at Barrow Hall and Cerwyn cousins attend Ramsay's wedding to Arya Stark, in truth Jane Poole. Despite this, Roose remains wary of the Cerwyn's loyalty, with some Cerwyn survivors from the earlier fighting at Winterfell rallying to the banner of Stannis Baratheon. House Flint of Widow's Watch is from the east of the North. They are probably the most powerful of the 4 branches of House Flint, though the Flints of the Mountains claim to be the oldest and original branch. Out of all the branches of House Flint, they are the ones we know the most about. Their banner is a blue field strewn with white caps on yellow cheeks with a pair of blue eyes, with their motto being ever vigilant. It suggested that the Knights King of legend could have been a Flint among many other possibilities. A Lord Commander Roderick Flint is regarded as one of the worst commanders of the Night's Watch for trying to make himself a king beyond the wall. One dark legend surrounds the Night Fort is the murder of the brave young Danny Flint. A branch of House Flint held the Wolf's Den for at least 100 years after the execution of the Grey Starks. After Robb Stark calls his banners at the arrest of Eddard Stark, Maester Luwin explains that while some houses, such as the Karstarks, Boltons and Hornwoods, gather at the Wintertown, others such as the Reeds and Risewells and Dustins, and also Lord Manderley and the Flints, are waiting to join him on the march along the King's Road. Robin Flint is one of the 30 noble sons to ride beside King Robb during the War of the Five Kings. He and Sir Wendell Manderley are among the oldest of the group. The Flints are reported to have some ties to House Hornwood through the female line, according to Maester Luwin, although he doesn't specify which branch exactly. Because of these ties, Luwin expects them to be one of several houses vying for the claim to House Hornwood's lands. The Flints of Widow's Watch excuse themselves for not attending the harvest feast at Winterfell, because Lady Lynesse Flint is heavy with child, and there is sickness at Widow's Watch. Robin Flint accompanies Lady Catelyn Stark on her voyage south to treat with Renly and Stannis Baratheon. When Theon Greyjoy studies the banners of the Northern Lords preparing to attack Winterfell through Maester Luwin's Myrish lens tube, he sees some of House Flint, though not as many as from the other houses. Robin Flint commands the rearguard of Robb Stark's march to the Twins for the wedding of Edmure Tully, and is later one of his bodyguards during the wedding feast, sitting near him with Small John Umber. During the Red Wedding itself, Robin is last seen surrounded by Freys, their daggers rising and falling. House Locke of Oldcastle is one of the older houses of the North. Their banner bears 2 crossed bronze keys on a white pale set against the purple field. After the execution of House Greystark, the Flints held the Wolf's Den for 100 years, followed by the Locks, who controlled it for nearly 2 centuries. During the War of the Five Kings, Sir Donald Locke is captured by the Lannisters, likely at the Battle of the Green Fork. A Sir Malador Locke joins the Great Ranging Beyond the Wall, led by Jeor Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. He is placed in charge of the baggage train and pack horses. When news reaches the Watch of the wildling advance on the Fist of the First Men, Malador argues in favour of retreating back to the Wall. He does not, however, return to Castle Black after the defeat at the Fist and the mutiny at Craster's Keep, citing his age and the difficulty of the journey. Sir Donald, held captive at Harrenhal, is eventually freed by Roose Bolton. While travelling to the Twins for the wedding of Lord Edmure Tully, members of House Locke are caught on the wrong side of the Trident and suffer heavy losses during an attack by Sir Gregor Clegane. During the Red Wedding, Catelyn Stark witnesses Sir Donald's death by crossbow bolt. Later, when Roose Bolton brings Theon Greyjoy to Barrow Hall, the cross keys of House Locke are seen among the gathered banners. Lord Andrew follows Roose for the wedding of Ramsay to Arya Stark, though Lord Wyman Manderley believes the Locks of Oldcastle will ultimately take their guidance from him and not House Bolton. House Marsh is one of the minor northern noble houses. Their banner is 10 frogs, 4, 3, 2, 1, green on yellow. Bowen Marsh is the Lord Steward of the Night's Watch. Jeor Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, named Bowen the Castellan of Castle Black when he leads the Great Ranging north of the Wall in search of Benjen Stark and Mance Rayder. Bowen names Wenton Stout as Castellan when he leaves Castle Black to investigate wildling incursions. Bowen wins the fight at the Bridge of Skulls at a heavy cost of life to the Night's Watch and is severely injured in the battle. With Jeor being killed in the mutiny at Craster's Keep, Bowen puts his name forth during the choosing of the new Lord Commander. He withdraws his name after receiving few votes and throws his support behind Janos Slynt. Jon Snow is ultimately chosen instead. Bowen is among the brothers of the Night's Watch to stab Jon at the end of A Dance with Dragons.